Yeah, we go.
Right, I'm just going to go play the theme tune and we're off and running.
And I've suddenly got the feed. That's good.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning and welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. Welcome to day 3 of the 4th test between India and England in Ranchi. Things could not be more finely poised. It's India who have their backs to the wall, 134 behind England's first innings total of 353 with 7 wickets down. Jurel and Kuldeep Yadav, though, have already put on 42 runs in a stubborn 8th wicket partnership, and they will be doing all they can to frustrate England's attack, for whom young Shoaib Bashir has been the destroyer in chief. How much will this Ranchi pitch deteriorate? Will it become a snake pit as the match wears on? Regardless, England will want to get as big a first innings lead as they can, and then take the opportunity to build on it and set India an imposing target. As so often, it's going to be a crucial first hour. I'm Tony Bishop, and with me are a man as ever present as death and taxes, but much more fun than both. It's Messy Jez.
Thank you very much, Tony. I appreciate the compliment. It's
only just a compliment, but
yeah, well, I'll take what I can get. It's only 17 degrees in Ranchi at the moment. It's going to get to 22. There's a possibility of some showers this afternoon as well.
Oh, lordy. Oh, that'll completely screw the rotors. I hate it when that happens. And with him, with Messrs, are on loan from for this series from White Line Wireless, Krishna Devarajan, if I've said that right. I probably haven't.
That's Pretty good, Tony.
That's
pretty good.
pretty good. How are you,
Hi,
Chris?
how are you?
Very
Yes, thank
well.
you. It's a sunny 31 degrees here in Melbourne, so it's not often that Melbourne is warmer than an Indian city, but there you go.
Well, you got
That weather you just said there, Messi, sounds like a typical British summer day. It must be suited for the English today.
Well, a hot
18
summer
degrees
day in England.
Hot summer day.
well, chaps. Let's chew over a couple of things in the very little time we've got. I expect the wicket. Let's talk about the wicket. Have we seen signs, Krishna? It's going to be a handful for batsmen very soon, if it isn't already.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you saw in the Indian hierarchy press conferences, they were surprised at how low it was keeping on day 2. So it's starting to play tricks, and it's playing tricks beyond what their understanding of the pitch was going to be. So, yeah, I think it's all set up for England. They have their foot on India's throat, and they really need to push home their
Well, they do. But Jurel's more than capable. He's got a first class average of around about 46, I think. I mean, he knows what he's doing with a bat, and he and Kuldeep Messers looked pretty untroubled for to frustrate England. There was certainly no rolling them over and finishing the job yesterday, was there?
Couple of things, I think. A softer ball and tired bowlers. It's going to be very interesting to see what refreshed bowlers coming up towards the new ball will be like today. I suspect it will be fairly torrid for the Indians from here on.
Well, that's a very good question. How long have we got on the ball? How many overs have we got left?
Yeah,
So, England will be desperately hoping they don't need those. I would imagine they'll be desperate to get the job done before then, almost certainly. Messers, what do you make of Shoaib Bashir? Fantastic effort, wasn't it?
It was. I was really impressed with him. I thought he showed great control for someone so young and with so little experience. He was on the spot most of the time. I mean, previous tests we've expected England slow bowlers to bowl at least one bad ball and over. That hasn't been happening in this test match, and I think Shoaib Bashir has shown an amazing capacity to up his game, and I think it's about confidence in himself, which obviously his team is feeding into. But I think it's great to see someone come along like that. It's just so good for cricket in general.
If I
Well-
could just add to that, I mean, I think he bowled 31 overs unbroken yesterday, which is extraordinary for a young player.
Yeah, well, he's bowled
I heard
32 in
Daniel
total.
Norcross-
That's a big
Right.
amount of overs for, what is he, 21, 22? I mean, he's a young lad, isn't he?
Yeah. And I heard Daniel Norcross say that if he was to take a fifer, he would be the youngest English bowler to take a fifer in Test cricket, which
Well, that is something
appreciate.
to...
That's a great stat.
That is a great stat,
Yeah.
and which will send Messers off, I hope, almost immediately, scuttling to cricket records to figure out, well, who's the current record holder, just so we've got that information, Messers, at our fingertips.
Yeah, I think it was
yeah.
Pat Pocock. Was there an English bowler called Pat
Oh
Pocock?
yes, there was indeed.
there
Pat
was.
Sorry.
Right, well, let's jingle up the participants, because Ben Stokes is out there at the moment, and he's shining the ball on his shirt. I don't think that implies he's going to bowl, but we'll jingle up the batsman first. You have Jurel, and we should have Kuldeep, who I think is going to be taking strike.
Science fiction until I saw him today. Now that your death is my addiction, I've thrown all that Virat junk away.
The height of optimism that I just saw before on the broadcast was Mohammad Siraj practicing his forward defence out there
Well,
before the game started.
yeah, Siraj is his batting's not his strong suit, is it? I think that would be kind to say, but you just never know. Ollie Robinson was a complete revel. I have to say, something of a disappointment with the ball, although he could have had that wicket. We should probably debate that, but let's wait. It's Shoaib Bashir who is going to come around the wicket. Padded away. Folks is straight up. Bashir kind of up, but on the back of Folks, as if you know what I mean. I.e., Folks went up, and I think then Bashir said, I'll give that a go. Kuldeep, with the first ball of the morning, just pushed a leg out towards it and made no attempt with the bat. There is a slip. There is the forward short leg, and Kuldeep defends. So two good probing first deliveries from young Bashir, who we should jingle any moment now, if he gives us time.
He threw his overs pretty quickly, isn't he?
Well, he is. He's going to be bowling this delivery, which is left by Kuldeep. Through it goes to the man of Surrey, who, well, always going to be some discussion come the summer tests. Does John Eaglet get the gloves back? Most people would say no. Forward comes Kuldeep, defends again, and there is no run. Here's Bashir.
Bashir likes to attack. Bashir now in an England cap.
In he comes once again. Kuldeep puts a big front leg forward and defends into the offside. There is no run. 219 for 7. Messers.
Can I check that stat with you again, Chris? Did you say the youngest English bowler to take a fifer?
No, youngest English off spinner.
Oh, I was going to say that.
Because I was going to say Rian Ahmed was
Yes.
only 18.
Yeah.
Sure. No, off
Well,
spinner.
here comes that young off spinner. He comes around the wicket to Kuldeep, the left armour, and Kuldeep defends it again, and it's a maiden over. Temperature 16 degrees, a humidity of 60%. But we told you that already because we're ahead of the game.
Your fan club is with us on YouTube, Tony. Michael Bradshaw says hello. Hi, Tony. You have the best commentary, better than the radio. Thank you.
Oh, that's
There you
awfully
go.
kind. I don't think that's just me, though. I mean, I think that's all of us, isn't it?
Yeah.
I would hope. I would hope.
Cat Martin says, "Oh, good, the crack report." And Dave Barrett, of course, is with us on Twitter. He says, to go hard or to go harder? That is the question. Whether it is better to block the spin and seam on ragging wickets or to ramp and sweep, embracing outrageous fortune. But to sweep is but to dream, to go harder, go harder, go harder.
Well, speaking of outrageous, here's the man with the outrageous hair dye, Ollie Robinson. He's bowling, I think, from the north end, and it's down leg, and it's tickled around the corner. It'll be the first runs of the morning, just eased down to long leg by Jurel, who watched out an over of exemplary blocking from Kuldeep and says, how about doing a bit more of that, Kuldeep? I'll have a single and you can have the rest of this over. But we shall see. We shall see.
Yeah, interesting that he's not being preserved until the new ball. It's as if he'll be knackered by the time the 80th over.
Well, yeah, you suspect they might well want to give the new ball to one of the spinners with the extra bounce that you're likely to get with it.
That ball was
And trust
bowled at
it to Jimmy.
118 Ks, by the way.
Yeah, Robinson, the question, I think, with Robinson is this a deliberate ploy? Is he just conserving energy because, well, as we've said many times, the last cricket he played was July last year. That's the best part of 7-8 months. So it is odd that he is so down on pace. But we'll wait and see. He's going to come over the wicket to the left-handed Kuldeep, who leaves him. That one had at least a little bit of bounce to it, but and that was 126.
Nice,
so that's a little bit quicker.
Nice carriage through to the
Yeah, it was. Always like to see that as a bowler, don't you?
Just that question about Folks. I think he's done so many good things in this series that I would have to retain him as a bowler.
I think we might have a no ball situation. Sorry, Chris, to cut across you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Did they give it a no ball? I don't think they did. I think he got away with it.
Yes.
No, Tucker did.
Oh, right. Yeah. It was. In he comes again. Ollie Robinson. That's a good ball too, probing the off stump and Kuldeep. As he has done many times. He's faced 80 balls for his 17. Not exciting, but right now, I think his teammates will take that.
Why would a fast bowler bowl a no ball when he's not even pushing for pace? It's just nonsense.
I just think, no matter how much you play in the nets, it can't replicate the pressure and the real match situations. And
well,
Ollie hasn't played.
Are always no ball.
Forward reaches Kuldeep, pushes this to backward point, They take a single. 222 for 7. Full on Richie Beno. Not quite the 222 for 2.
If you watch players in the nets, they almost always bowl no balls the whole time. It's just crazy.
That lead
Was there any
whittled down to 131.
Was there any mention of his pace by the English hierarchy last night?
I didn't see that. There was certainly a lot of discussion in the various media that I did see. And there was a suggestion it was a deliberate ploy, as this one is defended. Back to the peroxided Ollie. It's not just the peroxide, you know, though. It's the pudding basin-y nature of it. So it just kind of finishes dead halfway down the side of either side of his head, doesn't it? And then the rest of it is his normal hair colour. It's just odd to me. But we were accused of being yesterday, and I can see, just looking at the three of us, you know, you could probably count the follicles between us on the fingers of one foot. That jumps up a little bit. And Jurel, though, is able to get on top of it, turn it around the corner. Folkes goes trotting off down to long leg. He didn't get a bat on it. It was a leg by, for which, if I'm in the mood, we used to have a jingle. If I can't find it, well, such is life. Just imagine it's ZZ Top playing legs and you'll get the hang of it, really.
That's hit a crack and diverted down the leg side and hit him in the hips. That would have hurt.
Yeah, again. So he's, without really putting his back into it, he is getting some lift. 2 slips are in place for him as he's over the wicket to the left-hander, who defends tidily enough. Captain Ben Stokes jogs across from mid-off. And it's the end of the over. This partnership now worth 46, 223 for 7, and it gives us a chance someone's jogging on with some towels or sweaters or something to slow things down a bit. And Messers, who's with us?
Warren says hello, as does the porn bot, I'm pleased to say. Carl Herbert says hello, all welcome to a new day of hope. Tom P says, morning gents, another cracking day of test cricket in store. Looking forward to all your fantastic banter too, lads. And Leah says, morning all.
Good morning,
I
Leah.
should add that, seeing as the bear wasn't in the studio today, I thought I would be the one to wear green today.
You're wearing green, are you? Or who? Or was that Leah saying that?
Well, no, I am. This is about as green as what the bear was wearing yesterday.
I don't want to get into that debate. It was just winding me up. It was such a brown sweatshirt, you know. But he'd swear black was white if it riled me. That's well defended from Bashir by Jurel. Didn't really get forward. Didn't really get back.
The Sri Lankan umpire are both cold, and they've asked for jackets to be brought out.
Yeah, they have. I was. Do you know? I was about to say that, and then I was trying. I'm not sure I could trust my memory to think. Were they wearing jackets before? But you are absolutely right.
No. Well, they're saying it's only 16 at the ground, so yeah, that is quite chilly.
That is quite chilly. Bashir pushes this through. Jurel just pushes it away down to mid-on. Takes the easiest of singles, and they move on to 224 for 7. I mean, psychologically, Krishna, from an England perspective, at one point I think they were thinking we got a lead of 150 here. It's now down to under 130. They were desperate for it not to be under 100. Sort of psychologically that counts for a lot, as that's just work towards mid-wicket. No run by Kuldeep.
Yeah, I think India would be happy if they got the margin down to 60 or 70. And they wouldn't want to chase anything more than 200.
And they do have to bat last, of course. Is that one a hint of turn from Bashir? A little bit outside edgy from Kuldeep, but it kept it low and safe enough. The view we have, we're actually just quickly watching the replay of the ball that came off the hip of Jurel from Robinson, but those cracks just seem to be very evident, as it were, as that one is defended into the offside by Kuldeep. He looks up to the heavens, probably waiting for the sun to come out to warm him up.
And again, the cool weather, that's what they're going to face in Dharamsala in weeks.
Well, yeah, this is the fascinating thing, because the decider, should it go there all square, we'll just wait. And forward comes Kuldeep, who defends. The decider, of course, being played there is arguably the most English of conditions that you'll find in India. Probably why India have decided to rest Bumrah for this one, thinking that could be a real opportunity for him to shine. England must be thinking Robinson would need a run out, because that might be exactly the sort of pitch to suit him. It's almost like they're thinking ahead to Dharamsala in both camps, but you've got to get this game sorted first. It's 224 for 7 anyway.
I think it was overconfident by India to not play Bumrah this time around.
Yeah.
They should have tried to wrap it up in this test.
Little gap between Robinson in and defended by Jurel into the offside. Messers, if you have messages, feel free to just slot them in between deliveries.
Perko's got a lovely message for us. He says, Ollie asking us to imagine pace bowling and Tony asking us to imagine jingles. Low energy day all round then.
Only one jingle, because I can't, honestly, let me see, I'm going to keep looking for it. Leg buys, I've found it. There you go. Next time there's a leg buy, Jeff, I promise it will get full and due airing. In comes Robinson, just the one slip.
Green top.
Defended by, don't get me going on that ridiculous. I mean, the sweatshirt was lovely. There's nothing wrong with the sweatshirt. Suits him.
It
suits him very nicely.
Room as well, because Rohit Sharma was wearing a puffer jacket.
Yeah, it is.
Puffer jacket. Wow.
Crikey. It does look very hazy, overcast. I have to say, the sports stadium complex here in Ranchi, if it's chilly, you're not going to be huddling up to other members of a big crowd, because they aren't there. That one is waited for nicely by Jurel, who guides it, but guides it to backward point, who's set quite deep. Will just get him a single. He moves on to 33. India move on to 225 for 7. Where are we? We're up on the northeast, edging towards the Bay of Bengal, aren't we? And we've got, Bangladesh not too far to the north.
A fair way inland from the Bay of Bengal.
Yeah. There's a breeze ruffling the English flag, I think the ICC flag, and the Indian flag. India, I think, will be happy. India will be more than pleased. There is a man for the left-hander who has just been set back a little to a slightly deeper backward square as Robinson drops this in a little bit short. What was that? That was about just over 126. But Kuldeep has looked, to me, Krishna, solid as a rock, really. He's technically, he's been as sound as you like.
Yeah, he's been quite capable. He's got a top score of 40, I think. I just was going to comment on Joe Root's fielding there, for a guy with a sore hand. Did a great job diving away to his left.
Root, well, it's amazing how your aches and pains can not be quite the same as they were once you've got 100 to your name. And I suspect there might be something in that with Rooty. Robinson in, up onto his toes, goes Kuldeep. Steers it again down towards third man, takes a single. I did see him in an interview. So we're looking at, that's almost like the potholes on the road to the studio. It's a surface of the moon type picture. As we're looking at both Ben Stokes and Johnny Bairstow are stood there before. We're seeing some film of them. I would imagine before day 1. I don't know whether it's before day 3 or not. But
I suppose the good news about the weather is it's not going to bake it out today, that's for sure.
Well, yeah. I don't know if that's good for England as well. Right, for Robinson, who drops one short. And Jurel rocks back to watch it by under his nose through to Ben Folkes. It's the end of that over. It's the 77th, just 3 then from the new ball should England choose to take it. 226 for 7 India, and they continue to whittle away at that English lead, which is now 127. Messers.
Wamfiari says, with the new ball very soon, I like to think 90 lead. Bat the day we get 165-ish, bat till lunch, more 240-ish, leaves 5 sessions to bowl them out. My understanding is Robinson hasn't bowled a single ball over 80 miles an hour. Leah says, I have to disagree, Tony. The most English conditions in India can be found in Delhi. They can do a green seamer there.
Well, fair enough. You are absolutely allowed to disagree, because you probably know, no matter with what confidence I say something, there's every chance I'm making it up. As round the wicket comes Bashir, and Kuldeep defends. He's just gone for 1 run so far this morning, has Bashir. He's looked very tidy.
Yeah, credit to him. He's just dropped onto a spot straight away, hasn't
Certainly has. Little skip. In he comes. That's nicely played by Kuldeep. They won't get him a run. It's out straight to cover. So
he?
again,
He's
right
young, but
on
you
the
pick
money.
up 32 overs yesterday. His shoulder would be a bit sore.
Well, he and Hartley, remember, picked, as the England management said, for attributes over experience.
Yes.
Oh, that's not. Well, that was an interesting ball, actually. We'll talk you through that in a moment. It's out towards us, towards point again. He seemed to give that a little bit more air and slightly fuller, Krishna.
Yep.
Held it back
The
a bit,
idea was
maybe.
to get it above the batter's eye line, I think, to
Yeah.
tempt him to go for that slog.
Well, he is, as we said, a tall lad. In he comes. Forward comes Kuldeep. Hits the man at who is inevitably Ollie Pope, who's right under the nose of Kuldeep at silly point. Hit him on the bounce, about on his upper arm, but he no damage done. Had a smile afterwards with each other, and this is into the onside this time. Ball by Kuldeep, no run. Cautious, careful, watchful start. Yet to have a boundary this morning. India focused on their work, and their work is whittling away that English lead, knowing they have to bat last. This one is more fielded with intent by Ollie Pope, again on the bounce. I think, Chris, he must be in that position there at the silly point. He must be about as close as you're allowed to be without infringing the rules, isn't he? He is literally under Kuldeep's nose, practically.
He's I'm glad he's wearing a lot of protective gear, because that's a dangerous spot if the batter was attacking.
I don't know what people are hearing, Chris. I do think you possibly your volume could go up a wee bit. That sounded, yes.
Yeah, sorry.
Your
Is that
apology was louder than the brilliant point that preceded it.
So in accordance with my weather cave duties, I should let you know that today, right now in Dharamshala, it's 5 degrees with a maximum of 8 expected.
Ollie,
So
wide
like
of the
that,
off stump. No run.
It's going to be very cool in 10 days' time.
Yeah, you see, English conditions. I mean, we're not that far from the start of the English county season. I've already got my thickest puffer jacket and gloves, hat, scarf,
So he's
pocket warmers. Oh, no ball. Ollie, come on, lad. He really is having a problem with this, and that was a bigger overstep, Chris, wasn't it?
Oh, terrible. Terrible. I think he's bowled 3 or 4 no balls already this morning.
In he comes again, short, wide of the off stump. Easy enough for Jurel to leave. And I think all of this suggests to me that should they take the new ball, they aren't necessarily giving it to Ollie.
No,
exactly.
He suspects it'll be Jimmy and either Hartley or Bashir. Probably keep Bashir on. He seems to have the energy to bowl a long spell.
Yes. Is Jimmy Anderson going to be okay to go 4 tests in a row? I mean, this is his 3rd in a row.
That's a really interesting point.
Mark Wood will replace him.
Do you think so?
Sure.
I think that's not. Oh, that's a horrible ball, Ollie Robinson. It was a full toss, wide of leg stump, I beg your pardon, and worked away by Jurel, but Crawley lopes in from the cover boundary, and it's another Ollie Robinson no ball. So I think we've
6 in 11 and a bit overs. That's ridiculous.
I think we've now reached the point where this is a problem as opposed to an annoyance.
Well, he's bowled more no balls in his career than taken wickets now. 77 no balls, 76 wickets.
Well, 2 of them in this over. So 2 no balls out of 3 in this over. Maybe is he trying to control his pace because he's focusing on getting his run up right? I mean, these are all symptoms of someone who just hasn't played much cricket for 7 months. In he comes. That's a good ball, though. What a response that is, Ollie Robinson. Well bowled. Came around the wicket to the left-hander. On a length. Plenty of bounce.
You're talking him up here, Tony.
No, I'm just saying that was one good ball. And it moved off the pitch as well.
Because
Credit where credit's due, Krish.
Yes, very true.
I'm not talking about generally. It's been massively frustrating. But that one was a good delivery. Atkinson. Arthur Atkinson, where's my washboard, is on. That one's left alone by Kuldeep again. Who do we think's off, chaps? Is it Jimmy? Has the venerable Jimmy gone for a rub down with the Sporting Life and a bit of a massage ahead of being asked to bowl with the new ball, do you think?
Does the Sporting Life even exist anymore?
No. If you're going to get a rub down with one, it's going to have to be a fairly old copy that someone's found in a loft somewhere, Messrs. I used to always prefer Sporting Life in the days when I used to go and watch horse racing. I much preferred it to the Racing Post, but I think they ended up merging, as this one is well defended by Kuldeep into the offside. Again, there is no run. So this, just there has been the single of it. Just one off the over, were it not for the 2 no balls. The actual over has cost 3 to Ollie Robinson so far, and it's going to be at least 8 balls, isn't it?
They've only scored 13 of the last 10 overs, and feels like there's been 3 or 4 no balls in that 13.
Well, it's been slow and steady and cautious by these two.
Well, as Carl Herbert says, bowling dry
Robinson
until the
in.
new ball is a good tactic for England.
That's defended well by Kuldeep, who has been impressive. I've liked the way he's gone about his batting. It might be the anti-Baz in terms of its method, but it's no worse for all of that. He's when somebody you don't think of as a batsman, primarily definitely a bowler, comes in and plays with such a good solid defensive technique. But the solid defensive technique is so much of I think why Indian batsmen can be so successful at home. You have to have one on all wickets, but certainly on some Indian wickets you do, as this one's nicely steered round the corner by Kuldeep, down to long leg. Bashir fields, and after 79, well, we're going to know in an overs time whether England will take that new ball. It's 2:30.47. This partnership is over 50. It's 53 off 145 balls. They are going exceedingly well, if not at pace. Messrs.
Warren says 16C Chile. It was 16 Fahrenheit here yesterday. James with us says, morning all, I'm off to make a nice cup of masala chai. Nope, no matter how many times I touch this to GC, it always sounds wrong. Needs must when the devil doesn't drive. And Farong says, hump day greetings to all. I hope everyone's well. Why are India still batting? A pitch made
comes
for
Bashir.
the prowesses of the lad, Duckett.
Out towards backward point. No run. Johnny Bairstow is the man stationed there. Hump day. I suppose it is hump day in the sense that Wednesday is the hump day of the week.
Yeah, he reckons Duckett would have taken 6 or 7 wickets on this track.
This was defended. Is that Farong?
Yes.
Farong, I can tell you, mate, I saw yesterday the worst Watford performance, probably, and don't forget, I've been going since 1967. I would put it in the top 2 or 3 worst ever Watford performances I've ever seen, and I count massive defeats as well. As that one was just nudged into the offside by Kuldeep, fielded on the dive by Ollie Pope. Well, Jimmy's out there.
Is that Elton John's team? Oh, Jimmy's out there. Is that?
Yes, it
Elton
is.
John?
It is Elton's team. Yes, it is.
And does he have some ownership of it, or is it just?
No, he's life president. He doesn't own it anymore, though. He's threatening to get more involved. That's taken on the bounce by Ollie Robinson. But what am I saying? Ollie Pope. I got my Ollies in a jumble. You wouldn't really want Ollie Robinson there at forward short at Silly Point, would you, under your nose? He's a fairly imposing figure. Pope less so. Ollie Pope skips across the wicket. Good lad. No hint of attempting to stamp on it. As that was
At least
just
if he was
nudged.
there, he'd cover up his dreadful hair with a helmet, right?
Says the follically challenged Laird of Perth. Forward comes Kuldeep. Back to Bashir. 92 kilometres an hour.
This game's in a holding pattern until the new ball arrives, isn't it?
Well, yes, it
Well,
is.
that probably suits England in a way.
Well, now we're going to find out, I think, because 80 overs are complete. The new ball is coming out. 2:34.7. Out jogs the man with that new ball. And
No, that was
the-
Jimmy. The
and-
porn bot says, does Krishna have an erotic ASMR agent? They're obviously turning him on.
Ooh, well, there you are,
Very
Krishna.
good.
You could do, yeah, you do have one of
I
those
didn't know I had-
soothing voices.
Yeah, I didn't know that, but that's nice to know. My wife doesn't say so, so.
One theory says that would have liked to see Gus Atkinson. Chip Perkins says, has Ollie been castrated? Oxy Robinson says Leah. Wow, 130 kilometres an hour, says One Theory. Come on, new ball, then come on, Jimmy. Yes.
He's been rewarded with the new ball, Ollie Robinson.
Well, I have to say slightly
That makes
surprises
no
me,
sense.
to be honest.
Maybe he's going to up it by 20k.
But he's going to take it, and he's immediately driven quite sweetly by Jurel, but straight to short extra. And there is
Clicked over
no
130
run.
Ks.
Jeez.
The Bears' ursine booby traps are starting to come to the fore. The monitor's gone on the fritz. I've had to turn that off and on again. Some weird message is appearing on the jingle screen, probably for a dodgy license that we haven't paid. Anyway, we're still
if
there.
only people would super chat us.
Oh, yes, please. And I should mention the GPL as well, which I will do after this. Ollie
164
Robinson
quid.
delivery, which doesn't get up much, Chris, does it? Sort of swung a bit,
Nice.
bit of movement in the air, but definitely very kept low.
It's a bit low, and again 130. I mean, he should be warmed up now. If he was ever to crank it up, he's had 3 or 4 overs with the old ball to warm up.
Indeed.
There's just no excuse to be bowling at this pace, I would say.
It's like a county hack, in my view. The line's okay, but it's really nothing special.
Yes, it's probably fair enough, unfortunately. It's been an odd piece of bowling. In he comes again, Robinson. That one is a decent ball. And actually, a bit unfortunate for him, because it's going to be the first boundary of the morning, because it was sweetly on-driven by Jurel for 4 runs.
Decent shot.
Again, 131 Ks.
Yeah, he played that really well. But I said slightly unfortunately for Ollie. He probably overpitched it, but it definitely got a little bit of in-swing.
Yeah.
But Jurel played that with no small amount of style. And there's that cliche, the bowler won't mind that. The 2 slips are going down. Again, that swings in. Jurel just pushes this one towards mid-on. And they take a single. 118, that lead now is. This partnership really is frustrating England, but there hasn't been much in the bowling or the pitch as of yet this morning. And we're best part of half an hour in to trouble them either. And I think England might just be a little bit concerned about that.
We did speculate yesterday that the heavy roller might have taken the life out of the pitch for a while, and then it wore off.
Yes, indeed. I'm just looking who's on. It should be Kat appearing, but I can't see her. Where are you, Kat? Kat, me and Nick. Ollie Robinson, full, turned off his toes by Kuldeep, straight to mid-wicket, no run. You're in Australia, Messrs. Can you go and see if you can find Kat?
Krishna's a bit closer.
Is he? Yes, he is. That's true. I think so. You're in Melbourne, aren't you, Krish?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
I'll hang in till Cat appears, Tony.
Yes.
You may have to stay on ball by ball.
She's doing ball by ball, yeah.
As this one is angled, guided really down towards third man. Now take another single. 117 now, the lead. 236 for 7 India. Jurel going solidly enough, as indeed is Kuldeep. It's the end of the over. I don't think we have a Cat I'm going to see if I can message her. Nick, do you want to take some ball by ball, seeing as you're here anyway?
Sure, yeah, let's do that.
So we have Nick, who's going to do some ball by ball. Who's going to be with him?
Oh, hanging on the socials. And you're doing the...
I'm doing socials anyway.
Well,
so if you stay on socials, I'll just do colour.
Frank Rockefeller says, morning, well done England, 250 would be handy. I presume as a lead.
In the meantime, Bashir's coming in around the wicket. Pushed by Kuldeep to backward point. And hopefully I can hand over to Nick to take us through the next half hour.
Thanks. Thank you,
Tony.
Tony.
Might want to adjust the screen, Tony, before you go.
Will do.
Good morning, everyone. Been a good start from India this morning so far. MS's. Here comes Bashir. Ooh, and he just bowls it on middle stump there, and Kuldeep taps it to mid wicket. It's been a pretty good start so far from India this morning. The pitch hasn't seemed to be too lively. Then comes
no, it's been unspectacular so far, hasn't it?
Oh, as speaking, another good shot from Kuldeep there, slightly wide from Bashir, and he just steers it through point for 4, and then move on to 240 for 7. So far, the new ball seems to just come onto the bat a little bit more nicely for the batsman, and the scoring rate's increasing.
Yeah, I'd be tempted to consider a few overs from Joe Root. He bowled quite well yesterday evening, I thought.
He's had quite a good series, hasn't he, with the ball?
Yeah, I think he's better when he's not used as a workhorse.
In comes Kuldeep again, just outside off, and in comes Bashir, sorry, and Kuldeep just leaves it. A little bit of shape there. Yeah.
Don't rely on me for too much summarising just yet. I need a couple of moments to sort a couple of things out.
No, fine.
Ooh, Bashir comes in again. This time it does turn. And Kuldeep half plays, I'd say.
Tony, do you need another voice to summarise?
Yeah, go on, Al. That would help.
Go.
Top man.
Go on.
Go on.
Morning, Al.
Comes Bashir, this time defended just out to the offside by Kuldeep. And I think that's the end of the over. So 240 for 7 from from India as the recovery continues.
Cat Martin says you have a cat, just not that cat.
Well, the cat that does commentary is the cat we want, but has she's sadly gone AWOL. Oh, hello. Something's happening here. Who's coming in? It is the aforementioned cat.
I'll bugger off in a second. Dave Barrett says Ollie Robinson bowling like a Darren Stephen tribute act, which may turn out to be a good thing.
Well, you could be. There's worse things to be. Right.
Right.
Hopefully you can disappear. I'm hoping Cat. Are you there, Cat? Earth to Cat.
I am here. Hello.
Magnificent.
I was just on a support call with Microsoft. I'm sorry, everyone. That's why I had to wait till I was off the phone, because you don't get a support call.
What support did they need from you, Kat?
Yeah, on a Sunday, no less. Incredible.
Oh, well, we're delighted you're here, and we'll go back to our original roles and responsibilities then. Over to you.
Not a problem. So we have India in trouble, and Anderson, on a bit of a roll, has been brought back into the attack to replace Robinson. So who do we have on the call there, Tony?
It's Nick Lyon, as that is away into the offside, who will do some summarising, and I'm going to do socials when I've just made the picture work.
Morning, Kat.
You're on socials, Tony, and Nick, you're on summarising?
I am, yep.
Anyway, Jurel has just defended another ball, and what do you think of Dhruv Jurel with his 39 off 75?
He's played really well, hasn't he? He's came in at quite a difficult time and just looked solid. I think he's got quite a good average, hasn't he, in first-class cricket?
Yeah, reasonable strike rate.
About
Unlike
46,
Kuldeep,
I think.
Kuldeep's done his job as well. He's on the back foot again, Jurel, defending this next ball. So 240 for 7. Do you think England are going to have a good chance of this? What do you reckon, Nick?
Well, you never know with England. Look, you've got to say they are ahead in the game. They've got the runs on the board. They'll be there. India got about last. The pitch is breaking up, although it doesn't seem to be, come as the Viper pit that we thought it might. So yeah, looking good, but they'd want to break this partnership, I'd say.
Another ball for Anderson, just dropped into the offside. Dhruv says no as the fielding comes in quite sharply.
Yeah. The ever young Jimmy Anderson.
He's incredible, isn't he? Isn't he incredible to be able to continue to roll his arm over decade after decade?
I don't know where he finds the energy.
No, indeed.
Yeah, amazing in his 40s. I think he's approaching 700 wickets now or something as well. I think it's not far off, which was quite an achievement for a fast bowler.
Yeah, indeed. 2 slips in place, this one, back of a length, again pushed into the offside. And Kuldeep is backing up well. I think he almost ran halfway down the pitch there, Nick.
And he's keen to get that end, isn't he? He wants to get his confidence in now. He wants to start playing some shots.
Yep. He's batting like a proper opener, I might say.
Yeah, I think he's... Oh yeah, look, he's almost ran pretty much 2 there.
Yep. Anderson in again, right arm over the wicket, and this time it's in line with middle stump, and Jurel just pushes it out towards mid-wicket. And again, no run, so we're almost heading for a maiden here, I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's been, quick scoring this morning, but it's just keep ticking over. Quite solid. Actually, the pitch doesn't seem to be doing too much. Can't remember. Probably the first ball was an LB shout. That's been about it, really. It's just been solid from India.
So, last ball of the over, and this time it is squirted into the onside. Kuldeep will be very disappointed as they take a single, and Jurel will retain the strike. 241 for 7 over to socials.
Yes. How do you know, says Jay Grover, how do you know there's a non-English commentator? She starts off saying India in trouble, as opposed to England doomed after failure to dislodge the tail. Which is bang on, Jay, bang on. Fucking mint, he says, I can heat yesterday's pedigree up for breakfast. This must be the single most middle-class thing I've ever typed. Probably true. Dave Barrett, Ollie Robinson bowling like a Darren. Oh, we've had that one. And Dave Wood, yes, who says Watford haven't been the same since they sold Kevin Phillips. I'm not sure I'd agree with that, but yes, he was a very decent player in his day. And the Naked Fond Pornbot saying something about the fact I could get rubbed down by a popular mechanic at the Sugar and Spice Sydenham branch.
Thank you to everyone who is contributing to the socials. So we have Bashir back into the attack, and we have Jurel on strike. He's on 40 from 81 now as the first ball is a dot ball.
697 for Jimmy, I think.
Wow.
Another ball defended. Do you think Jurel's just going to do the same? Dot out 5 balls, take a single off the last one, and keep Kuldeep on ice?
Yeah, it is interesting. There's been absolutely no real aggressive intent. Even the 1-4 of the morning was a sort of a pushed straight drive.
Well, we have another straight drive, relatively straight anyways. Next one is driven down to mid-on, and this time he will amble through for a single, so Kuldeep gets his chance. The run rate at the minute is 2 per over.
Yeah, don't forget the GPL, by the way. I'll tell you more at the end of the over, but there's big money to be won.
Your predictions?
There's big money to be won.
Ooh, excellent. We have a silly mid-off here, as this next one to Kuldeep. He's defending precisely to that guy under the lid. Who is it, Nick? With a helmet on there.
Very good question.
Should be Ollie Pope.
Ollie Pope's just in front of him, I think.
It's been Ollie Pope.
He usually hangs around there, doesn't he?
Yeah. So Bashir bowling around the wicket to Kuldeep. Kuldeep tries to stroke the ball into the offside. Instead, it squirts off an edge. There's a half-hearted raising the hands with excitement at that one.
Every now and again, doesn't it? The ball just, maybe just something slightly odd. Which might explain why they're playing quite defensively, because if it spits at them, it just drops down. I guess these guys have played on pitches like this quite a lot.
One slip, one silly mid-off. This one pitching on leg and defended to Pope there in the short position. And that will be, is that the end of the over? It is 1 run from it. Kuldeep will lose the strike, and it is 242 for 7.
At least he got a bit of a hit there.
Yes.
You got something.
Yes, the GPL. Go to GorillaCricket.com and find competition. You simply register. You have to estimate to the best of your ability how many runs will be scored in the day. If you get it on the nose, then you win the pot, and that pot is currently at 167 English pounds, which is definitely worth the winning. You can have as many goes as you like, just £1 every time you do it, so you give yourselves more chances of winning. So GorillaCricket.com competition, get on board.
So we have Anderson resuming, and this time they have driven the ball, except like the video's frozen. I couldn't see where he went, but they've taken a single. So Kuldeep gets more of the strike, Nick. How exciting.
He's sticking.
He's kind of a slow cooker, isn't he? You
This is
put
great. Do we know
the
what
innings in
Kuldeep's
the
highest
oven.
score is in Test cricket?
Ooh, good question.
Has he got a 50? Looks like he's pretty capable.
Yeah.
Got a good defence. So,
He's aiming for his highest score, I'm sure, in this match. That's what India needs. They don't want to they're still trailing by 110 runs, so they certainly need Kuldeep to step up here. And this next one's turned around the corner, so it's gone out to mid-wicket, and they run through for a single. Kuldeep is so fast, Nick. He's really quick between the wickets.
Highest score of 40 Cat in tests,
There we
Kuldeep.
He's in 26. Can you get there? 117 balls.
I'll be sad, though, Nick. It's not going to happen during this next half hour, is it?
Not
At
unless
his rate.
something weird happens. Anyway, so it's some Lucasade or
Still.
something. Gets excited.
We can do our best to keep Kuldeep in so that he doesn't go out before he gets to his top score. Because he's putting the time, hasn't he? He's putting the time out in the middle. Once you've been out there for 117 balls, you want a decent score.
Seeing it like a football.
Yeah. Jurel on strike. He pushes the ball also to a short mid-wicket. The Stokes has to run in and doesn't quite gather it. They scramble through for a single, and they are turning over the strike like absolute pros.
In actual fact, Kuldeep, I think, has got his best bowling and his highest score in the same game was at Chittagong last year, if I'm right, against Bangladesh. He took 5 for 40 and he's got his 40 also in that same test.
Yeah, he's an all-rounder. So
He certainly was in that test match, and he's proving it here.
he's keen to...
Another ball. Kuldeep faces, and he offers a straight bat. It just pushes it into the covers, and he looks like a proper batsman. The current partnership is 68, so they're doing extraordinarily well.
They are. I was watching yesterday. They were, India were in all kinds of, strife, and then these guys just came in and made it look quite easy. As they put on 70 and real recovery, because I think the other visions of them being just.
But that was a little bit the story of the England innings as well, wasn't it? As Root went serenely on his way, but cautiously, Ollie Robinson added a bit of muscle and did that successfully.
Yeah.
So it's Anderson bowling, and this one is sent down to third, and they get one more run, turning over the strike again, upping the run rate in this session 1 of day 3, and it looks very much like this test is going the full 5 days, Nick.
At this rate, it's going to old-fashioned, isn't it? Scoring at 2 and over, ticking along. The tail enders. Some guy 30 off 120 balls. Harking back to the glory days of Test cricket.
Yep.
Yeah, Chris Tavares, Jeff Boycott.
When we're commentating for White Line Wireless, we're always looking for someone who can make the Cowan ton, which is facing 100 balls for a very low strike rate. So Kuldeep already has his Cowan ton. This next ball is full, and it's driven beautifully by Jurel. However, it's going to find the sweeper out there in the deep covers, and they'll just get another run. They trail by 106. still haven't got the deficit down to double figures, and that's the end of the over.
Did I say that right? Was that Lawrence who's out there a sweeper? So England again must have someone off the field, I think.
Right.
But
Yep.
we need to work out who it is. Okay, let me see.
So why are you doing that? It's the cow
Good
and
old
ton
X.
then, is it? What you face 100 balls and you don't
Yes,
get many
Cowan,
runs?
named after Ed Cowan, who was a very, very old-fashioned kind of tabaret-style opener, and he'd often make 20 from his first 100 balls faced.
Nice.
And so you've got to
right.
face 100 balls for a low strike rate. I'm not sure whether we had a proper criteria for it. I think it was under 30, maybe.
Farong on Twitter says, social media platforms may collapse with the terms used by Cat to describe the play, stroking, squirting, oh, the porn bots. Would the surname Ward be the cause of some distress for the Bishop? Yeah, he did get 2 yesterday, but defending was dire in the extreme. Dave McCarthy says, will Jimmy get a 709 plus? I think there's every chance he might.
Anyway, it's Bashir with the figures of 4 for 90 who's resuming here. This next ball driven straight, and it looks like did they take a run there?
Yeah.
They did. A single taken and putting Kuldeep back on strike with 5 balls to face in this over.
We have a super chat. It's Ravi Natajan who kindly says, he says Biden is a rotten carcass. Kuldeep and Jurel score 50. Interesting juxtaposition of thoughts, but that's $5 and we are delighted. Thank you so much, Ravi.
So we have the same field again for Kuldeep as he faces a ball, competently turns it backward of square and gets another single. So 1 slip and a silly mid-off for every time Kuldeep faces a ball. He's on 28 now, and the score 249 for 7.
Rotating the strike nicely, aren't they? Single off first 2 balls of the over. Just knocking it around.
Yeah.
Kuldeep edges closer to 40.
So now the guy under the lid is at short square, and this next ball stroked out through mid-wicket, going out into the outfield, where someone might have been Duckett, takes it, and another single, 3 singles.
Yeah, it's certainly playing really nicely now. Maybe England thinking about bowling change. Haven't seen Hartley today yet.
Who would you get on, Hartley?
Probably Hartley. Yeah, he's the other bowler who's done really well this series. Again, similar, it's a tall bowler. Spins it away from the right-hander, so slightly different. Bashir's bowled 40 overs now, I think. So it's a fair
He's
few.
bowled thousands of overs. And Kuldeep dots out another ball, so 2 more to face, and now there are 2 slips in for him. I don't know where they put the lid. He's still got the lid on, but he's in slip now, in second slip. This next ball pops up. I don't think it was off the bat, or the handle, or the glove even, but safely, and there's no run taken.
Yeah, it just pops up there. When it hits one of the cracks, it just goes, doesn't it? Other than that, it just seems to play okay at the moment.
And occasionally someone gets one that stays low. That was Stokes, wasn't it? He got the low ball.
Yeah.
Another ball straight back from Kuldeep. Beautiful defensive stroke.
That was quite. It was rare you see someone walk for an LBW, but that was quite funny.
Yes, he walked. It's right, he did. He certainly did. That was Plum, the one that Stokes got. But anyway, that's the end of the Bashir over. 4 for 93, his figures. 3 runs from his last over. And that brings up the 250 for India.
Yeah, they're
7
going well.
wickets.
They've nearly got it under 100, 103 the lead. I prefer the term, says Leah, I prefer the term dentury cat, named after Joe Denley, but otherwise the same thing.
Yeah.
Can Cat do a Shelley
that
impersonation? Carl Herbert wants to know. I think that is just, can you make a whole collapse of wickets? Well, just 3 from an England perspective. We don't want to stop there. Leah, I really love Bashir coming in between the ump and the wicket. Feels very old school. Yeah, it does. Kafir says, Watford haven't been the same since they sold John Barnes. Well, again, we've had a few highs since then.
And we have had a change of bowling, have we?
I think it's still Jimmy.
That looks like Jimmy
Is
to
it
me.
still Jimmy? Oh no, I've just had the reason I thought it was a change of bowling is my video display sped up for some reason. And I thought someone was motoring in at a much faster pace than Jimmy.
He thought it
No,
was
it is
Jimmy in
still
sort
Jimmy.
of old-style silent film mode.
Yeah, I
Scuffling
thought it was
along.
someone bustling in. It looked like Mark Wood, actually. It was so fast. Anyway, Anderson is resuming. 1 for 42. First ball dotted out by Jurel, who's on 46, so we want him to get to his 50. And then, I guess for most people listening, we just want India to get out. As a few people have mentioned. This one, Fuller from Jimmy. Driven straight, but the mid-on comes around and they can't get a run.
Well, partnership to 73. It's looking good. I think Jimmy's going to got the weird half blonde haircut as well, so it's going to trying to tell him apart from Ollie Robertson at times. It's not that easy.
Jimmy somehow seems to carry it off though, whereas Ollie doesn't look quite as cool.
Yeah, right, it does look better on Jimmy, and there's no reason for that. This one's down leg side, taken well by the keeper. Was there an edge on it? Jimmy's putting his hands up. No one else is. But it wasn't very nicely taken there by folks down the leg side. Their DRS is ticking.
I think Ollie Robinson looks like he should be working in a bar, really, shouldn't he? Behind a cocktail bar late at night.
Who, Ollie Robinson?
Yeah. Whereas Jimmy, a bit more statesman-like.
Brushed the thigh pad, didn't it? Just on the way through that one. That's why there was some excitement from folks.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's the back. It's the front leg. It's not the bat.
Good take by folks.
So Jimmy's in again, back to the length, and it's just played with a very soft bat down to backward point. And the slip runs around, gathers it, and they've run a single. Just the one run so far from this over. And Jimmy's still got 2 more bowls to bowl.
Jimmy's miserly, as always.
But this is also, India's approach as well is taking time out the game. Where are we? Day 3. They really are unflustered, unhurried. They want to reduce that deficit. I don't think it's in their interest to care too much how long it takes them to do it. They are the ones one up in the series.
Yeah, and either team could collapse potentially, particularly England as his next one. Kuldeep sways out of the way. It's a little bit faster, not quite a bouncer. But I think just looking at Anderson and his delightful sort of lightly bleached hair. Robinson, of course, is a full bottle bleach, right? He's gone full blonde. And looks like Anderson just got the remains of the bottle and just sort of spread it through his hair. Do you reckon they shared the bottle of bleach?
It's got the dregs at the end.
Yeah.
Maybe they're sharing a room. So.
Could be. I don't really think... Robinson's blonde is a bit too good to be a self-made job as Kuldeep faces up to Jimmy and can't get a run from this next delivery.
Jimmy's is more kind of... Not ginger, but he's not ginger, I'd say. Kind of more red.
I think that's the end of the over, isn't it? Am I right?
It must be the end of the over. We've gone to advertising, so off you go, Tony.
Right, Dave Wood says, how many overs does Bash need to bowl before we start to think he's being Joffred? It's different for a spin bowler, but I do take your point. And you're right, Joffred did get rather Joffred. And will we see him again? Really bowling quick in anger in a test match? It just seems increasingly unlikely. Naked Fun Pornbot. Nick puts his length in a crack. Click here. I can't remember what you said, Nick, but clearly it alerted the Pornbot. You have to be very careful. Oops. Anything resembling double entendre will be leapt upon. Farong, lowest strike rates in test minutes, 150 balls. Hashim Amla, 2015, with 10.24. And Jack Russell, England, 1995. Or remember that, 12.34. Change of bowling cap.
Was that the South Africa one?
Yes, I think as Nick predicted, it's Hartley.
Keep going.
He's coming in, he's left arm around.
Oh.
And Jurel takes this very much on the back foot, plays it lazily through cover. So this is a good call, isn't it? Oh, he's replacing Bashir. We don't know yet if anyone's replacing Anderson at the other end, but at the moment Bashir's had a little rest.
Probably worthy. Here is Tom.
Shut up, Tom Hartley again. You give spinners a bad name.
So a short leg and a slip for Kuldeep, who straight bats this defensively into the offside. India trailing it now by 101 runs.
Definitely worth a look at Hartley. I think Bashir's bowled a lot of overs. With the new ball as well, slightly harder. He's had a good series, Hartley.
Yeah, he certainly has. Another beautiful big stride forward here from Kuldeep. Defensive stroke played. So he's not interested in having a slash at a new bowler. He's just going to see Hartley out and get to know very, very mature batting here from Kuldeep.
Nicely played bat right out in front of the pad.
And almost textbook shot again, although this one dribbles out into the offside.
What have you got to say about the England spinners? They're both very accurate, aren't they? They just drop it on length. Just don't give away much. It's just been quite impressive for two fairly young bowlers.
Yeah, Kuldeep needs to make sure he keeps his back foot in the crease. This one he's playing very awkwardly. He takes a step back and almost does a French cricket kind of shot with both pads
Yeah, it
close
was ugly,
together.
wasn't it?
Yeah.
Might encourage Hartley a little bit.
That's right. He's seen the way Kuldeep played that one. He might try the same ball again. My video screen is not sufficient to tell what kind of ball is coming out of the hand of Hartley. But anyway, another one played with a very forward defensive bat. He's almost on his knees as he plays that last ball of the over. 1 run from it. Kuldeep remains on 28 and the score 252 for 7.
Right, Jeff Perkins. Who rocks the lack of look who rocks the lack of hair look best amongst the gorillas? Well, I can tell you it won't be Nick, and it definitely isn't Kat.
No, I've got plenty.
So there's a couple. There's a couple. Messrs. England collapse. They're not the ones who lost 6 for naught. True enough. India in South Africa, of course, did. Kuldeep, says Leah, has faced the most balls in this Indian innings. They should promote him to opener or first drop to show either Rohit or Shubman how to do their job.
They haven't been doing so well. Anderson is continuing. He bowls full to Jurel, who drives the ball to mid-on, but there's no run.
Maybe Kuldeep, so yeah, auditioning for the part. Number 3, next test match.
Yeah.
This has gone beyond frustrating for England now. This is genuinely making a dent on their chances of winning. I mean, yes, they still have a healthy lead, and yes, the pitch we expect to deteriorate, but India are just taking so much time out of the game doing it.
That's right. We need people to get on with it, but this one is played on the bounce, out through point. They run through for a single, so Kuldeep getting another look at the bowling, and Jurel moves to 49.
I think you're right, Tony, but I think they're not scoring that quickly. If they were going at 6 and over, you know, they've only scored 30-odd runs in the first hour, which is good. But I mean, you know, not like they're coming in and drastically changing the game. Another wicket now, and then you really think England are amongst it. I think it's hard to start on this pitch, but when people do get in, they do seem to hang around for a bit. That's my optimism.
So
anyway,
pretty attacking field. I think we've only got 1 or maybe 2 out on the fence.
Oh.
Kuldeep faces a ball and he's played it on, and so Kuldeep has just hit a ball into his stumps. He is out for 28. Jimmy Anderson has the breakthrough that we just called for there, Nick. One more wicket, you said.
We cursed him. Poor Kuldeep.
Sad, very sad for poor old Kuldeep, but he certainly did his job, I think.
Great innings.
Yep, it was a fantastic knock. But he played on, didn't he, really? He just dropped the bat on it and onto his... Oh, it was onto his... Oh, Lord. He
onto
dropped
his
the
pad
bat.
and onto the stumps.
Well, no, it was onto his bat, down onto his toe,
Foot.
and back off his toe onto to the stump. Anyway, it's done the job. I fancy a bit of Billie Holiday, actually. Jimmy. Coming mellow for a Sunday morning. Welcome to Jazz Club. Nice.
Sunday morning.
Willow, weep for
Sunday
me.
love songs. Oh, R.I.P. Steve Wright, of
Willow,
course. Very
weep
sad.
for me. Bend your branches.
There you go, Kat.
Fantastic.
Left you
Always
with a
bit
mellow
of
mood.
Billie
Say,
Holiday is always a good decision.
Sunday afternoon jazz for people in Australia.
We're going to have a change very shortly. Now, Nick, do you fancy taking the controls and giving me a short break because you're going to be in this seat for the last session? Or
Sure. Yeah, you might have to help me a little bit in some of the bits and pieces, but I'm
okay
happy to give it a go.
Which bits and pieces most need your help? Everything.
It's just playing the jingles.
Tell you what,
isn't it?
I'll sit here for the next half hour, and then you can move over after that.
I think you do need a break.
Fantastic. Cat, you can see the over out.
Sure thing. And then I think Alan's coming on to do ball by ball, and someone else. But I'm staying on to
Someone
summarise.
else. That
Either
someone
way.
else is not just any old someone else, Cat. Oh no,
I don't know who it
it's
is.
going to be Mog. The
Get over yourself,
one
Tony.
and only.
Jesus.
Here he is.
So do you want to swap now in the light of the wicket, or
Yeah,
Cat, do
let's
you want to
swap
see the
now.
over out? Well, Cat,
If everyone is there.
thank you very much as ever, Cat. Well, no, hang on. Yes, you're on with Al, so you're still here. Al's
I'm
going to do, but
still
you're
here
right.
for half
We've
an
just
hour
said
more.
all of this.
Yes, we've gone through all this.
Oh, Lord, I must be getting old. Well, Nick, so I'll do the first 5 minutes. You can watch a master at work. and then I can take my break.
Show me the
Let's-
ropes, and then
let's
yeah,
do
I'm
it.
happy to,
And the whips and the chains and the
Right.
electrodes.
And I need to just
I
juggle. I
haven't
need to
got
just
those
juggle the
bits yet.
screen while we do it.
Well, hi Cat,
Should
hi
we
Mog.
play clown music while he juggles?
It looks like Mog he's on dark mode. Like we're on light mode. He's on dark mode.
Commentating from the cupboard under the stairs. It's Mog.
It's allegedly a famous piece of artwork, but I just googled black square and that's what it gave me.
Excellent. Good acoustics wherever we all are.
So,
The Melbourne
new batsman to the crease. 2-5-3 for 8.
Such a shame, Al, that we couldn't have had Kuldeep and Deep together. That would have been great, but not to be today.
It does I don't think anyone's read the wider narrative that you have. It's like Deep and Kuldeep. Should we jingle
Just
up the
imagine
new
the
batsman
puns
terms?
we could have put through that.
Certainly, yeah. It's going to be Akash Deep. And he will face Mr. Anderson.
His stats came up so quickly that I didn't see what his top score was, but it was something like 12, or was that his average? Either way.
It's his age.
His age, yeah.
As I've got older, I found it more difficult to tell what people's age is just by looking at them.
Yeah.
Anderson in. Defended just outside the off stump.
Yeah, and Deep does a little bit of rehearsal of that shot. I mean, they've put a bit more of an attacking field in for Deep, and I guess England are not that experienced at bowling to Deep, so it'll be interesting to see what happens next.
Speaking of Deep, shall I just jingle him for you?
Go on.
Oh,
Here
great
he
jingle.
is.
I saw a cash deep, but no one believed me.
So there's a short square leg, a leg gully, or leg slip.
Yeah, couple of slips.
This one angled more towards the body, back of the length, defended back to the bowler by Deep. Well in front of that one, Cat.
Yeah, I think he's looking good. He's almost as good as Kuldeep so far. He's got a lower strike rate though.
Only 130 balls to go.
Yep.
98 balls before his cow and ton.
Yeah,
Are we
and India
gonna
still won't be parity at that point.
Are we going to say less than 30?
Yeah, I
Makes
think it
it
is less
count,
than 30. Yeah.
That sounds like a.
Is that right, Mark? Less than 30 for the count?
Yeah, I think a maximum of 30 was that's my understanding.
On leg stump. Played out towards mid wicket, no run, and that will end the over. End of 89 overs in this innings. 2-5-3 for 8. India trail by 100.
Over to Mog. What's on the socials?
What we have to the pawn bot says that they have a Gorilla Merkin on sale, buy one get one free, lightly used. And how often do fast bowlers get slashed on? I'm not sure if the English use the term slash the same way that Australians do.
Depends how.
It's urinate, in case you're wondering.
That's an English term, Al. I
Wham-fear-ree.
think that's an English term, isn't it? Having
Yeah.
a slash.
Yeah.
Is it? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's,
Well,
So-
that description was for the German listeners out there.
So does that mean the porn bot's from Australia?
It's
The-
not me.
the plot thickens.
The plot thickens.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Hartley's going to bowl around the wicket in his strides. Jurel deals with that, almost like a slow tennis ball type bounce outside the off stump. Plays it down to long on, and Jurel can raise his bat a well-deserved half-century. Now, Nick, there is a 50 jingle in there.
Yeah, let's see if you can find it.
You were almost too quick with that, Nick. You've demonstrated aptitude, which will mean that Tony Bishop is no longer required.
You're going to be on the panel the whole
Surplus.
time. Nick.
To be fair, he'd already set it up for me. So, yeah. See what happens in the next one.
Positively raced to his 50 in 96 deliveries. But occupation of the crease has been an equally valuable concept, as that is full-length delivery, almost Yorker length on leg stump. Deep just plays it back to the bowler. Seems a bit timid in his stroke play.
That short fielder on the offside, he's so close to the bat, he could almost reach out and touch it.
Hartley wide of the crease. An ungainly looking defensive shot. There is a massive gap there between bat and pad. But the ball doesn't find it.
Not yet.
That's the optimism of the spin bowler there, Kat. It's like
Pathetic words.
Yeah.
Hartley again wide. Oh, and this is an ugly agricultural peak across the line. But it goes towards square leg. Johnny Bairstow looks like he's running in treacle as he goes back to the crease. I think that might be two. It should be two. It is two. Did it look there like Johnny Bairstow was running the entire way on his tiptoes?
He wasn't hustling. So I
Well,
think
he
he
did
wanted. Is that because he wanted Deep to get back for the second to keep him on strike?
Possibly. More back of the length from Hartley here. Quicker at 91
Maybe just
kph.
It's just a bit unco and couldn't run properly.
Nothing probably could be worse than the distinct impression of I am running flat out when that ball isn't getting any closer.
Flat out at 2k's an hour.
Yeah. I will get there eventually, as this ball is defended out into the offside field, into mid-off. No run, Deep is on 2. Jurel, well-deserved 50. 256 for 8 mog.
Wham-fear-ree says, 698, get in there, Jimmy. Willow Moon says, morning gang, how are we all feeling? My nose was bleeding only seconds before I came on here, so if I collapse, it's because of blood loss. Frank Rockefeller says, thank God, well done, time for an olive. I assume that's about a wicket. Various people commenting on how gloomy and grim my background is. And Leah says, as a German listener, colour me confused.
That, I believe, is half the point. Maybe even more than half the point.
Our work here is done.
Indeed. It's going to be Anderson to continue. Jurel and Deep have a bit of a conflab about the whole thing.
So Deep is living up to his name. So far, he's driven one ball into the deep, but he's dotted out a bunch as well.
Yeah.
He said his top score. That's his top score, right?
Well, we weren't sure about
two.
this.
2.
Well, let's see what the internet has to say.
India really do bat deep, if you will.
They do.
Gorilla cricket. Going for the cricket. Stay
And
for everything.
Jurel, we were arguing about this. Dan and I were talking about this last night, wondering if Jurel is a relative of Superman. Has he come from the planet Krypton? Because that's what his name would suggest.
Needs to have a hyphen in there somewhere.
You would think so.
He's
Anderson in onto the legs of Jurel. He whips this towards deep square leg. Diving, sprawling stop, followed by a terrible throw, I think, by Jurel. Anderson completely uninterested in any sort of stop, and the result of that is 2 runs to the take.
Anderson just watched that ball, dribbling ball, come in on the 4th or 5th bounce and went, I'm not even going to try and catch that. Actually, I think it hit a rough spot.
Yeah, it's like you don't get to nearly 700 wickets by sacrificing fingers doing it.
Tips from the pros there.
Yeah. Slightly back of the length defended well by Jurel.
So yeah, Jurel needs a hyphen, but I think he's changed his name, when he moved to Earth. So perhaps he's just, he's earthlingized his name.
He crashed near a farm somewhere out near Goa. I'm not sure where he's from, actually.
So far, he hasn't used his powers that we know of to get to his 52 from 98.
That we know of. Who knows?
Yes. If we see any powers being used, we shall let you know, listeners.
Anderson in again. These powers maybe have strangled him down the leg side. Anderson goes up, but Folks does not.
But that might give Anderson some... I don't know if that leg side ball was intentional from Anderson, but if Jurel's going to have a swipe at those leg side deliveries, then I'd be setting my field to it, I think. Put another one in the same spot, Anderson. Let's see what happens next. He has set his field to it. We're seeing the field now, and it's stacked on the leg side.
There are 4 people saving a boundary, which seems optimistic, as this one is just outside off stump and defended. Maybe that one kept a little low. The stat came up that Jurel's 50 is the first 50 by a keeper in the series, which does remind you that Jurel is basically a placeholder for Rishabh Pant. As eventually he gets back to full fitness and full health.
I think he's captaining an IPL side. I think I saw that somewhere.
So maybe back into the test side for later on this year. This one arrowing in, maybe a little bit of shape in flight. Towards deep square leg again, single I think. Feels like it should have been a single.
And quite a lot of fielders out in the deep. We're seeing an aerial shot showing a number of fielders in the offside in the deep as well. So certainly a more attacking field when deep is on strike.
Yeah, a little bit, just preventing the 4 and almost negotiating that, we'll let you have the first 4 balls of the over.
And also, any time you want to take a single Jurel, it's all yours. We'd love to have another go at deep.
Olay defense. Last ball of the over, deep will face. Angled in, turned around the corner quite nicely towards long leg. I'm imagining that they're not going to take the single. No, deep is still practicing this forward defensive shot. And that's the end of the over. Any more confused listeners, Hog?
To the Twitter machine. Jack Rover says, in my headcanon, Mog is hunched over a campfire in a Mirkwood, roasting a freshly slaughtered bear, which obviously I had to fight off giant spiders to get, which are the get of Shelob, who was Ungoliant's last child. Dave Wood says, England selectors should be taking a look at this deep state Liz Truss has been talking up. Sounds destructive. Which county does he represent? Warren says, Mog is on social. Oh, the irony. Go to hell, motherfucker. And David McCarthy says, with regards to 1,800 wickets in first-class cricket from our favourite Perth commentator, Curtly Ambrose is absolutely the best fast bowler of all time. McGrath and Anderson are very fine, but not too fast bowlers. Swing and seam. Not sure what that's inspired by, but
Hartley bowls back of the length. Jurel bunts the ball down towards long on, refuses the single. So this is now, we're now in the ebb and flow, protect your number 10 batsman of the we're going to deal with 4s and dots for a while.
Yeah, no more turning over the strike.
Yeah. partly in, but seems. I mean, even though it's saying 89 kph, it does seem that it's slower in the air than the other spinner.
Yeah, Bashir is certainly quicker, I think,
Yeah, it
than
feels that
Hartley.
way.
But maybe it's just maybe
It's just
imagining.
optics. Big loopy delivery towards the leg side, an attempted sweep by Jurel. Ball ends
And he
up.
misses it completely, so
Yeah.
it feels like leg side is where he is the most vulnerable.
Yeah, hits the pad, loops up. No one there to catch, but didn't certainly seem to be any bat involved. The graphics are all showing the optimistic spaces where balls may be struck, as this ball is played towards mid-wicket. The batsmen think about it a couple of times and do eventually take the single, meaning that Deep will have to face two this over.
So on balance, very textbook protection of the tail ender, letting them face maybe 2 or 1 delivery at the end of the over.
I wonder how it all gets negotiated out, because I'm sure if you're Deep, he's like, I'll take this. It's fine. Hartley tries to give the ball a bit more loop in order to try and square Deep up, but he's equal to the task. Defending this back to the bowler, and this will be the last one of the over.
You'd like to think that the guy on debut would be just shutting up and doing what he's told.
There's a little bit of new optimism, as this is a quicker ball, which is again defended back to the bowler, and just like, I'll think you find I got this. End of the over, 260 for 8.
Over on the YouTubes, Tom P says any score is his top score because it's his debut, talking about Akash Deep.
Yep.
Jeff Perkins reminds us that Pant is playing as a batsman only on his comeback. Willow Moon is wondering why her name isn't on the glory roll of Patreon supporters. So we better pass that on to the
Yeah, I have to speak that to the powers that be.
the admin officer, whoever that is. Perko wonders, Killed Bear, is he going to marry Hendo next? No to both. It's wounding only.
Yeah. Mortally wounding or actual wounding.
Just his ego.
Good luck with that.
No comment.
No comment. The 20th over of this morning's session will be bowled by Mr. Anderson. This is outside the off stump, bit of a bend. Definitely a nibble there, outside the missing the outside edge.
Yeah, a bit of a prod there from the batter too.
Quite firm
Tempting.
hands as well. Oh,
Almost shaved his glove, and it might have even, it bounced in front of the keeper.
yeah. Hopefully folks sees that, takes a step forward.
So Jurel on 54, he's faced 106. Deep is on 2, as we pointed out before, his top score because this is his first time.
Yeah.
And he may also get to 40, you never know. The rate that India are batting, anything could happen here.
That is true. Bit more expansive from Jurel going down the ground. Would have been a nice looking shot 1 wicket ago. Deep did set off 2 steps down the track with amazing optimism and was then, as Mogger said, put thoroughly back in his place by being on debut by turning around. No, we're not going now.
Like an eager little puppy, tapped on the nose. Back,
Yeah.
back you go.
Bop.
But this is quite a bit of pressure now on Jurel. He needs to get a 2 or a 4, and he hasn't been getting 4s. So I think this puts a lot of pressure on him. Actually, he'll be feeling it, I reckon.
Well, the lead's now 2 digits.
To 94 or something, 95.
I think so. And 93, yeah. Because this one is a terribly directed bouncer. Waste of a delivery there. So
Could it have tempted Jurel though in a pull shot? That's the question.
I don't think he could have got his bat on it. I think it was
No,
very
maybe
wide
not. It
down
was
the
too far
left.
down the leg.
I mean, given how much trouble they were in, there's probably quite a lot of confidence that the third innings might be, could skittle England out. Although this wicket this morning seemed relatively calm and benign, as that one is slightly slower, I think, by Anderson. Cut away. It's a deep point. Duck it there with the fielding. Taking a single. So Deep gets the face 2. Yeah.
So Deep getting to face the last 2 balls of nearly every over, and he's so far done his bit to defend them nicely. But any minute now he could be out and England will be getting ready to take the final wickets here.
.261 for 8. Trailing by 92. Anderson in. Facing wall-like defence from Deep.
Oh, look at that footwork from Jimmy.
Why is Anderson still bowling? Is there another fast bowler there we could bring in, Al?
There's Ollie Robinson. Can I interest you in Ollie Robinson?
Yes, let's have Ollie Robinson.
One careful owner.
But he is facing the tail, running up to the tail, and he only needs 2 wickets to get 700.
Yeah, right. Very nice of his captain to let him continue then.
Wide of the crease. Built down the leg stump. Deep. Offers no bat, no resistance. Through to the keeper. 261 for 8 at the end of the over.
Just Ideal says, please, Al Hodge, more Matrix-style references to Mr. Anderson.
Wow. I mean, you can only do it once a day, I think.
Really?
No.
Philip Anetta reminds us that they're also not on the glory roll, so clearly there's been some questionable shenanigans going on.
I would say so. Speak to Mr. Bishop about those things.
We also have a jingle suggestion from Philip Anetta. I don't know what the song is, so I can't say whether it's a good idea or not.
His first ball of Hartley's over is mightily driven down the ground by Jurel, just about cut off from the boundary by Long Off, but they've refused the single, probably wisely at this point. But as you said, you can get a bit bogged down in all of this. Right. Just defended the second ball. Would you
I think
trust
this is really frustrating for India now. This is Jurel not being able to whittle away this deficit. It's barely been, I don't know, in half an hour they've had 12 runs or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fun and excitement. I come on to do ball by ball and it's nothing. This ball just defended.
So Mod, what was the song that was suggested for the jingle?
The lyrics of it were, Akash rules everything around me, Deep get the bunnies. But I don't know what the actual song is.
Oh, we need you to go in on the socials again. Tell us the title of this.
Perko says that thing is based on something that goes, Cash rules everything around me. I still don't know what that is. Okay, good.
I don't know.
I'll investigate further.
Defended out to the offside field. Cash rules everything around me, did you say?
Yes.
So India trail by 92 runs. There hasn't been a run this over, and there's 2 balls remaining.
According to Google, when that must have been listening to me, because when I started writing Cash rules, it predictively put the predictive text at the end, kind of filled in everything for me. There's a song called CREAM by the Wu-Tang Clan.
That'd be one of those rap bands.
I've heard of them. Swept away by Jurel. The field had come in order to try and prevent a single, and Jurel has swept it over square leg and deep square leg, and that's gone for 4. thrust and counter thrust by Jurel. I see your fielders coming in.
Finally, I think he'd be very happy to finally get one to the boundary.
One ball left of this over, 265 for 8. This one's slightly quicker. Oh, and Jurel is unable to puncture the field. Anderson doing some fielding at mid-on. So Jurel has lost the strike, but the lead is 88. Mog.
David McCarthy clarifies that thing about Ambrose taking 1,800 wickets. Apparently Messi asked earlier who the only person who took 1,500 wickets in first-class cricket was. It was Sir Curtly Ambrose.
That's a lot of wickets.
What do we have over here? Yes, we've had that confirmation of CRAM by the Wu-Tang Clan. I could probably manage a little bit of Ice-T or NWA. Don't know about Wu-Tang Clan because I've never heard them.
When you were talking about iced tea, I thought you were talking about the drink there for a second.
Lipton's iced tea, peach preferably. Carl Herbert says at this rate of one single and over, we would have a full day's play for India to reach parity, which would be fine because then they'd just draw the match.
I think they quite like that. I think they prefer to win it. Are we going to have one more? Should we have one more?
One more over for this crew.
Sure,
I think we
why
can get a
not?
wicket. Come on, two wickets, Al. Let's get
Two wickets.
Wicket.
Bashir's going to bowl, replacing Anderson, as Cat requested. Full length delivery, just outside off stump. Deep defends.
Yes, Deep now has to face 5 more deliveries. Maybe he'll get a 4.
Come on.
Wishful thinking.
Bashir hustles and bustles, and this is filth down the leg side, spinning, and well taken by folks down the leg side, because that's spun a long way.
Come on, Bashir, all you have to do is put it in line with one of those stump things that, I'm sure Deep won't be able to protect them forever.
Have you thought about a career in youth cricket, Kat?
Yep.
Lesson 1, stop being shit. Lesson 2, bowl straighter. This one again, turning down the leg side. Deep, just let it hit the pad and is safe.
Yes, he's wise. Deep and wise. So far, he hasn't really put himself at risk, and he's well on track for the cow and half ton. He's faced 16 balls, made 2 runs.
Yeah, I'm worried when he started to. He had that one slog, but since then he's very much in the midst of his shell.
And this looks like someone I used to work with.
Yeah,
it's probably not him. I wouldn't think. But.
No, you never know. There was a mighty swipe by Deep. The amount of effort he put into the shot and the speed that the ball came off the bat did not match. Slightly mistimed, bringing chortles from the Indian dressing room. But it did go out to Deep mid-wicket, and I think he has taken the single.
That's all he has to do. Just get the odd single. Looks like it was in the air for a minute there too.
Oh, it was in. I think that's the problem with it being so mistimed. It was in the air for quite a long time, but safely away from English hands. Jurel onto strike. And he comes down the track and hits that over mid-wicket towards Deep mid-wicket. I think that's Crawley there at the edge of the circle, just by the boundary sponge, and that's another single. Jurel onto 60. 1 ball left of this over in this spell. You guys got plans for the rest of the day?
Another one in the air there for a minute, and the field are getting a bit of a stretch.
I've got to go and clear this cave out of goblins.
Yeoman's work, sir.
Got to do it. Got to be done.
Deep just defends this ball outside the off stump. That's the end of the over. It is 267 for 8. And I will pass you over to Richard.
And I will see you later as well.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
See you
Thank you so much, crew. And we're on with Nick, is that correct?
Morning, guys.
We are.
And Messrs, I have had the pleasure. Nick, I do not believe I have had the pleasure. So hello at this ungodly hour.
Hello, yes. Well, hopefully it's pleasurable for the next half an hour.
Indeed, indeed. Ah.
The sun's just coming up here in London.
So who's on ball by ball?
So I think it's me actually. So the start of the new over. Hartley comes in, just fires it into the middle and just played back to him.
I do notice that the rota for today, normally I'm referred to as Messers, which is fine. Today I've just been put down as Messer, which is also accurate.
Jurel defends that. They're just looking at a replay of that last end of the over. I think that ball's just gone straight through Ollie Robinson's hands, basically. Look, a pretty regulation chance, really. Jurel comes forward again, plays it out to the onside.
Yeah, it was almost as though none of us really noticed the first time around, but they've started putting the replays up, and the camera is now picking out Ollie Robinson standing there looking like a man who doesn't want to be on camera at the moment. But yes, it went straight through his hands, above his head. He parried it, pretty much.
Hartley's in again. Just comes forward. Jurel plays it out to the onside. So no run.
Patient man is Jurel. As is Ben Stokes. He'll be out there shifting the field around as he's doing right now for as long as it takes.
He doesn't let
come
things
in, go out, drop.
Yeah, things are always on the move, aren't they, with Ben Stokes?
Yeah, especially after 4 balls of the over. But he's just put his hands up as if to stop the traffic, and here comes your bowler.
He's in, and Jurel just plays it out onto the offside, picked up by point, and again, no run. So, yeah.
The trouble with these last couple of deliveries, where you've got deep on strike every over, is he's not looking a lot like getting out.
I'll see what he does. Last ball of the over coming up. Will he fields in? So will he go big? And he just pops it into mid-off, goes for a quick single and gets through. So well done, Jurel. He keeps a strike for the next over. Although just one from
So
it.
over on YouTube, I just want to clarify a couple of things. There's some questions about who's on the glory roll. The glory roll is for patrons who contribute at least $10 a month. And if you're not on there, by all means let us know. Philip says he should be on there. I'll check that one out with there. Although, Philip, you may need to let me know what your email address is by DM, if you like, or let me know somewhere. Mog suggests that Willow Moon should be there simply on the basis of cakes. They're future cakes at this stage, because her back is making it impossible for her to cook. Pompey says this tail wag is bloody infuriating. Come on, lads. And Mog points out that a messer is a kind of knife, as does Leah.
Wow.
So I'll try and be as sharp as I can.
So new over, and Jurel has just smacked Bashir back over his head for 6. Let's see if I can. Great hits if I can do one of these jingles.
Oh, I say, chap, you're getting left.
Yeah, just slightly over pitched there by Bashir, and got the full treatment. I haven't seen a lot in the way of boundaries this morning, and this is going to be excruciating if you're an England fan.
And he's just followed it up with another straight drive, smashed it straight back over Bashir's head for 4.
So and you'll be hiding
gear
behind the sofa as an England fan, looking down at that lead, which is now 75 only.
It's time for one of these. Yeah, ready to really hit into the lead now, aren't they? So Bashir comes in with the 3rd ball of the over. And this time, Joe kind of half plays that outside of stump and a couple of folks takes, but certainly it looks like he's changed gear. I think maybe after that drop has just woken him up a bit. Bashir again. This time Jurel does take the single down to long on. So they've got 2 balls at deep to see if they can just get him out. Try and finish off the India innings before lunch.
Stokes is having a good look. A couple of claps of the hand. Yeah, can they conjure something up with these 2 deliveries they've got at him now? 74 only for England in front.
Bashir just kind of pausing on his run up, thinking about what he's going to do for these last 2 balls. And he comes in and spins, no shot played by Deep, and it hits his pad and goes into towards leg slip. So 1 more to survive before Jurel can get going again at the other end.
Interesting to note the bookmakers have India as very slight favourites, which I don't know that I would have. Oh, that's changed as I look. England are very slight favourites. Oh, now India are. Yeah.
Well, it tells us that this game is right in the balance. That tells us this game is right here, and by extension, the series is right here. You know, we're getting into the territory now where if there's a couple more boundaries, it's not necessarily going to be a match-winning lead. Whereas if England can get the last 2 out quick sharp, you'd lean towards their chances.
Yeah, so India's still got a bat last on the pitch, and the pitch that doesn't seem to be breaking up as people thought it might, but
no, it's behaving today, isn't it? I've seen very little of the low bounce.
I think it's been quite cool.
You wonder whether the roller had an impact on calming it down or not.
Time will tell later in the day.
Start of a new over, so Hartley into Jurel. Jurel plays it confidently to mid-off, so it just looked like he's trying to play a few shots now.
An attractive shot that for none. It's all about the boundaries here early in the over for Jurel, if anything.
See what he can do. So, just making him wait a little bit. As Hartley comes in. And it's on the off stump. Jurel comes forward, just plays it out to the offside again. No runs, so biding his time early in the over. There's Kuldeep on the bench, pretty happy with his marathon knock earlier.
You're reflecting on an unlucky dismissal, though, I think.
Yeah. Again, Hartley comes in and it's played back to him. If you think about it, the only wicket that's fallen this morning has been that, slightly unlucky play on by Kuldeep. Nothing else has really been happening. Nice drop catch from Robinson, but it looks fairly comfortable.
To see if the roller wears off at some point in the next few minutes. England will be hoping so. There's only been the odd one that's really gripped and turned, and pretty much nothing has kept low.
Hartley comes in and played into onside, no run again, so no run of the 4 balls. I imagine he'll be changing the field now. Stokes bringing people in, trying to keep Jurel on strikes. There's a chance for Jurel to go big. Hartley comes in and quick single on the offside. Crawley kind of came in but just couldn't quite grab it in time, and through for the singles. So Deep has 1 ball to face of the 98th over. I think he was always pretty comfortable there, really.
Well, except for Deep, who actually did have to. Well, he didn't really have to dive, but he chose to.
Interesting dive. Deep 1 ball then for the rest of the over. He's got a silly point, and Hartley slightly overpitched, and Deep just pushes it out onto the onside. There's no run at the end of the over. 280 for 8, 73 behind.
Just want to clarify one other thing. David McCarthy said, I asked yesterday who was the only person who took 1,500 wickets in first-class cricket. That wasn't quite the question. The question was, there are over, I think, 80 people who've taken 1,500 first-class wickets. Only one of them has bowled into this century. And that one was Courtney Walsh, who's taken 1,807 wickets.
Wow.
Varong says, I'm not questioning the bowling ability of Sir Kirtley, currently commentating on the BPL. I'm certain he must have taken lessons from Mark Warren and co. He can be unbearable at times. And Jay says, Messrs will be pleased to know I've moved from the ancient kingdom of Essex to the ancient kingdom of Sussex. Insert the obligatory Messrs is old here. Yeah, well, I mean, if Sussex history goes on as late as 1950, then I am part of it, Jay. And he says, of all the early English-speaking realms in Britain, Sussex remains one of the strangest and most impenetrable. 'Twas ever thus. Of course, Sussex was the first county cricket club to be formed, so that's a very important part of history.
Good bit of trivia there, Messrs. Thank you.
Right, so the start of a new over, and Bashir's coming round the wicket now to Jurel. A slightly different line. We're testing him. He just comes forward, plays it onto the offside, so nothing changed yet, but I guess challenging a little bit more both ends of the edge of the bat and also the LBW if it comes back into him. So maybe just slightly give him something to think about. Jurel again just comes forward to the next one from Bashir, plays it back to him. So no sign of any aggression yet. So when was Sussex founded? When was it?
Sometime in the mid-19th century. I cannot give you a date off the top of my head, but I'll find out for you.
Oh, and as I speak, Bashir has just been smashed over deep mid-wicket for one of these. Great pick up there from Jurel, and smashed him right over what we could call cow corner into the crowd.
It's almost looking like a Stokes-style shift through the gears for Jurel, isn't it? He's definitely gone up a notch after some patient stuff earlier in the day.
Yeah, definitely. This one he fires out into the deep, deep on the offside. I think Pope picks it up, but they don't take a run. So yeah,
he just hit the crossover point where Jurel's score was the same as the lead for England. His score is now 80, which is decidedly more than that lead. Now tottering down to 66.
There you go. It's the 1st of March 1839 that Sussex was founded. Slightly before my time. But I was there for their first trophy, the Gillette Cup in 1963.
Wow. So that's almost 200 years old now. All theirs is played back to the bowler. As Bashir, we're getting replays of Bashir's being smashed over mid-wicket from before. Oh, that ball kind of comes in from Bashir, turns and bounces, hits deep, just kind of on the body, just goes down to near short leg, and I think that might be the over. To 87 for 8. The lead for England now is just 66. And
Jay has some bucolic prose for us. He says, having a lonesome cigarette under autumnal bowers as the birds slowly begin to sing is bliss, until one of my parents' neighbours calls the police on me. It started so well.
As you always say, Messrs, don't go outside.
Mog reckons I'm collapsing the waveform by looking at who's the favourite. Yeah, it's a sort of quantum betting thing. It changes as I look.
So new over started. Hartley comes in to Jurel. He's on 80 now. He just plays it down to the onside. No run. So been quite an innings this from Jurel. I say just begun to shift gears a little bit in the last couple of overs. As he marshals the tail. And is placing again, second ball from Hartley's over. And again, he just comes forward, plays it into the offside, no run.
Yeah, there's that solid defence again, which has really been the foundation of this innings for Jurel. Reminiscent of the root innings on the England side of the score sheet. Got to do your defensive work on this pitch, and then you can milk some runs with patience.
Yeah, definitely got solid technique there. Hartley comes in for third ball of the over. Slightly on leg stump, plays it out just to Stokes, who's at kind of a silly mid-off-ish position. Again, no run, but yeah, on this pitch, it looks like it's going to be a good defence, and then but also you've got the odd going to get out of jail shot every now and again, but there's 2 people on the offside now, just in his eye line.
But he's been there long enough that probably won't bother them won't bother him having Stokes and Pope there in the covers, and it's a limit off really close in. But England are going to have to keep trying things in their bid to keep Jurel on strike until after the 6th has been bowled. Here comes the 5th.
Yeah, so they're trying things. So they bring the field in and they place it out to offside, where Stokes slightly misfields it, but they don't get a run. And Pope can have that. So there's one more ball to go the over. Can Jurel get a single and keep the strike for the next over? So Hartley waiting. Coming into bowl. And it's a good ball on a kind of off middle and off stump. He plays it out into the offside and no runs. So looks like, must be some jokes around going deep. But anyway, looks like Deep's up for the next over.
So could I interest anybody in winning £170, which is
yes,
quite a lot
please.
of
Yes,
money.
please.
Go on then.
So the GPL closes in 10 minutes. All you need to do is pick how many runs you think will be scored today, and if you are spot on, then you win the money, or you share it if somebody else gets the same number. £170 for a £1 pick is pretty good. Go to gorillacricket.com, click on the competitions tab, and you can enter as long as you're in before the hour is reached in 12 minutes time. So please do that. Jeff Perkins says Messi's almost 200 years old, looking good. And Leah says Sussex, the kingdom of the South Saxons, was founded in the 6th century AD. Come on, people in the chat, give this stream a like. I know how important that is for the channel. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Leah. Please give us a like. Right. Share the
start of the new over, and Bashir has come in to Deep, who has just hit him for another 6.
Woo.
It's a 6. It's beautiful and it's mine.
Growing in confidence. There's the slog sweep, and didn't he pull it off well?
Oh,
triple his score on his 24th delivery.
Next one he comes forward, back to his resolute defence. Just plays it out to kind of short leg. Still he's getting his eye in now though, is Deep. Bashir comes in. This one he's defended again to short leg. He looks like a man who takes his batting quite seriously. Fancies moving up the order. Bashir again, and this one he's had a kind of swipe at it. He's missed. Stokes has taken it and knocked the stump out the ground, and they're appealing, and it looks like appeal for a stumping, I think, because the third umpire's getting involved in the TV umpire Joel Wilson.
Yeah, I was just about to say England will probably be half happy that Deep is starting to play shots, because at least things will happen if he does that. And sure as you like, straight after the 6, he's had a go and he's missed one. I mean, his foot was definitely well behind the crease at the end of the play. It's just a question of whether he lifted it at some point. They are having a look.
It's a hard one. He's had a pretty ungainly swipe. I think his foot is definitely.
It did come out, but it's back in.
Yes, he's safely behind. His foot's safely behind the line. But will they have a look now for caught behind, or do they?
No, they stopped doing that. If you want a caught behind check, you need to review. You're not getting a free review by them checking. Yeah. I think that's a good decision too, because otherwise you end up trying to stump everybody in the hope of getting caught behind.
Just review. Always knocking the stumps out the ground. Okay, so in light of Deep's recent activity. They've moved the field back a little bit on the offside, but meanwhile, Bashir does a nice ball there, attempt a ball outside off stump, which Deep kind of pokes at, misses, and yeah, one ball left in the over. Kind of kept a little bit low.
Almost as though he thought about another sweep of sorts for just a second, and then sort of left it with the angled bat.
Bashir looked anguished anyway. One more ball for to come in, and he's hit him on the back pad in front of the middle stump. The umpire's given it. Deep has reviewed it straight away.
And that's worrying for England. He's reviewed it with the air of a man who knows he's got something on it.
Maybe, or just maybe.
Well, if he hasn't, he's plum, isn't he?
Yeah, it could also just be that they're 8 down and let's have a go. But as you say,
yeah, I mean,
Jeremy,
when you've got more reviews left than you have wickets in hand, you're never going to run out of reviews.
3 reviews. I don't know. So he's played it. It's kind of gone outside. He's trying to turn to the leg side, and it's just gone past his outside edge. Hit him on the back leg, quite high up on the.
No bat.
Yeah, quite high
Could
up.
be high.
On the back leg, above the knee roll, above the pad, really, on the thigh pad. So height's probably the one thing that you might want to watch for.
I think it'll still be hitting.
I think it's probably
he's crouched over.
So it's umpire's call on height.
Wow.
And Deep does not. He looks deeply unhappy.
There we go.
And does that mean somebody's got a 5?
So Bashir has got this 5th.
Yes.
Well
done. He's earned that. I think that's justice, isn't it?
Yeah, he's bowled really well, hasn't he? Just consistently for about 40 overs. He's got 5 for 119, and he's holding the ball up to the crowd.
A cynic might say if you're going to bowl that many overs in a test, you jolly well ought to get 5 wickets.
Yeah, something's going wrong.
I'll tell you what, though, at 177 for 7, India would have bitten your arm off to be 293 for 9.
Absolutely. Yeah.
They're still 60 behind, though, and that could well be enough if they don't do anything for the last one.
We'll see as Akash Deep walks forlornly and slowly back to the pavilion. So
If England can be neat about it, they'll manage to just snip this last one out. Lunch will be taken as scheduled, and we can all have a little rest before resuming with the England innings for a full 2 hours.
Yeah.
Hombre Nuevo says, morning, fantastic Guerrilla Cricket. I missed most of the morning. Has Stokes had a go at hurling the leather cherry yet? No, he hasn't. I'm really pleased about that because I think it would be so unwise for him to push his knee beyond what's sensible. Hombre Nuevo, you have 6 minutes left to get your GPL picks if you haven't done it already. Jay says, Stokes isn't doing that shit. Let the tail ender back on strike bowling, is he? And he also says, never mind syphilis or flagellation, the true English disease is the utter inability to remove the tail.
Okay, right. So Hartley into Jurel now. So down to the Siraj has come in at number 11. So last person, Jurel's on 80. Field spread fairly wide for him. There's like about 6 or 7 people on the boundary. Is he just going to go for it? I'm not sure how good Siraj is with the bat. Jurel's approaching 100. So this one he plays out deep onto the onside from Hartley and doesn't take a run. So yeah, he's gonna tee off now. So how much faith he's got in Siraj at the other end.
I can tell you how good Siraj is with the bat. His highest score in tests is 16 not out. He has just a shade over 100 total after 25 tests.
So
Got an average of 4.95.
So not great. This one, Jurel had a bit of a swipe outside off stump, plays and misses through to Folks. So a sign of aggression, but no contact in that case. As Hartley comes in for the 3rd ball of the over. This is short, and Jurel has smashed him into the crowd again. Oh, another one of these.
Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air. Legs moving side to side. Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air.
6 maximum.
Great, good shot from Jurel. Slightly short, onto it really quickly and just smashed it over mid-wicket for 6.
That takes Jurel's test batting average to 132, I should mention.
Wow, that's pretty good. This one, he comes forward, plays it out into the offside. No run. 299 for 9 now, India. We're just getting replays of, just looking pummeled it over the onside. So Hartley's coming in for the 5th ball of the over. And this time Jurel comes forward, it might spins a little bit, goes to the outside edge, runs down to slip where it's fielded. No run, so 1 ball of the over. Can he steal the strike, or is he just going to try and put it, try and get another boundary before the end of the over? Well, Hartley's got other ideas, keep him on strike or get him out as he comes in. And Jurel's just flicked him over the onside for another 4. So one of these.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Some more aggression.
And the lead now precisely 50.
And it's 2 minutes to the hour, which is all the time you have left to get into the GPL, which has grown to 173 pounds. I should mention that it's a possibility of some showers this afternoon. So you may want to consider your downside options if you're in the GPL at the moment.
I seem to have an interesting climate in Ranchi, don't they? I mean, rain in the middle of the afternoon in India. Normally it's monsoon, bad light, or play on.
Well,
really.
it is the middle of winter, bear in mind.
Yeah, but it's not the Himalayas, but it is some kind of different.
Well, we saw that if this was in Dharamshala, the maximum there today is 7 degrees.
Whoa.
So it's going to be interesting playing there in a week's time.
Chilly, isn't it?
Forward. Maybe spring will come early.
Right, starting you over Bashir. He's got a hole over at Siraj here, trying to finish off this innings before lunch. He comes in, the first ball confidently defended by Siraj there, back to the bowler. It's no run. 7 degrees, that sounds like kind of when you're playing up in Durham in April or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, and this ball has missed everything, I think. Just spun down the leg side, past Siraj, past folks for one of these. Ball pies.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
So
I take it we don't have a buys jingle.
An extra.
We do,
they do
somewhere.
actually. So I'm still learning how to get.
It might take some finding.
Yeah, and there's jingles for all kinds of stuff. Dot balls, in fact. As Siraj comes forward and plays that out into the offside.
Yeah, give the lad a go. It's his first time on the jingle machine. It's an awesome instrument.
It is. This one's defended by Siraj. There's a load of jingles, aren't there?
Steady. Oh,
very.
Have you been over to London to try out the jingle machine messes in your time?
Oh, I have indeed. Oh. It took me a while to get used to it. I kept double playing them because you don't need to double click them.
That's a good hint.
We've got over 2,000 jingles in total, and if you are a $10 patron, you get access to the whole of our archive, which has all of our jingles in it.
Yes, they're pretty impressive here, just looking at them. That one, Siraj comes forward, so 5 balls gone on this over. Can Bashir just winkle him out before the end of the over, and before probably lunch? Ooh, the ball turns, going into him there. Hit him high up, a little bit high up on the kind of the arm, and went down. So, end of the over, 37 for 9. The lead is 46. Will they extend the session for the last
wondering
wicket?
there. Is there still that rule?
Yeah, good question. I don't know. Leah says that settles it. Deep is a better all-rounder than Stokes. How could you disagree? He's made double Stokes runs and bowled in the match. Mogg says even the Bear would take 5 wickets if he bowled that many overs in the IPL. Jonathan Seafelt says been fairly impressed by the quality of the pitches on this tour. So have I. especially compared to England's last tour. Even this one is producing a good bat and ball balance so far. Mog says, a quick look at my records show I've done 1,170 jingles, and that's just from one jingler.
Wow.
And upwards of 20 have been played on air. So they're going on probably for 15 minutes, I suspect.
All right. Start the new over. Jurel is confidently forward to that one from Hartley, playing out the offside. So again, we start the kind of game of cat and mouse a little bit. Oh, that's a great ball. So Jurel out for 90. Hartley's kind of come in, spun it in, drifted into him. Some sharp turn there, and it's taken the off stump out. Jurel looked a bit devastated, as he might, but I mean, it was fantastic ball.
Yeah, he's gone for 90 off 149. Excellent knock there by Jurel. He's really kept India in the game, got that lead down to under 50, 46 to be precise. Yeah, he might well look devastated. But as you say, terrific delivery. That's definitely one that'll please the spinner, turning past the edge of a man on 90 who is trying to defend. And that will be lunch, as well as the end of the innings.
And one of these, I'm getting the hang of this now.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Yeah, it's a great ball. What a great innings from Jurel. He's played really well, but they couldn't do much about that, I don't think. And Hartley's rightfully happy. So that's interesting first session. Roots kind of come up
88
nice.
for 3 it was.
So what do you think? Kind of honours even from the session, or I think India's session there to wink out?
I think India probably shaded it given their last 3 wickets, but I still think England has the whip hand given that India have to bat last.
Yeah, Bashir is getting rightful applause from his teammates as he leaves the field with his 5 wickets. Don't know if he still get the ball these days. Do you get to keep the ball?
Why not?
You'd think they would let him. I suppose the question after lunch will be if the effect of the roller or whatever has made the pitch behave a bit better this morning does flip in the afternoon session when England have to come out and bat with that 46-run lead. Starts keeping low, starts misbehaving. Yeah, get yourself in trouble. The 46 might start to look, well, very, very helpful, but perhaps also not quite enough. You wouldn't want to miss that next session, would you?
No, you wouldn't. Just Ideal's got an excellent reminder for us. He says, isn't this feeling horribly like the second test in Delhi 12 months ago when Australia had India 7 for 139 and then all out for 262 for a 1-run lead, and then Australia were all out for 113. So anything could happen, let's face it.
Yeah.
But I can't see England being all out for 113. I can see them being all out in 20 overs, but for 150.
Yeah, exactly.
England play.
That'll work.
And we've got a super chat from Sagir who's just joined us. Sagir Pakar here in Perth. He says, greetings gents, looks like this test has swung back towards parity when I thought England had the upper hand at close of play yesterday. And $5 Australian dollars for your fantastic and persistent efforts. Thank you so much, Sagir. That's wonderful. Thank you for that.
Yep, no, thank you, Sagir. All appreciated. So yeah, as you say, no, go for it.
Do you have someone to show you what to play during the lunch break, Nick? That's the question.
Tony very kindly is coming to help me, and we're going to put on the latest Bishop and Bear. So you know,
see if you can try starting it rather than at the beginning, maybe halfway through. We've listened to the beginning 4 times so far this test match.
He can't even, so I think we're just going to press. He's going to press play. That's going to start it.
Oh.
Are we ready?
Okay.
I think we're ready. Yep.
Catch you after lunch.
See you later, guys.
Okay. Well, thank you, and we'll see you.
DieselCheck.com. At match days that shout, keep the ball on the deck. Now we could get up to 10 grand with DieselCheck.com.
But time's running out, so before you forget, enter your reg at dieselcheck.com.
Join our group action against the diesel emission scandal. Search dieselcheck.com.
You wouldn't block the pores on your face, so why block your armpits? It's good to sweat naturally. Say goodbye to antiperspirants. Make the switch to Bionson. It's a deodorant that allows your body to perspire naturally, meaning no more block pores, no more parabens, and no more aluminium. In fact, nothing for all-day freshness. Go ahead, let's sweat the small stuff. All armpits, all day, all fresh. Bayernson.
This episode is brought to you by the EE Game Store. They've got all the games and all the gear you want. PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo, MetaQuest VR, handheld consoles, you name it. You don't need to be an EE customer to use the EE Game Store. It's open to every player on any network. They've got exclusive console bundles to get you gaming for less, and you can even spread the cost. Plus, they'll let you trade in your old console for cash. Just search EE Game Store to find out more.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bands beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire. The Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back to the Bishop and Bear. We're amidst a fascinating India series. My goodness me. What's going to happen as they head to Ranchi? Well, we're going to chat about that. There's a number of things we're going to talk about. Welcome, of course. Grab yourself your usual drink. Our guest to talk about these things, and I'll tell you what they are in a minute, is the ever erudite Melburnian. Are you a Melburnian? Is that what they call folk from Melbourne? Are you a Melburnian?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, we're not Melwegians like the Tasmanians. They're Taswegians. We're Melburnians.
Melburnian. Well, you know, it's Forthy. And of course, it's our ever lovable landlord, spreading good cheer and bonhomie in his usual manner, and whilst attempting to stay awake, the Bear.
Yeah. Good morning.
You sounded a bit like General Melchett then for a short moment.
Well, yeah.
Right, the things we're going to talk about. Has Bazball been bazzed in Rajkot after that pummeling that England took? What do we expect in Ranchi? And if you've seen pictures of the pitch, we also know the England team selection as we're recording this. It literally came out half an hour ago. So bags to talk about on there. Strong Yorkshire, strong England. What, though, is going on in the heads of Joe Root and Johnny Bairstow at the moment? Can England's psychology and positivity and running towards danger get them through, frankly, a bit of a messy patch for the pair of them? Fascinating article. Was it the secretary of the BCCI saying don't prioritise the
good old Jay Shah, the
domestic cricket. Dodgy J allegedly Shah. That took us by surprise. But when you look at the figures of Jaiswal and Tafraz, for example, you start to see his point. And England, again, are not saying it's nothing to do with DRS, but umpire's call seems really confusing. And to be fair, Virat Kohli said the same thing a couple of years ago. So they're not alone. Where shall we start? Forthy, why don't you have you sort of recovered from the Rajkot mauling? What are your thoughts on it?
I think my thoughts are there's been obviously a huge amount of airtime filled with everybody's thoughts about this. We can't just throw the baby out with the bathwater at the first sign of a defeat. We can't say, well, that strategy didn't work. Let's go back to the 90s. That's obviously a terrible idea. I think that, first of all, India are a very good team. And this has maybe slightly been overlooked in all the talk about Bazball. Superb batting lineup. So they can pluck someone like Jaiswal, and I'm sure Sarfaraz will in good time. He's scored a mountain of runs in the Ranchi Trophy. People say, oh, well, it's a weakened Indian lineup. England should be able to beat these people. Have you seen how well Jaiswal batted? He's
extraordinary. And that takes us very neatly to that question as well about the BCCI's prioritising the IPL, but we'll hold that thought. There's some fascinating stats hold that thought for that.
And the second main topic is every time an England player does something that is regarded as incorrect, such as Joe Root's shot, it doesn't mean that it's Bazball's fault. Joe Root had been worked over by Jasprit Bumrah over the series, and he was trying to find angles. And if you look at that shot in isolation, it looks as if he's lost his mind and that he's adopted Bazball and that why doesn't Joe Root go back to being Joe Root? I don't think that's the story. I think the story is Jasprit Bumrah has got his number. He feels penned in. He's probably the best fast bowler in the world at the moment, arguably, and he's trying to find ways of solving that problem. That's the Joe Root story. It's not a Bazball story. So not everything's about Bazball. The fact that India, and they've got a superb bowling lineup. Jadeja ran through the Australians in Delhi a year ago and got 5 wickets in a session, and they were all out for about 120. It happens in India.
Exactly.
It's let's not. Everything is not needs to be referenced to the Bazball. In England, if there is a criticism of England, it's not, I think, of either Bazball or this English team or Ben Stokes' management or Brendan McCullum. It's the fact that the structure of English cricket has sent an English team out to India with 2 rookies the minute that their first choice spinner was injured. There ought to have been better players on the county circuit who they could have sent out there. And that's where the fault lies with English cricket, is there are structural problems in county cricket. That's my feeling about where we sit in between the 3rd and 4th tests.
Well, that's fascinating. You could, by the way, Bear, as well, you can go back to the Ashes, because there's a similarity. If England had held their catches in Rajkot, it could have been a really, really different game.
All the should, coulda, wouldas, aren't they? I mean, this is the thing about cricket. You can always go back to that. I mean, my thoughts are, this is just overblown bollocks. It happens. Once again, we lost. The thing about Bazball is if you're going to lose in spectacular fashion, because that's the way they're playing, right? But as I said before the series, if you're going to go out to India and play like we played last time, you are going to get hammered. You need a different approach. There was no reason why. We won 1 test last time on a flat deck. We won 1 test this time in a really good win. We had chances in the 2nd test, we fucked it up, and we certainly had chances in this 3rd test. But there are many things in India that you need to go your way. One is winning the toss. We won the first toss, and it didn't go the way you probably wanted to get the win, but we did get the win in the end. We lost both second tosses, and if you put big runs on in India, no matter how good your batting attack, you are going to struggle. I mean, I was having this conversation with somebody. I think, if you're batting second in India, you've got to get a 100-run lead, which means we'd have had to score 550 in that second innings, just to be in a rough parity going at what would probably be a wearing 5th day pitch, and it was, and it started to misbehave on the 5th day. It's just not easy, right? Bairstow is all at sea over there. We miss Harry Brook. Harry Brook, it occurred to me that if Harry Brook had been at number where Bairstow is, Bairstow probably wouldn't be playing right now. And I'd expect Harry Brook to do a lot better. Things like this don't go against you. And I keep pointing this out, and I've been pointing it out more and more as we go along. And Forthy's dead right. England's bowling attack is very callow and very inexperienced. Now, it's telling that India have not prepared Bunsen burners, I think, because that's what we all expected, right? I think they thought England's bowling attack is inexperienced, and whilst if we create Bunsen burners, it's going to be a leveller. And if we don't create Bunsen burners, we've got a better bowling attack, basically, and they might have a slightly better batting attack, but we're in our home conditions. And therefore, the weight of everything is probably in our favour if we create just standard Indian wickets that are going to break up. They are going to turn on the 4th and 5th day, and it might be quite exaggerated, but if they're reasonably flat for 2 or 3 days, then we should be able to get through this with winning.
Doesn't that always still place a massive premium on winning the toss?
Yes,
England won the toss and won the game. India won 2 tosses. And India are just better equipped to take advantage, I think, to Forthy's point, but the toss still becomes a massive factor.
The toss is massive in India, because if the pitches do break up, the problem with Bazball to a certain degree is it doesn't take time out of the game, but if England win the toss tomorrow, for example, come out, get really aggressive, score 400 runs tomorrow, we'll all be going, and then they get another 150 runs, say, on Tuesday morning before lunch or whatever. I'd like to see how India do pumped up against 550 runs. They will have a different approach, and they might well get and that we'll find out. But if you can get runs on the board in the first innings, yeah, it really helps. England's spin bowlers just don't. The problem with England's spin bowlers is they just don't offer any control. And if the wicket's not offering anything, Hartley, Ran Ahmed, Root, or Bashir aren't going to offer you 2.5 runs and over any sort of control of the game. So India are always going to be able to score runs, and that's going to let the game get away from you. Whereas if England bowl second and the wicket starts to do something, they probably won't have much control in the first innings, but if you get weight of runs, you might be able to winkle them out and get a lead. And then if you can get then ahead and you're bowling last on what is a crumbling wicket, I don't think your control is necessarily the thing, because enough balls will misbehave that you'll be able to pick up the wickets in time. And I think that's got to be what England's strategy is, but it does kind of rely on winning the toss, and that is a game of chance.
Well, if you look at Ranchi, it's another ground, I think, where there've been only two previous tests, which is true, I think, of every ground except Hyderabad. Certainly it was true of Rajkot.
I looked at them. A really boring draw and an absolute...
Well, it was a draw against Australia with a fair old mountain of runs from memory. I'm just trying to look it up. But then they absolutely batted first and pummeled South Africa. I think the Australia game was 2017. Yeah. Australia... actually, no, I'm lying. Australia batted in first in that. And they put on 451. But India responded, batting second, with 603 for 9. And then it was Hanscom and Marsh, I think, kept Australia just 6 down, and it was a draw. The last test, India won the toss. They batted first, got nearly 500 against South Africa, and they didn't need to bat again.
They rolled them twice, about
162 and 133, I think.
South Africa are worse than us at playing spin, so you know.
Yeah. So it does suggest that toss does become important. Now, to quote or misquote Barry Davis, speaking of Francis Lee, author, interesting, very interesting. It's pretty much how they've been talking about the Ranchi wicket, isn't it?
Very interesting. I don't know anything about the Ranchi wicket. To be absolutely honest with you, what's it looking like?
Well, it's much drier and cracked than you'd expect this far out. Apparently,
just look at the pitch.
Just look at the pitch. Yes.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Well, it's interesting that they've given Bumrah a rest and created a cracked pitch. I was reading this last night because based on those results and what I've read about the previous 2 tests, it was quite a flat wicket. But then I was reading last night how it was going to be a trial by spin. So they've clearly said, right, Bumrah's not playing. He's not going to get us 7 or 8 wickets in the game. So we are going to hand it over to the spinners, create some cracked nightmare.
Well, you say that, but then look at England's team selection. So on the one hand, both Ben Stokes and Ollie Pope have both come out and said, on the one hand, 5 fingers, have said it's a really interesting pitch. It's cracked. There is one, allegedly, apparently, according to them, very long, pronounced crack, which pretty much is for a left-hander, right where, Crawley, right where a seamer's going to want to pitch it. But if
Crawley's
you're
a right-hander, Tone.
Okay, duck it then. Yeah. One of the. I know we got right hand, left hand opening combo, haven't we? Yes, you're right. Thank you. But good, safer. But then England's selection has potentially got 3 seamers now, because you've gone for Anderson, who doesn't get a rest. You've bought in Ollie Robinson, so you've got your wish there, Bear.
Yeah, I think that's not a bad choice.
You've potentially got Ben Stokes to bowl.
Yeah.
Who says he's ahead of everything he expected fitness-wise. There seems to be so much hype of Ben Stokes' fitness. And then you've got Bashir in for
Ran Ahmed.
So it's a much more classical 3-2 format, and you've got Joe Root potentially for England, who's done more work than he's ever done in a series before with the ball and has got dodgy fingers or a dodgy thumb, I think. There's something, but he's got a problem anyway, and clearly has a problem with his bowling. So you've almost set yourself up for a classic, a 3-2 attack, as opposed to a 4-1, which is where they were where they started. They've gradually edged their way from 4-1 to 3-2, and
well, it's 3-3 essentially, isn't it? You've got 2 all-rounders if Stokes can bowl, and that's a pretty balanced attack. I don't mind that at all. I think that's probably wise. If it's gonna, you got to think, if it's gonna spin, it's probably gonna break up. It's gonna break up. It's probably gonna be uneven bounce. Ollie Robinson, that's my whole reason. I think he probably the best equipped to take advantage of uneven bounce because he bowls from such a great height. So don't expect him to come up. You get some shooters, you could get some LBWs. He's pretty accurate. He's not the quickest. He's got a good little off cutter. Gets it to go both ways. So
gets decent bounce if the pitch.
If there is any, well, there probably won't be. But I mean, the ones that will get people are the ones that squat. Probably. He'll be itching to have a go, and I think he might be reasonably successful. Let's hope so. Anyway, I'm, all these doom mongers. Hendo last night in the WhatsApp group was just, they just wind me up. It's just like, oh, we lost by so many runs. Yeah, England are prone to do this. They've done it all my life. But this is a team that is capable of bouncing back, I think.
I think also, what is the alternative strategy? Is it something we tried in the 80s or 90s? None of that worked. And I saw that an article by Mark Ramprakash in The Guardian, which I think sparked that debate we were having on that group. Well, honestly, listening to Mark Ramprakash and getting advice from him on how to play Test cricket is I don't know what the metaphor is. It's a bit like Himmler saying, well, I'd be don't be quite so harsh on the minorities. Maybe not.
Possibly. Edging towards an extreme analogy for thee, with apologies to Mark Ramprakash, should he ever actually listen to this podcast.
Yeah, very unlikely. But I mean, who would you choose? Who would be the person you'd choose least to give a balanced commentary on how to keep morale up when you were playing Test match cricket? Scored a mountain of runs in counter. Very technically brilliant cricketer, but could not step up. And not helped, of course, as we all know, by the fact that he was fucked around with by the English management time after time after time. I think he was dropped and brought back about
the in out.
Yeah.
Like,
exactly. Yeah. So I'm not going to listen to Mark Ramprakash on this subject. It's absurd. I'll
dancing on the other hand. If you want to know how to do an American smooth, Mark Ramprakash is your man.
Oh, absolutely.
Every day of the week.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? I mean, a Test match is. I think all Test matches start at the same point, and you have to take each one in isolation. And when you start a new Test match, you have to forget what's happened in the previous one, because everything starts from zero again. You're not in a shitty position. You're in a position to start winning the game from the off,
which is absolutely what McCullum and Stokes say.
Precisely.
You can't do anything about what's gone. You look relentlessly positively forward to the next one.
And you are not out of series. You've won one. You're 2-1 down with 2 to play. If you get the right result here, we have a decider, and it'll be fucking exciting. Even a draw here, you get exciting. But
totally. Now his point is when someone said, "Well, perhaps they should have just reined it back a bit on the fourth morning." You said no, because the minute you say we'll do this unless this happens, you introduce the element of doubt, and it's much easier for cricketers. Just much easier for them. Maybe not every decision is going to be right, but it's a split-second game. If they're very, very clear on what the vision is, it enables them to execute it. And of course, sometimes it won't work, but at least you know exactly what the strategy is, and you're not double-thinking yourself.
Exactly. And one of the problems there, as I said earlier, I think is Bairstow actually looks completely all that sorts. Kuldeep's got his number. He can't pick
Never
it
scored
at
a ton in a Test in India.
No, and he doesn't look like it either, does it? I mean, he looks at all that sorts. Had this series gone out there and Brooks being fit, I'm not sure Johnny would have played. Because Folkes is clearly a better keeper, and he's done really well behind the stumps. He's not scored many runs, but then his job is at number 7, and it's not always for him to score the runs. He had a vital partnership with Pope, didn't he, in that first test? He didn't score loads of runs, but he allowed Pope to get to 196, and for England to create a winning situation, and everyone else.
Isn't there a bit of a question with Bairstow? Not just this India tour, but has he actually been anything like the same player since he had that horrible leg fracture playing golf? He's not made a century in 25 international matches, but he did make 99 at Old Trafford in the Ashes. Give him that. And he's never made 100 in India, but he's gone 25 international games without a ton. I guess they include the World Cup in that stat. Thank you to the Times. But though that doesn't feel like a sudden drop in form. That feels like.
Well, no, a ton is a ton.
like a sustained period of decline, not a
it
blip.
depends. I mean, if he's got a few 50s and a couple of 60s and 70s, and you say he's got 99, is that really? Someone doesn't get a ton. Cody didn't score a ton for how many years? 3 years or something. You know, I mean, it's like. As long as they're scoring runs. I mean, the problem with Bairstow, he's always in and out of form, isn't he? I mean, 1 minute he's blasting it around everywhere and he's fucking brilliant, and the next minute he can't fucking hit anything for toffee. And
he'll probably take that when Harry Brook comes back anyway, I would imagine. Because that's probably a fairly straightforward swap.
Well, will it? Because then they'll come back to England and they'll drop Folkes and Bairstow will go back behind the stumps, I imagine. And then they'll
really?
Yeah, unfortunately, that's what they'll do. They don't, you know. They'll see Bairstow as a better option as attacking at 7 and blah blah blah. It's what
but a quick word for Folkes, who has been, I think, maybe not quite immaculate, but excellent behind the stumps, and some of it's been very unflashy wicket keeping, just very classical wicket keeping. There was one he took standing up, and he just let the ball, he just caressed it into his gloves and took it in a way that. You know, a part-time wicketkeeper just doesn't do that because they approach it with harder hands.
Yeah.
I'm sure Gary would be able to wax more lyrical than I on the subject, but he's been he's been superb behind the stumps.
Bairstow highest score this series 37, and that was quite early on, wasn't it? Joe Root, if I'm right, is it highest score of 29 for him?
Something like that. He's got an average of 12.5 in this series, Joe Root. That is a worry.
Bowled more overs and he's got runs. You know, there's and you can add to you know, everybody wants Joe Root to do well. His place, as such, is not in question. I think Bairstow perhaps is lucky with Lawrence chomping at the bit.
Or champing,
but he's champing or chomping. Which is it, Borthy?
Champing.
It is champing. Can you not chomp at a bit as well?
Probably can. The traditional saying is champing.
All right, champing. Bit academic because he's not playing. So let's move on. Whether he champs or chomps, I'm not sure it matters. I've lost my thread now with the champ-chomp debate.
It was Bairstow.
Root. Root. Yeah, Root. You've got to add to Root's woes a little bit. The 2 drop catches. The one being particularly. You know, when they conceded that big first innings lead, if you were to take off 80, 90 runs, which is probably what the Rohit drop cost,
it did, yeah.
It would be quite a different game.
It would have been a very different game.
It would have been a very different game. And you can go back to the Ashes and you can look at the drops from Bairstow, I think, in the second Ashes test. Where again, everyone said, "Oh, it's the overnight declaration. What are we doing? What are we doing?" No, if you don't, if you drop batsmen who go on to make massive scores, the next
I mean, you can say that you can say shoulda, woulda, coulda all the way through. Though I mean, if Axel Patel caught Ollie Pope on 110 in that first Test match instead of letting it get to 196, and he was also dropped on about 180, he probably wouldn't have won that first Test. You know, drops happen in cricket. As much as you don't like them to, they do.
Yeah. Ask Louis.
Yeah,
he will tell
you. I think there's do you not think, guys? There's, and I know this is a slightly vexed question. But there's kind of a bigger issue as well. Is that about the future of Test cricket, and it does feel as if England's approach has got to be the way forward. Otherwise, people will gradually just lose interest in Test cricket. We can't go back to the way it was played in the 60s and 70s. And I know that it's getting under people's noses, particularly when Duckett says something like, "Ooh, I think Jaiswal was taking notes on our approach," which was obviously Codswallop and probably just a bit of PR spin.
Of course it was.
Don't buy into that at all. But there is a big picture about what is the future of Test cricket, and obviously we would much rather watch the English approach than even the classical Test approach. Because young people need to get interested in Test cricket again.
Welcome to the guided meditation podcast. Let's begin by lying down, completely still.
Time to relax.
Sergey, why are you on the floor? Oh my god, are you okay?
No, I can't.
Don't worry, bro. I know the kiss of life.
No! It tastes of...
Life? A second chance? A rebirth?
Tuna.
Oh yeah, I did eat a tuna sandwich.
Oh.
Don't wombat it, meerkat it. Which compares the market.
Simples.
Well, that possibly segues quite nicely into a couple of stats. This is my super stat of the day, which I'll bet you've already heard, but I'm going to tell you. I'm going to give it to you anyway. There are 4 men in first-class history who've had a decent number of games behind them. Who first class? This is so tests and other first-class games. Who have a batting average above 70. Okay, the first is Don Bradman.
Yes.
Who had 28,000 odd runs and a first-class average of 95.14. Do you know who the next 3 are?
Well, I was going to say Herbert Sutcliffe, but he's probably just gone down the list a bit these days, has he? Maybe he was...
This is first class, not tests.
Not Herbert Sutcliffe.
Well, Sarfraz is the 4th. I know that much.
Yes.
So we all knew that because they were telling us that in the last test. You know, I mean, he
Jaiswal. Okay, I'm going to put you out your misery. Jaiswal is second.
Yeah.
From 2019, 2,700 runs, first class average of 77.31. I think he then got Vijay Merchant, going back to the sort of the 30s, 40s. And then Sarfraz Khan, as you rightly said, Bear, is 4th with nearly 71. And the reason I think that's interesting, because that kind of goes back to that Jay Shah comment about not over prioritising the IPL. Now, I realise that that's, biting the hand that feeds, and you've got to take it with a pinch of salt. But I think what he's saying there is, you're talking about players who grew up in, what do they call the area in Bombay, the Maidans, or is it Maidans, or whatever?
Maidans, yeah.
They're Maidans. There's a huge area of nothing but cricket pitches, facing 600, 700 balls every day. What they call that Bombay mentality is if you batting is everything. You die to bat. You just don't give your wicket away. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to be dull doing it. And look at Jaiswal, who is in every. You telling me on this current form he wouldn't walk into the England team?
Yeah, he'd have a
he'd be Bazball. He's got Bazball written all over him in terms of mentality, but with a solid technique of knowing when and how to deploy it. And that, I think, is the issue, isn't it?
Also, I mean, you have to look at Jaiswal. Both Sarfraz scored those runs at home. Jaiswal scored majority of his runs at home. Those guys, the test for them is when they go somewhere. If they come to England, the ball's nibbling about. Are they going to be any good?
Yeah.
If they're good, they will work it out. If they're not, they will struggle abroad. I mean, there are many players who struggled abroad, and it could be quite telling. Look at Shubman Gill. I mean, Shubman Gill was another one who was, fated to be whatever. But you look at that first innings and that last test, he was all over the shop. Got a bit lucky in the second innings as well, and ended up getting a score.
I think the thing is this is not a binary thing. It's not either you're not either Chris Tavares or you're Ben Duckett. It's
you
not
either identify as Tavares or Duckett.
Yeah, exactly. There's a great reservoir of great Test cricketers somewhere in between. And say if you had, I think I read this. Say if you had Alistair Cook, who was 20, and Alistair Cook, who was 25 and was averaging 55 or 60 in county cricket,
and could make runs in India.
And as we know, can make runs in India. Are you not going to pick him as your opening batsman now, just because he doesn't fit an imaginary stereotype of what Bazball is? I think he probably would get a game. Because he's not Dom Sibley. He's not, a strike rate of 25.
Sorry, who was this? This is
Alistair Cook.
Oh yeah.
If he comes in, he's not Dom Sibley with a strike rate of 25. He's probably got a strike rate of maybe 45. Now, does that mean you don't pick him as part of this England team? It'd be an extremely solid opener and he'd set you up.
Difficult, isn't it? Because I don't know if they would even... They might not look at him in this instance. I mean, it would be crazy not to, but that's all with hindsight, isn't it? I mean, it's like... I do wonder that.
What do you think about Jonathan Trott? Would he have got a run in this side?
Probably
Can you imagine
not.
what he'd do? Well, Jonathan Trott would basically dig a hole towards Australia in some of these Indian pitches. When he starts hacking away at his mark.
Alistair Cooker went on to score 13,000 runs or something like that for England. Obviously a limited player in some ways, but England's top scorer of all time. How about Jeff Boycott? Presumably he wouldn't get a game.
That's an interesting one. Boycott possibly, I suspect, were Jeffrey here, he would argue, well, I might have a different approach these days.
No, he wouldn't.
You can't just...
He certainly wouldn't.
But history would suggest he might find it difficult. Whereas Alistair Cook, I think, it strikes me more as someone who could adapt. I mean, yes, he played to his limitations, but he played to his limitations brilliantly.
Would they ask to adapt? Or would they say, you do your game and we'll play around you?
I was about to say, do you have sort of 10 Bazballers and Sir Alistair Cook to baz around? I think that's a really interesting thought.
Well, that's what they should do with Joe Root, isn't it? I mean, that's where Joe Root should sit in this side, and we've been saying this for fucking ages, is Joe Root should just be Joe Root. He scores quick enough anyway when he wants to. He has no need to do some of these stupid shots. I mean, I like watching him do those stupid shots, and I don't mind if he does them when he's on 80. And we're in a very good position. But I'd rather he didn't do them. We're still 200 runs behind, and what we could really do is a big ton. Get within 50, and then you can afford to lose a wicket, sort of deal. It's like it is tricky because I love Joe Root, and I don't really want to criticise him, but I do get frustrated with him giving it away. On the flip side of that, Bumrah has had his number as fourth, he said. Bumrah is a class act, and
yes.
And he's not going to be playing this test, so it's going to be interesting.
Well, we also got very excited, my analogy for this was always the articles fourthly that appear in the Watford Observer, which says who's not playing for the opposition. And then we go out and lose to whoever the fuck they play anyway. And we get very excited. We got excited about Ashwin not playing, didn't we? And then what happened? He could take a day off. They rattled through us anyway.
You know what?
What? It doesn't matter. Play what's in front of you. Not. That's it. What's in front of you will be good.
Yeah, that's true. But what I'm not so worried about is their spinners, because they have plans for spinners. They're aggressive, and if it goes wrong, it does go wrong. But they are able to get on top of the spinners. I mean, a lot of the strike rates for spinners. You don't expect Jadeja and Ashwin to be going at 4s and 5s and over, and they've consistently managed to do that throughout the series, with the exception of the last innings of the last game, but that was pretty much lost anyway. As soon as Duckett got stupidly run out, you knew the game with the gig was up, basically. But they have managed to score runs. I mean, they've got Akshar Patel out of the frame, haven't they? Literally, because partly going back to what I said at the beginning, they haven't created bunts and burners, and Akshar Patel actually just bowls flat darts. And if the wicket offers something, he offers variation. But if he doesn't, it's actually quite easy to play because there's no variation in his flight. He just bowls flat and fast and allows the pitch to do stuff. So if the pitch isn't doing anything, no biggie. Jadeja's a wily old fox, but he's been hit as well, and Ashwin hasn't had it all his own way. The person who has made the difference in the Indian side for me has been Jasprit Bumrah. He's got crucial wickets at crucial times,
and they've not missed Crawley at all, in a way. Possibly you could argue.
In a way, yeah.
But because the Jazwale has been so excellent with the bat, they brought in Sarfraz when they lost KL Rahul, and he's done fantastically. To go back to the Jay Shah and his comment about really valuing first class experience. If they'd been playing nothing but IPL, I doubt that they'd been able to do what they have done. And India knows very well that why that is important. And that's where that Jay Shah comment comes from. The other one that's interesting, by the way.
We are back, as are the players, and it should be the dulcet, eloquent tones of Richard, who appears to be on mute for now, which we hope, and it should be the return of White Lion wireless excellence personified in Krishna.
Thank you very much,
very
Tony.
kind of
Yes.
you.
Perfect.
Here we are, off mute. Managed to get rid of the last spoonful of my millet breakfast, which I can't recommend.
Are you a
And
budgie?
we
It's
are-
healthy, Richard. It's healthy.
I need to know more about how to prepare it. Let's put it that way. It's my first time ever, and lunch break is not always the time to squeeze in cooking experiments.
Shall we quickly
It is
jingle
the
up
only
the
time you
batsman?
can eat.
While you think about your millet, while you pick millet from your teeth, here's the England opener.
With a smile, and he's going places. He's looking good now, he's in with the aces. He was up at Stowe School playing T20. He might play for England, but he'll still be Ben Duckett to me.
And he is going to, well, opening their bowling for India, rather intriguingly, is this chap.
Pitches are all brown, the pitches are all brown.
And he has immediately beaten the bat. Ravichandran Ashwin.
Late on the second day, quite late on the second day.
Here's the bat of this man.
Find a shot, find a shot that it's safe to
There we go, mixed them all up,
That's
but
neat.
you've got a free run now.
Are they all done?
Yeah, they're all done.
Right,
You're
I
up and
didn't
running.
hear. I didn't hear much. But Crawley's blocked the second ball.
No, Zach Crawley's
Committed,
reappeared,
he missed
sorry.
the first ball. He's had a drive at the third ball off Ashwin, and he will get away with a single down to a deepish mid-on. And Duckett will be on strike. England are off and running. Just a reminder, they have a lead of 46 coming into this innings. That's now gone to 47. And we'll tell you soon enough how many overs are left in the day, but there are, in theory, 2 full sessions.
Fascinating to see what England's approach is going to be here.
58 and a half left in the day.
Thank you, Tony. This one is blocked straight back to Ashwin by Duckett. Yeah, we know what England's approach is most of the time from these openers, although they were fairly restrained in the first innings, it must be said. Here's Ashwin once more round the wicket to the left-hander, who is forced back into his crease. It looked like it may have kept a little bit low. Waiting for a replay on that one. But they're showing the first delivery where Crawley's bat was beaten. And we have got just the last ball of the over to come. Here it is. It's straight in on the pads of Duckett. He manages to turn it away with little trouble, and he'll nick the strike. England 2-0 after the first over.
Yep, just bear with me. The old YouTube video. I've got to wait for the ads to zoom their way through. Okay. I don't know if it was dealt with before lunch, but I can tell you that we had a £5 super chat. Sergei Pakar, very kindly for your fantastic and persistent efforts. Delighted with that. Frank Rockefeller, 50 runs is 50 runs, makes no difference what you say. Well, it was 46 in the end, but it's still... England will take it. A lead's a lead. Mick Ty said, Folks has hugely improved this side, more balanced batting, and we don't have to constantly talk about drop catches. It would be completely mad to drop him. And I think we all agree with that. It's going to be all spin.
All spin at both ends. So the last 3 wickets put on 130 for India. That was
Yes.
to England's frustration. Great effort by the Indian tail.
Here is the new bowler.
Rough introduction.
Well, Duckett tries to turn that one around the corner as it's a little bit on the leg stump line. Doesn't manage to get anything on it. So spin from both ends as Jadeja continues. It is scooped right behind him by Duckett, and he's going to get himself... Ooh, he will get 4 for that, despite the best efforts down there at third man. So we can... Tony, no break with the jingles. Keep going.
It was playing seamlessly underneath you as you were describing it, so it's played.
The plate-like cracks are fascinating. They showed one ball pitched near the edge of a crack, and it just looked like it picked up a piece of turf as it pitched.
Well, from an England perspective, the lead's back above 50.
Oh, turns around to reverse it, does Duckett. It's bounced off, I think, his back leg there. Squirted out towards point, and he's acting as though that was all part of the plan. From the other end. No, it's actually bounced off the keeper. Yeah?
Yeah, shot
Jurel
through.
wasn't able to take that cleanly, and that was a free run, actually, for England.
So I think we got an indication that England's not changing their approach.
Certainly Duckett is not. It's a little bit shorter and quicker and wider from Jadeja. There'll be no runs played out to point.
Also interesting to see if Rohit becomes very defensive early on in his field placements.
Jadeja once more. This one is just leaned upon by Crawley. It comes out to cover. No pace on it at all. No run. Yeah. Jadeja giving us no time to chat between balls as he's about to finish the over. Beats the bat once more. So that's been a very interesting over, actually. Spin from both ends is giving India plenty to dream about, but it's 7-0 for England.
Willow Moon, good morning to you. Very kindly keeping me honest, telling me that I hadn't changed the screen to have your two wonderful pictures on. I have now, chaps. So hopefully that's done. Mildly surprised, says Mr. Handjob, that the collapse isn't on yet. It's early days. Jersey, hi to you. Oxymoronica, I'm so happy for Bash. What a find and what a dream come true for him. Do England have time to sneak a victory? Yeah, it's only day 3. I think time's not the issue here.
Here's Ashwin to continue. It's chopped away, Duckett style, by Duckett. And there'll be a single into the offside.
Yes, both teams are feeling each other out at the moment, aren't they?
I think England have certainly laid down a marker, at least on the Duckett's end of the pitch. There's a short leg in, there's a slip in. This one's pretty much defended away, although he was always looking for the one. Was Zach Crawley. Nothing there. Gives the bat a twirl, and he's already into position to face up to Ashwin once more. And he has a little bit of a firmer push at that. Nothing much more than timing. There's a man out in the deep, so there is a little bit of defensiveness in that Sharma field at the moment, and they'll just get the one there.
What score do you think India would feel like they can chase? 200, 250?
Ooh, I think more time.
This one's shorter and pretty wide outside off stump. It actually gets a little bit big, I think, on Duckett, having a smile about it. He misses it.
I think getting up to 300, Krishna, to be honest, I think they should feel comfortable with, and time is not the problem.
Ashwin once again. He's wrapped on the pad as Duckett. There's a half a shout. Hands on head. Pained grimace for Sharma. And he's not going to have a go for that one. On
First
the
test, they were incapable of chasing a score in collapse.
Once again, the reverse sweep for Duckett. He's got hold of that really nicely. Wow, he has clobbered that away to the boundary at Went in his normal stance.
Listen and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Yeah, super shot. Just to finish that Oxymoronica thought. Oxymoronica, are you slightly thinking, perhaps because it was a Friday start, are you sort of one day behind or one day in front? Because you're saying, do England have time to sneak a victory, maybe if they bat really well without throwing away wickets, then coming hard at India tomorrow? Yeah, but tomorrow's only day 4. So you've got the rest of today, which is 2 sessions, and 2 full days to play yet.
Jadeja has gone past the edge of Crawley, who was just trying to defend straight back to the bowler. Got nothing on it, and he'll be happy about that. This time he does get the bat, the middle of the bat onto it, and it's defended, no run.
These two as a partnership have had a great series, haven't they? Throughout this test.
Yeah, I think they were averaging around 50, were they not, as a partnership, at least earlier in the series. They've snuck a quick single here. We'll bring Duckett back on strike, and no doubt he'll get off it quite quickly. That's how things tend to go with him.
In the last test, the top 3 partnerships, which was numbers 1, 2 and 3 in England's batting, got more runs than all the other 17 partnerships combined.
Jadeja fires it in, it's just outside off stump, and there'll be 1 into the covers, which is a pretty vacant region. Ashwin does the fielding, they trot through, and Duckett is indeed off strike. Yeah, I think how much or how many India will want to chase is a bit too early to assess that, to be honest, because the pitch is looking quite different from how it was yesterday. May look again different this evening or tomorrow morning. There's Jadeja once more. This one is just pushed away on the leg side. No run for Duckett.
These two have been scoring at an incredibly fast clip right throughout the series, I think, which has always been extremely positive for England.
Well, yeah, in the first innings, I'll just wait.
Yeah, that reverse sweep does not go to plan. And it is... They managed to sneak 1 as the ball popped up behind the wicket keeper, which brings the over to an end. That's 4 overs gone. England 17 in. Fairly typical run rate at this stage. And Tony, how's it looking on the social front?
I think it's the post lunch lull. People not quite back with us yet. I was going to say in the first innings, remember, I think although he didn't score many, Duckett, he got 11 off 21, so comparatively sedate for him. Crawley's 42 came off a runner ball. So yeah, the game plan for England is very much get the runs on the board as early as you can.
Ashwin to continue. This one's tucked away on the leg side. There's plenty of singles out there. Krishna, what do you think of this field? It looks like they can work it around no trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're scared of giving away the boundaries, but in doing so, they're allowing England to have a good scoring rate just by picking up 1s and 2s.
And with so much time left in the game, which a game that should be low scoring, that might be just fine for England on paper, in theory.
And I think Australia fell into this trap during the Ashes as well, that they wanted to protect the boundaries, and England, when they were smart enough, just milked the score.
Well, that's it. If England can be smart, then they can be devastating with the tools they've got at their disposal. Last 2 balls have been just locked straight down the wicket. You haven't missed much on that front. Ashwin is ready to deliver his 4th. A little bit of a shimmy down the wicket there from Crawley. He pushes it away into the mid-wicket region, and I think it was Siraj did the fielding there, and he'll get 1 for it.
This is where the psychology of a lead of around 50 makes such a difference, because suddenly England are 65 without loss.
Great.
This one, oh, is he caught at short leg? Duckett's come forward. It looks like it's caught a handle or a glove, and he seems to be walking and not in the direction of his partner.
Yeah.
He knows he's got something on that, and England have lost their first wicket with the scoreboard at 19.
He has, I'm afraid. Sharp chance, very well taken at forward short leg. That's what he's there for.
Almost as though he was trying to give catching practice to short leg there. The bat actually turned in short leg's direction.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
And not much is going to get past Sarfaraz Khan, is it?
No,
wide there at short leg.
He's a built lad, isn't he?
Very well pouched that. So it's a typical Bazball start. They've got a few runs quickly, and rarely just a few at 19. But that does already stretch the lead to 65. Once it gets into the three figures, I mean, you can tell that Sharma's already worried about about the runs getting out of hand. One little partnership, even if they're 30s and 40s, especially if it comes at a rate, will, as we mentioned, make it easier for, I think, the batsman lower down to push it around and just stretch that lead to north of 150. I think whatever the wicket does, 150 is always an interesting chase. And then, how much beyond that is possible, I think will just depend how this very interesting pitch beheads. Do we have a jingle for Ollie Pope?
The Ollie Pope.
Of course we do.
We certainly do. Here he is.
We got a Pope! We got a Pope! Take a good hard look at
Ashwin, that one's heading down leg side.
I don't think so.
It's caught a pad, has it?
It's gone.
It's been given out.
That to me looked plumb, I gotta say. They're going to review it, but Chris, I don't know about you, but that looked absolutely salmon trout to me.
Yeah, my pick for froze, unfortunately, at that moment.
The initial angle as it came out of Ashwin's hand was very much going down leg, and he must have gotten it to straighten. It was interesting that the ball squirted out towards fine leg, but that's because it's caught him. It's caught him on the inside of the back pad. I was wondering how that had happened. It's basically squeezed between his legs and then past the wicket keeper. They're having a look. Are England?
I don't quite know.
Could be missing leg stump, or at least it'll be umpire's call. Leg
it'll be umpire's call, but it's been given. So to me,
yes.
Unless is that back leg just slightly, is it out? It's not outside the line.
It's gonna just graze it, isn't it?
Yep. He's gone. First ball. Ashwin's on a hat trick. Goodness me.
Luckily, we got the jingle out the way just in time. And you're going to have to fish out another one.
Ollie.
That's a pair for Ollie Pope as well, by the way. Do you have a jingle for a pair?
Possibly, but I'm not sure I'd be able to find it. But nonetheless, LBW plum.
LB, struck in front of the stumps. LBW.
Now, Ollie Pope has survived the total of 3 balls in this test match. Well,
yeah, it's not gone well for him, has it?
Very close to the worst
3
kind
balls,
of pay
2
you can
ducks.
get.
Yeah.
And what a funny series it's been for him. I mean, a string of low scores with 196 in the middle of it.
Match-winning 196, yeah.
Comments are... Steve Kelk says, good morning all. R says, disinterested hard job, and now the collapse is on. I think that was after the first wicket. Sergei Pakar, looks like Rohit has finally learnt the value of close infielders. He also said, looks like that was clipping leg. It certainly was. Stephen Kelk just says sigh. Yep, it's not the start England wanted by any manner of means. It's the hero of the first innings.
On other cricket matters, I can quickly mention that Australia beat New Zealand in the T20 series, 3-0 clean sweep. And Western Australia had a three-peat, winning the domestic one-day competition in Australia.
Yeah. Here's Joe Root.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit. So there's that. Introduce yourself.
Oh. Crawley has leaned on that one from Jadeja, and they have got one for it. Was anyone else foxed by the fielders running around there? It looked like there'd been a massive mix-up between the batters from the side-on angle, but it wasn't.
Well, I think they were thinking of 2, and Crawley probably sent Joe Root back. And Ashwin is fired up, Chris, to say the least.
showing that he has very much still got it. But it's his partner in crime, Jadeja, at the other end now. There's going to be a quick single out to point there, and Joe Root is away.
Fascinating position in this test match. It really, really is. And every test match, I should say, throughout this series. It's been ebb and flow, both sides, hasn't it?
Absolutely, and England's flat-out start hasn't worked on this occasion, and it's going to be down to Joe Root, I think, to play a big role again. Given, or maybe Johnny Bairstow comes up with something at last. Maybe it will be his match. As that one is blocked away into the offside for no run by Crawley. Jadeja continues, driven a little more firmly through the covers this time, and they'll get an easy single there.
I heard a theory that Joe Root, because he batted first in this test match, he was fresher, and therefore his batting prospered because of that. He wasn't coming in second innings.
100% agree with that.
Jadeja once more, nice full length. It's just defended away by Root. Yeah, and not bowling.
Yes, correct.
And he wasn't overbowled in the first innings, though, was he?
One over, I think, Joe Root.
Exactly. So
yeah, he should be pretty fresh.
Another one here, and that brings the over to a close. So it's 22 for 2 after 6.
Yeah, Dave Barrett, men with N. It's been proven by Root and Jurel that the way to score runs on this pitch is to intelligently defend, nurdle, and punish the bad ball using caution mixed with skill. So with only 46 run advantage and the game delicately in the balance, England must go harder! Well, they tried to, and it's not served them too well, although I don't think you could have any sense of what Ollie Pope was going to do.
Hat-trick
he
delivery
wasn't there long
coming
enough.
up, folks.
Yes, it is a hat-trick delivery.
For Ravi Ashwin. I can think nothing
That's
would
off
make
the
him
button.
happier in this moment.
That's off the button.
Here he... Oh. He's come in and Crawley's backed away. Something has disturbed him.
There's a sense of drama here, Zach Crawley.
He does indeed. Oh, he's kept back on the crease there by Ashwin, but he manages to drop the bat on it, and there will be no hat-trick this time around for Ravi Ashwin.
Which may be just as well, because I was looking for the hat-trick jingle and I can't find it. So well done, Ashwin.
Big shot here from Crawley. Yeah, quite a hard hit down to long on. But there's a man out there, so there'll be just the one.
I have a trivia question, nothing to do with this series.
Love it.
So interested in your comments. I'll wait till this ball is done.
Joe Root is just getting himself set, having a look at the field, which looks quite a standard one, actually. There's a short leg and a slip in. There's a short-ish mid-wicket who does the fielding as we speak. Root continues
So
to
my
look
trivia
around. How's
question,
that
Will
trivia?
Sutherland recently represented Australia for the first time, following his sister Annabelle.
That's blocked away by Root.
Has there been another brother-sister combination that have represented their country in cricket?
Ooh, what a good question. I mean, husband and wife, yes.
Ashwin continues, draws Root forward, and he manages to steal a single into the covers from a defensive shot.
Uncle and niece as well, in the wheelies.
Yeah. But brother, sister, I genuinely don't know.
Actually, yes, and I know them both.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Because I happen to know a little bit about Austrian cricket. The Simpson Parkers, Mark and Hannah, have both represented Austria as Ashwin comes in to complete the over. It'll be no run as Crawley defends that away, 24 for 2.
What a fabulous answer.
And is that
Lucky
right?
to have one on hand for a change.
Not that I doubt Richard for a moment, but Krishna, you seem to ask the question like you will know the answer. So was that the right answer?
No, I genuinely don't. So,
Oh, it was
the chances that I would have come up with that there would be something in the obscure associate, if I'm allowed to say that, where I live.
If Krishna had said, if your answer had been, if Krishna's answer had been yes, of course, I knew it was an Austrian couple, I think I might have been mildly surprised, but to say the least.
Here's Jadeja around the wickets to Root, who defends. Yeah, Mark Simpson-Parker, the son of former Lancashire player Andrew Simpson-Parker, is quite an established international player for Austria. As Jadeja continues, Root goes back, unable to find a gap in the offside. His sister had no interest in cricket for a long, long time, and suddenly decided she'd have a look at what it was all about a couple of years ago. Has developed nicely and made her international debut last season.
Wonderful.
Jadeja once more. It's outside off stump. Root just plays it away with a straight bat towards point. There'll be no run.
I'm guessing they never thought that their names would be mentioned in this broadcast.
No, and I fear they're not listening.
What is Austria's ICC status?
Oh, that's been called dead ball as again it looks like Root has pulled away. Where the ratings are, where the rankings are at the moment, I must admit I haven't looked recently.
They have associate status, I guess, is what I was asking.
As Root defends this one away, I assume so. I haven't actually looked at the politics of it, to be honest, the classifications. But they were in the qualifiers with the T20 World Cup, so presumably you might need to be an associate for that. Not sure. There'll be one run out into the covers there for Joe Root. He's got 3 to his name now. Yeah, the European cricket scene really moving quite fast.
Oh, that's fabulous. That's good to know.
There'll be a one run as maybe Jadeja could have cut that one off his own bowling, but he doesn't. And Crawley will, I think, retain the strike.
Yep. Right, so Jay Grover or Jersey Oak says, predictably probably, but reassuringly as well, the collapse is on. Jay Grover was worried that Dave wasn't going to say go harder for a moment there. Just Ideal says, hadn't noted Rash Ashwin's elfish ears until now. Lord of the Rings. Okay, I hadn't really noticed that, but Imagine says Denise and Terry Alderman have represented Australia in tests. There you go.
That's a good one.
Here's Ashwin. He's got a drive out of Crawley, but it's nicely cut off in the covers there. Didn't see who was doing the fielding, but they were on the floor. Is that Jaiswal?
It was, yes, it was Jaiswal. It won't be Jurel, obviously.
No, he's the man with the gloves on behind the wickets. This one is defended straight back to the bowler by Crawley.
Terry Alderman was a fabulous bowler when he came across to England, wasn't he?
This time Crawley decides he'll go over the top of the covers, or it's quite straight, but somewhere between cover and mid-off, let's say. And he's going to pick up one of these.
Oh, they're rolling in now.
Are we getting more money?
Smart batting.
No, the brother-sister combinations. Ed Joyce.
Next best thing. This one is driven along the ground, fielded at mid-wicket. No run for Crawley. Ready to go is Ashwin once again. Nicely driven straight by Crawley, and he's beaten the field just wide of mid-off. That one was. Another one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4, 4.
All his driving is just so beautiful to watch.
Yeah, and that one had to be driven. It was over-pitched. This one maybe it needed a little bit more work, but it's going to be the same result.
bang on cue, Krishna. Crawley's beautiful driving is so beautiful to watch, so he just serves you up another one. Yes, Steve, I believe Ed Joyce had sisters who played for Ireland. Jersey Oak says, surely, how can you forget Ed Joyce? He has 2 sisters and 2 brothers who also represented Ireland. For wrong, the C and D words are wrong. Collapse and doomed. Where is Hendo to read this message? Not with us, I'm afraid, this test. How did Grubby78's horse go yesterday? Just Ideal wants to know, and I don't know. Had it come romping home, though, I suspect we might have heard about it, is the only thing I can suggest. Tom M wants to know, is Pope a bit shit, or does he get a lot of good balls? I'm not sure he got an absolute worldie of a delivery, the one that got him first up here, did he?
No, I don't think so. But these things can happen on the first delivery. Of course, this one squirts out onto the into the square leg region. And Root will add another to his name.
Do we wait until the end of the over?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, we will wait to the end of the over, but we are indeed due a change. Thank you, Krishna. Doing my job for me. Just as well, because I wasn't paying attention.
It's been an enjoyable stint with you guys. This one's worked away on the onside, and I think he's going to get 4 for it, is Zach Crawley. The counter-attack goes on.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Well.
An overpitch there by Jadeja as well. So some erring on length by both Indian spinners in the last couple of overs, and gratefully taken by Crawley.
And I like how he's given himself the opportunity to get his eye in.
This one is driven down to long off. He'll just take 1, give the strike back to Joe Root. Yeah, a 19 for 2. Obviously didn't look good, but after this flurry of boundaries and considering the lead, England are effectively 90 for 1, which 90 for 2, apologies, which sounds a lot better. It is game on. Jadeja, this one is short. He's not quite getting the length right. It's easily chopped away on the offside. Root will get a single. You suspect there's going to be a man in the deep now for the rest of the innings, doing the sweep ball. England leading by 91.
And I think it's clear that Joe Root is going to be the glue of this innings, and the rest of the team's going to bat around him.
'Twas ever thus. So Jadeja continues. Left arm around the wicket. There'll be no run. This one is fielded at the backward point. We are due a change after 1 ball. Crawley twirls away, and the world waits for the final delivery of the over and a new commentary team at Gorilla Cricket. This one is defended. 45 for 2 is the score, and we will hand over with England leading by 91.
Lovely job. Thank you both very much indeed. And I'm not sure new is the right answer, because all of us are pretty old. It's me.
Yourself.
Well,
I'm in my prime.
It should be in his prime and in the Wirral. The magnificent Al of Hotch, Lord Al of Hotch, and in Epping. I can just see the top of his head, and when he bends forward, I can't even see that. Where's the rest of his body? That's what we want to know. It's Nestlers.
Good morning.
Morning, Nestlers. I'll let you know where we were. We'll wait for Ashwin, who's going to be bowling.
I know where we were.
Joe Root. Flicked away around the corner on the 45. They thought about 1. They quickly sent Crawley back. There was quite a few on YouTube.
Come on, Tony, I'm a pro. I've been listening.
You are a pro.
Please.
In that case,
please.
you need to go back a little bit further than
I don't.
I would like
right.
on YouTube.
Stop.
All right then, fine. Worked into the onside. A Mr. Handjob, I believe, was next up on YouTube. That was worked away out to deep mid wicket, but it's another dot ball.
Fascinating.
Oh, it's 1. They took a single. I beg your pardon. 46 for 2. Doesn't sound so good. 92 for 2 sounds rather better. Those 2 balls, though, chaps. My goodness me, 2 and 2 for Ashwin has shaken things up a bit, hasn't it?
Well, since then we've had a bit of a Crawley counter-attack, haven't we?
Ashwin in. Crawley defends on this occasion, but yes, you're absolutely right. 2 consecutive very sweet extra cover drives were a joy to watch. Down the track, he's flicked this up in the air, but out towards mid-wicket, bounces well short of the man who's very deeply set there. Be one more to the score, take England on to 47. Ashwin's the first Indian to take more than 100 test wickets against 2 opponents. I knew he'd got there against England. He has 102 now. He started this innings on 100. He's also got 104 against Australia, I think. Throws this up onto the leg stump of Root, who turns this away around the corner. Not quite fielded there. He'll come back for 2. England will move on to 49.
I'm taking Ashwin's greatness for granted.
Yeah.
The bit that kind of does surprise me is the bowler at the other end. I thought they would have put Kuldeep on.
Yes. You can explain a little bit more of your reasoning in just a moment, as that's defended by Root. And it should be the end of the over, so you might want to hold that until the next over. It's 49 for 2, and we shall go to the man who has already told us what a pro he is. It is, of course, Nestlers.
So Mog says Austria 45th on the T20 table, Germany 35th. And Nick Vickers says, thanks for the fantastic commentary as always. You can't write off the Germans, they'll be top 20 before we know it.
And never write off the Germans.
Never write off the Germans.
That's what they say in every football tournament. Never write them off. Jadeja round the wicket. Down the track comes Crawley. There's one of those sumptuous drives, but it's out to Siraj, who's very deep set at long off, and will just get Crawley a single. It does bring the 50 up for England. So they've lost the 2 wickets, but they've got to 50 in just a shade over 11 overs. So they've been motoring very tidily. 96 runs the lead. The slip is in place for Jadeja. Root is forward. Nurdles it out to mid wicket and takes another single.
Question for you.
Yes.
Would you, for the 5th test, put Dan Lawrence in ahead of Ollie Pope?
Very good question, as this one is forward and defended. That's an interesting question for a number of reasons, because we're going to have to wait and see how Bairstow bats, and there might be a question mark. Forward comes Crawley. I think the England way is to stick with what you know. Would it make a difference if it's a dead rubber as opposed to a series decider? Possibly yes. Forward again comes Crawley with that big long reach of his, and he pushes that all the way down to the very deeply set Siraj.
Doesn't this English management only change players though if they're injured?
Yeah, well, that's what I was kind of saying. Nestlers is I think they'll stick. I mean, don't forget, Pope has won us a Test match in this series. It would be harsh to drop him because he happened to get a pair there. That again is pushed to mid wicket. They will take a single.
Tony, I know it was a world class, huge contribution to a Test winning effort.
Yeah.
But what's he done in the? Look at the 4 games rather than the idea of just this match.
Yeah, no, I think England's management is tolerant.
Yeah, the in the old days, probably quite a few players would be dropped and someone else brought in to fail.
Anyway, for 2.
All I'm saying is that it's Tony's old adage of add 2 wickets to the score has never been more correct than when England's number 3 comes out to bat.
Yeah, I hear what you say, as Ashwin is in around the wicket to Crawley, who just pushes in out into the offside and takes a single, and will bring former captain, first innings centurion Joe Root onto strike. And it was a return to the Root we sort of know and love, I think, in that first innings, wasn't it? Plays that one quite watchfully off the back foot back towards Ashwin.
Somebody is asking me for cycling advice. I'll get to that in a minute.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Make sure your bike's the right way round. There's
Definitely
the back end and the bell end, and then off you go. As that one is dabbed to backward point by Ruti. Takes a single, and the lead for England is in 3 figures. 100 runs, 54 for 2.
Why are they showing a picture of Stokes?
Well, I think because
has he got all the 100 runs?
No, he represents England as captain. I think that's where India with a lead, as this one's defended by Crawley.
Is he an erstwhile captain?
It's all his doing.
Yeah, I mean, if the boot was on the other foot, you'd have a picture of Rohit, I suspect.
Yeah, I'm sure you would.
In the absence of Kohli, you'd probably have a picture of Kohli if he was playing. That one again, it's defended.
Even though Rohit's captain.
Even though Rohit's captain, yes. Whether it's a contractual obligation or not, we don't know. Ashwin is in again. Oh, that's slightly uppish. Couple of bounces though before it reaches Rajat Patidar, who's the man at mid-off on this occasion. It's the end of that over. 3 runs from it. So 2, but for 31 for Ashwin. 55 for 2 England. The lead 101. Nestlers.
So it's Nestler's cycling clinic.
Yes.
Just Ideal asks, how far should you ride with a broken or missing spoke? Well, there's not a distance sort of thing you should, but once you discover it, I would turn round and go home and get it fixed as soon as possible, because your wheel will start to go out of true, and which will mean you'll break other spokes.
You might lose your spokey dokies.
Indeed.
Did you have spokey dokies when you were a kid?
I don't know what you mean.
I don't know what a spokey dokey is. Jadeja in, driven past him. I think he just gets a hand on that, and it slows it down enough to restrict England to a single, restrict Crawley to a single.
Are those like things that make a noise?
Yeah, in your spokes, then it would make a noise as you.
That would just drive me mad. Oh, that turned quite a bit. And it's rather edged, but with nice soft hands to short third by Joe Root. So he'll get a single. And these two are working those ones very well indeed.
A bit of bounce as well to go with the turn as well. That's it's quite high on the bat.
It was. He played that well. Forward he comes, steers to extra cover, and that will either be at extra cover Shubman Gill or Jaiswal, who from a distance still rather perplex me as to which is which, because they are so similar in build. And I just think the close-up isn't quite enough for me to be able to let you know. Jadeja in. Forward comes Crawley. Little bit squared up. Defended into the offside.
Very good, Glenn Rogers. I'll read that out in a second.
Oh yeah, you've tempted us now, teased us. That's beautifully, exquisitely cover driven away by Crawley. Effortless. And an effortless one of these.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Beauty being tall, Al.
Oh, it's
get that big stride in.
The confidence that's flowed
again. Just nudged into onto the 45, backward of umpire Dharmasena, I think is there at square leg.
I think your point about
62 for 2.
I think the turnover of strike has kind of earned the right to play that shot before, because it's if your good balls are going for 1, it sort of brings the mistake through extra effort into play.
Absolutely. 14 overs complete, 62 for 2, 108 the lead. Nestlers, you teased us.
Glenn Rogers says recycling advice. Do you have any bespoke recycling advice?
Oh, do you know what? As soon as you said recycling advice, I was thinking about recycling. Yes, spoke recycling. Do they recycle spokes? I mean, most things are recyclable in some capacity, aren't they? Should be anyway.
Guess so.
Ashwin around the wicket. Pops up a little bit on Crawley. Again, he steers it around the corner. The man is just a little bit shorter now for Crawley, and as such, they cannot get a run. He twiddles the bat.
You
in his hands, and very quickly we're about our work. There is a man quite short as well at mid-on, but Crawley pushes him down towards mid-off anyway and takes a single.
Do you know you can get string spokes these days?
String spokes? How on earth do they work?
Well,
Doesn't your wheel wobble all over the place?
No, they're very tight.
Like a tennis racket. So
Yeah, but
literally
made of
a
string.
wheel strung like a tennis racket. As this one's defended. Out and towards short mid-wicket, no run.
They're very popular with hill climbers whose bikes, they want them to be light as ever.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can get string spokes.
Forward comes Root. Ball goes to backward point. They don't run. Just the one off the over so far.
Don't know what happens to him in the wet, but anyway.
Do they get tangled?
No, they're tightly wound, you know.
I'm just untangling my string spokes.
I wouldn't use them.
Onto the back foot goes Root. There's an ooh and an ah for
Well,
the
that's
wicket keeper
the-
and slip there.
That's the one that kept low.
It did. And the one that keeps low is the one that you are in most peril against if you're going onto the back foot, isn't it? And with that in mind, Joe Root very carefully comes forward to the next delivery and pushes it into the onside. There is no run, just a single off the over. 109 the lead, 63 for 2. 15 complete.
Has got to leave us. He's got to scoot. But he says have a lovely second and third sessions. Thank you, Sagir.
Thank you, Sagir. I think we're seeing you again this test. I certainly hope so. I seem to recall. I'm sure you do.
Messers says Nestlers is our spoken word expert.
Does that mean at the end of every sentence you have to go, spoken word?
Glenn Rogers says not my favourite spokes. Get it?
Not my favourite spokes.
Not
K-N-O-T. Yes,
yeah.
I get it.
Yeah. Okay.
Very
good. Fascinating lunchtime debate. Even if Forthy did his best to cancel himself by comparing Ramprakash to Himmler, says David Stump.
Yeah, that was. I was.
What?
Exactly. Exactly.
Changing the bowling, sir.
It is indeed a change. Thank you very much. It is a change of the bowling, and it is a man who didn't get many with the bat, but is always a tad unpredictable with the ball. Defended. No run. It is Siraj who's replaced Ravindra Jadeja.
And Inda won't be happy.
Not happy because he's replaced Jadeja?
Because he's playing, I think. Doesn't like him, does he?
Yeah, he's quite a man of forthright opinion, is Aaron Inda.
I think with the fact that they're resting Bumrah and Shami is still injured, he's the option, isn't he?
Well, he is. He had that magnificent tour of Australia and his debut tour, in fact. That's nicely played by Crawley. He just waited for it. No real effort, just pushed it out towards a fairly deeply set point, and they take a single.
Messers says a Nazi too far for Forthy.
Sorry.
I'll ask privately for some sort of context of that.
Well, I'm desperately.
How can you compare Himmler with Ramprakash? I just don't understand.
I can't remember. I seem to remember saying something like that. It's be hard to imagine Himmler on Strictly Come Dancing, but I can't remember. No, it was nothing to do with Strictly Come Dancing.
Well, the BBC have got to be impartial these days. It wouldn't put it past them.
The reason for it, I can't remember. As this is again dabbed by Root to backward point. No run. Something around advice on Test match batting that Ramprakash had given.
Was Himmler good at that?
Well, no, and I think the point from Forthy was that how well qualified really was Ramps. Quite where Himmler came from, I don't know.
Yeah,
or
and also for context, Tony, if you're looking for right wings, right people on the right to go on,
you don't want a left-hander
on reality TV. They go on ITV.
Oh,
they
right.
Go on,
okay.
I'm a celebrity. Get me out of here. That's what they do.
GB News.
Siraj. barrels in, real bristling and intent from him, but solidly defended by Root, who's been the junior partner of this partnership so far, but he did come in with Ashwin on a hat-trick. It's been a fascinating day so far, as indeed have most days in this series, which has been tremendous, hard-fought Test cricket. Remember today, the day started with India on 219. We'll just hold that as it's defended well by Root. Out towards cover, no run. 219 for 7, 134 behind were India. They lost Kuldeep, bowled by Anderson, but bowled off his bat inside of foot and then onto stumps. Jurel, the star turn, went on to make 90, but he was removed on the cusp of lunch for 90, leaving England with a lead of just 46. Since then, after lunch, as we'll wait for Siraj, there are 2 slips. That's driven, but it's driven straight to mid-off. This afternoon, England have already moved themselves onto 64 for 2 of the first 16 overs, but they've lost 2 in 2 with the departure of Duckett and then very first ball Ollie Pope. So these two are in a bit of recovery mode while still keeping the scoreboard ticking. 64 for 2, lead of 110 Nestlers.
Jersey Oak says, I can imagine Nestlers with a string vest, not string spokes. Christ, I don't think I've worn a vest since I was about 5. Jay Grover says, taking advice from batting about ramps would be like asking Himmler about minority outreach. I should know, he says. I've heard the podcast about 8 fucking times now.
Was that what it was? You see,
yeah.
I was actually there. I was on it, and I can't remember what the context of it was.
Himmler certainly not, but maybe Goebbels, says Mog.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Right.
Glenn Rogers says Mussolini was renowned.
Ashwin, oh, what a ball. What a ball, what a ball, what a ball, what a ball. Crawley blinks, eyes wide. And that one was the one that went the wrong way for the off-spinner from bowled
The one that went straight.
Wicket. Yeah. And Crawley says, right, well, if you're going to bowl them to the... Oh, no, there's a man there. I was just going to say, eulogise how well he flamingoed that on drive, but only for a single in the end. 65
that found
for 2.
a rare space between the on Hayden and the bowler.
Yeah, there's not a lot of space there, is there?
That was thread the
Ashwin
needle
in.
there.
Root reaches a little bit for that, but it's out towards extra cover. Root walks away, shakes his head. I think he feels that he's not quite got his timing.
No, I think he probably feels he played that a little bit too far away from his body. Like you said, he did reach for that one.
That one he's forced onto the back foot and turns it round the corner, but there's a man there and there will be no run. He hit 60 singles in his ton in the first innings, liberally spreading them all around on offside
boring
and leg.
Baseball.
Well, Nestlers, this has been a long and interesting debate, I can assure you. That's well defended by Root. He played his natural game. He did rather impishly say in the post-day interview, or the end of the day interview yesterday, that to get to his 100 he did think about attempting to reverse ramp. Oh, that's got to be very close. Ashwin goes up, Root steps back. Dharmasena, I think, has said no. The think tank will convene.
That's what this is about.
Almost certainly Rohit will go, yep. Dharmasena goes, if you must. I have to say, think Root could win a spot of bother here. Al, you
I think
were
it
more
might
confident.
pitch outside leg stump.
You might. How certain are you on a scale of 1 to 10?
At this time in the morning, having got up at 3 o'clock.
Yes.
Not very.
Not very. Okay, we'll have a look. I don't think that pitches. It catches one of those cracks. To me, that pitches leg and middle.
It does definitely straighten, doesn't it?
Straightens.
Too much,
There's no inside edge. And I think England's first innings hero is in more than a spot of bother here. And what's more, I rather think he does, just looking at the look on his face. And well, something of an expletive from beneath his helmet, I think we saw there, which suggests he knows he is in a spot of bother.
Definitely Ultra Edge shows nothing.
Right, where does it pitch?
No.
It pitches in
Whoa.
line.
I tell you what, Tony, that is very close. I'd love to see exactly how much the ball is pitching in line.
Well, everything's hitting. Dharmasena goes, yeah. Good review, Rohit. And England have lost their first innings hero. Root has to go for just 11. Nelson's, in fact, of a kind, because it was 111 is the lead. But they're effectively 111 for 3. Ashwin has all 3. And I'll tell you what, boys, this game is far from done. England need to be really, really careful to build up enough of a lead here, because it could fall over horribly fast. But we have to say to Rooty a fond farewell. Yeah, 17 overs complete, 65 for 3, 111 the lead. The new man will be, of course, a man under no small amount of pressure, I reckon. Right now, it's this fellow.
Johnny Best is smarter than the average Besto. Johnny Best has been this good since daycare, so all put on your wigs and let the crimson hair flow. I want the Pope to give him his own large prayer. Oh, he can hit the sixes, although it's so dark. He'd even run a 10 at Bradford Park Avenue. No other Yorkshireman can compare. I tell you, Johnny Best is smarter than the average Besto.
Well, this test is fascinating, but it's a roller coaster ride for England fans, because they are not building a dominant lead here. They are limping their way to whatever target they want to set. They've lost Duckett, Pope, 2 in 2, a golden duck for Pope. They've just lost Root, LBW to Ashwin. Got a new man who's not in the greatest of nick by any manner of means. You rather feel that Al, that a lot rests on the shoulders of Crawley right now, doesn't it?
Well, let's consider that we might get small contributions from Folkes and Hartley and Robinson, maybe 20 from each of those.
220 to 250 is a sort of target I'm starting to feel in my water. Not 300 and something.
Well, did you really think that it was going to be a 300 target?
Yeah.
Did you really?
After the way that Jurel batted, yeah.
I think you might have set that up.
In comes Ashwin.
Set yourself up for disappointment there.
Turned away around the corner by Crawley.
Would do a change after this?
Oh, hang on. Are we? Wait a minute. What are we watching at? Why are we seeing Root there? Are we watching replays here? No.
Yes.
Oh, right. Yes, we were.
Yeah. It's all right.
But random replays. It wasn't even like we were seeing.
No, that was very random. Do you want to do this over?
Yeah, I'll just do this over. Nick is here, ready to roll, and then we'll do a shuffle. We'll do one more over as this trio.
that seemed like some forthright advice from Rohit. Hand on the shoulder, but also
Siraj into Crawley, works him off his hip, and just backward of square. He'll take a single. We're going to get an early chance to see how Johnny B is going to fare. 66 for 3. England. Goodness me, this is dramatic. You cannot take your eyes off it for a moment. Something is likely to happen. Those last 2 wickets for India came in a bit of a hurry, but it was a very, very stubborn partnership between Jurel and Kuldeep. Kuldeep, who batted like in the most old school test manner you could ever imagine. 20 odd off about 111 balls, but boy was it important in the context of this match for India. Siraj in, Bairstow forward to defend back to him, and there is no run.
Still no back sponsor.
No.
See that red? See what?
I see what you mean. The question was the impact and was it in line? And
Tony, for me, it's the first red line that I'm interested in. The pitching in line with leg stump.
Siraj into Johnny B. That was a little bit uppish. He's going to get a run though. He's off and running. Worked away down to long leg. When I say off and running, off and strolling. Conserving. We'll kindly say he's conserving his energy there, Johnny B. Root was sort of rather falling over, wasn't he? Looking to whip Ashwin away. He knew. He was in conversation with Crawley, and I think Crawley said, I think you might be in spot of bother here, Joe. Crawley on 40. And, again, in pretty rapid order. Siraj in. Crawley defends to mid-wicket, no run. Bairstow scores this series, 37, 10, 25. But after that, it all rather fell apart. Nick is sat next to me here, making sort of almost expansive Italian gestures at the questioning the validity of that decision.
Is there umpire's call on leg stump? Because that looks like umpire's call.
I think it was umpire's call anyway. That one is defended again by Crawley into the offside. Perhaps conscious now. Just take a little bit of time, take a deep breath, make sure you're still there to ensure that Johnny B at least has got himself set. Because Johnny B is not Mr. Reliable from an England perspective.
Root looks like he was going to offer someone out then. Doesn't look happy, does he?
In the car park of the sports complex in Ranchi. That's flicked beautifully off his leg. I think it was off the bat. It's down to long leg. It's 4 of something.
It's 4 runs.
And it is 4 runs. Changing of the guard here. It's 71 for 3. England. Crawley 44, Bairstow 1, 18 overs complete. Nick will slide into this chair. Nestlers, you just want to see us through the final messages?
Nestlers has given me the dramas to exactly where we are, so thanks, Nestlers. Leah says, did you know that Himmler was an effing nerd and the bred rabbits? So much could have been prevented had he gotten a few more swirlies in school. I don't even know what a swirly is. Leah also says, Rogers, yes. Oh, sorry. The carnage with which it ends is comparable. Glenn Rogers says, young Johnny Bairstow said Rolling Stones of cricket. Not as good as he used to be, but still touring. I think that's a great way of putting it. Jay says, I'm making coffee and toast in the morning like a normal person. This is fucking weird.
Welcome to humanity, Jay.
Yep. That'll teach you to sleep.
Certainly will do. Ashwin to continue bowling around the wicket. Bairstow drives and it beats. I thought that was going to be comfortable for mid-off, but it beats mid-off. And that goes all the way to the sponge for one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary. Crossing a boundary.
In between Crawley's legs. Yeah. 4 runs. Beautiful. Comes back to his crease. Kind of gets squared up there, Bairstow, which is always the trouble. And instead of turning it round the corner, it goes to mid-off again. The dichotomy of Bairstow in 2 shots.
From a Perth point of view, it's good to see the Perth Scorchers, Zach Crawley, doing so well.
He's going gangbusters, isn't he?
Yeah.
Ashwin in. Bairstow this time comes back in his crease and plays that off to cover. The bit of debate and dispute is is the impact in line. Barely, if half is umpire's call, considering the original impact, the original decision was not out, as this is whipped in the gap between square leg and mid wicket. Siraj at deep mid wicket will limit things to a single. You need more than 50% of the ball to be in line, Nick, and I think barely a hair's breadth there, the 50% was in line.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep,
certainly.
it was as close as you can get.
It certainly wouldn't. It seemed to be definitely umpire's call, but they gave it this hitting.
Yeah.
They can see why Root looks slightly aggrieved.
A big stride forward and a push by Crawley for no run off this fifth ball of the over. Well, I'm guessing that with Shastri and Swan in the commentary box, this one is just defended by Crawley, and that'll be the end of the over. That the spinners union will turn around and say it's about time that a spinner got a decision in their favour. But that's the end of the over. Crawley's on 44 and England are 76 for 3.
It's a pity Tony's gone because Farong's got onto the puns. He says, oh, well, it started sort of. Jesus drove a Honda but never spoke of it, for I speak not of my own accord. John 12:49. And the government denied tax exemption for my church that believes Jesus spoke with a lisp. It was a real slap in the face. Oh, God, Farong, please no more. Just Ideal says, has there been a film star with more insouciance than Baz McCullum? Josie Oak says, I guess we'll be 4 down in a minute when Bairstow gets bowled through the gate. And Ombre Nuevo says, no pressure, Bairstow. Well, it's times like this, Bairstow, it's 200 and 110 deliveries or something. That's the nature of the beast.
Let's take him as we find him. We come to praise him, not to bury him, and that is short and pulled away behind square, in between deep square leg and long leg, and that's taken a couple of big bounces, and that's gone for another one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Bowling there is going to make him feel really good about himself.
Yes.
Yeah. Free his arms up there.
Yeah, bowling there will make almost anybody make them feel good about themselves. The lead, 126. Bairstow 10.
They've got 2 people back for that shot though.
This one, good length. But coming into Bairstow means he can play the ball into the same sort of area, but all are on the ground this time. Those 2 fielders that Nick was talking about converge, but Bairstow and Crawley quick about their business and they run 2.
Yeah, nice running there.
He's run that first one really hard, hasn't he, Nick?
Went for it. He's fast, isn't he? When you see him live in the field, he's quite amazing, really.
Yeah.
How fast he moves.
Siraj in again. This one given the chance to drive. He does so, and the offside sweeper was slightly behind square, which means that there's an awful lot of room to make up. He fielded there, does so just in time, fielding the ball well in front of square. And Bairstow will take, and was that 3? He's moved on to 15.
So yeah,
so I believe that might have been the rarely seen 3.
I was looking for a jingle for a 3, but
we haven't got quite to the point of a jingle for everything.
I'm sure there's one somewhere.
Not far off.
Not, yeah, give it time.
I may be being generous. I think Bairstow's lost a bit of timber since the start of the series.
Could be right.
Yeah.
Crawley on strike this time, defends with a good stride forward to mid wicket. So Nick, where do you do your cricket watching when you get the chance?
Normally at home, but I live in Tooting, southwest London. So yeah, but yeah, trips to the Oval, the London grounds every now and again in the summer.
Don't let Tony's Middlesex depression get you down.
I'm more of an oval boy, really.
Siraj gets Crawley reaching forward a little bit for this one.
So you've got that winning feeling, have you?
Yeah, well, Surrey seem to be doing just regularly all right, don't they?
Well, I mean, Surrey's got about half the total membership of Cardiff cricket clubs, isn't it? Something like that.
It's a waiting list right now. It's absolutely when you go to a match, it's quite mad, especially like a 100 match or a 2020 or something. So.
Last ball of this over. Crawley again defends this one down towards the mid-on area. Crawley's on 44, Bairstow 15. England's lead is 131.
Some debate about the where that ball pitched. Stuart Wallace says surely the ball pitch was umpire's call. Definitely not more than 50% inside, in my opinion. Mog says 50.00001%. Jamie Wilson says coffee and toast, for fuck's sake. There has to be tea. That's for you, Jay. And Glenn Rogers says, as Nick Flanagan observed, was he out or out? I think he was just out.
Definitely not out.
And Mog says, this is a population of Tooting 500 million. Everyone seems to live there.
Anyone who's everyone lives in Tooting.
High concentration of cricket fans.
Nick and Gary, basically.
Ashwin to continue. Ashwin to come back now. A ball played down to long on by Bairstow.
Our biggest celebrity in Tooting these days is Bradley Wiggins, who you see often around the market. The old Tour de France winner.
This one definitely outside the leg stump. Played to wicket, to no run.
Norcross lives in Tooting too, I think, doesn't he? Not that I'd call him a celebrity.
Who knows?
Grubby lives in
Tooting
too.
The ball defended by Crawley to cover.
Oh, Grubby lives to standards a bit.
Crawley again resolute in defence.
But Bradley Wiggins, when he was the Tour de France, he was really skinny. He's now turned into a weightlifter, so he's absolutely enormous. It's kind of
oh god,
it's quite a sight.
Crawley takes a crab step forward, but it ultimately just defends. Picture those showing how worn the middle of his bat is. I suppose if you've got a lucky bat, you'll just keep using it. Another crab step and a drive. Mid-off, kind of in between mid-off and mid-on, and there's a scramble for a second run, but I think everyone gets back okay. Score is 88, Crawley's on 46. Tony's probably having a mild heart attack in the green room, but everyone's okay and safe at the end of the over. Jess?
So Mog is asking how the GPL ended up. Well, it ended up on £174 with 20 entries, ranging from 207 for somebody who took my advice to hedge in case it rained, which was probably you, Mog, through to 347. So there's a big range on the GPL today. That's
176 runs so far, if my maths is right. Yeah, 176.
Yeah, well, that's pretty good. Leah says, I admire the English competitiveness. They're doing their best to make the Indian fans look very reasonable after that route review. Comment says, Bairstow feasting on pies as usual. And David Barrett says, did I just see Ravi Shastri in the DRS truck?
Siraj has been whipped out of the attack double quick. Jadeja is coming back and gets a ball to go completely straight, but somehow confuse and befuddle Bairstow as it goes right past his outside edge.
I think it's a good move, isn't it, with Bairstow? Although they could have tried Kuldeep, because I think Kuldeep's had...
I'm mystified. I kind of buy into what Anindo says when he talks about Kuldeep. That is an ugly looking shot by Bairstow. It attempted drive / cutaway. It hits the underside of the bat and hits the ground and spoons up.
I don't know how many times Kuldeep's got Bairstow in the series, but he doesn't seem to pick him, does he?
No.
I'm not sure many of the England batsmen do. Bairstow defends this third ball to mid wicket. It's all looked a little bit unconvincing in this over from Bairstow. I think he's an armchair psychologist's dream, Bairstow, as this hits the inside half of the bat into the pad, and Bairstow doesn't know where the ball is, and it all feels just a matter of time, this over.
You never know with Bairstow, he's...
Well, that's what I mean, you'd feel that Jadeja could send it down on a tea tray and it'd confuse him. There is a fielder about 15 yards away from the bat on the drive, probably just as much to occupy eye line as anything. Bairstow pushes and finds that fielder. Last ball of the over, defended straight back to the bowler. And I think all that we can say is that Bairstow survived.
Never in doubt.
Indeed. Just Ideal says Zach Crawley's success will future-proof out-of-form English Test players. That's probably true. I wonder if there will ever be any more English Test players. I think they've got their call they want for the next 20 years, and they'll just keep playing them. Certainly won't be depending on form in county cricket for getting people into the team. I'm not sure. I think the 100's probably the selection criterion, isn't it?
Well, Bashir's the manner of his selection, I think is absolutely fascinating. That basically Stokes saw him bowl on the television and basically alerted the staff to, I think this fella could do really well. As Ashwin continues, this one turned round the corner, very fine by Crawley. Oh, an attempted dive and a stop. I think that was by Jadeja, but he's so quick, even though he misses it the first time, he manages to get it at the second attempt. But that's a comfortable 2 for Crawley, taking him to 48.
Yeah. Not the Jadeja's finest moment, but he rescued it.
This one slightly shorter, gives Crawley the chance to push. It goes no farther than what will be the edge of the circle. The fielder at point really didn't have to move too much, but there was absolute commitment to the single from both batsmen. Full sprint by both, and in the end Crawley's in relatively comfortably and moves to 49. So Bairstow will face, he's on 16. England lead 137. Bairstow back in his crease and pushes that ball out to cover.
Ashwin's bowled pretty well, hasn't he? Just a wily old fox.
Yeah, it's kind of all set up for him. That one seems to be a far more docile delivery, which Bairstow plays comfortably.
He seems to do that, and then he just fires the kind of slightly fuller one in, which I think was what got a root. So see if he tries that anytime soon.
Ashwin in again. I think that one's the flatter, slightly quicker one, but again dealt with very well by Bairstow. He shouldn't really turn around and
abuse him. I think we should.
No, I was going to say overly question every delivery. I mean, let's. I think
at least he's.
No, I think there comes a point where it just becomes a little bit silly as he moves and cuts the ball away. I was waiting for a sweeper fielder in the offside to limit that to a fielder, but it turns out there was no sweeper, and so that beats the offside field and goes for one of these now.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Nice, finish the over.
So imagine Sally R56 says there is no umpire's call on where the ball pitches. It either does or it doesn't. Explain below. And she sent us a link to an excellent article, which is actually on the Cricket Australia website, about explaining it all. So if you're interested, click on that. She says hashtag can of worms opening.
Hey, no. If it's a binary thing, then that's all right. But
at what point then does it become pitching on or off? Then I suppose isn't that the
I
point
still
about
think it's
umpire's call?
50%.
Yes, it is. It's still 50%, but it's not umpire's call one way or the other.
But it seems odd that you have umpire's call on other stuff, but not on that.
Crawley
He does. Well,
defends for no run.
Well, yes and no, because there is no predictive factor in it. It makes sense. I don't think there should be an umpire's call on where the ball hits the pad, though.
Crawley turns this ball to square leg, takes a single, and Zach Crawley, 50 not out.
Well done, sir.
Half a 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 century.
17th time he's reached 50. Hopefully, this will be the 5th time that he reaches 100.
Certainly, as an England fan, he's played really well, hasn't he? Everyone else has kind of struggled. He's just those long arms.
Certainly been England's most consistent batsman through the series as Bairstow defends this ball to short cover. Bairstow drives this one more towards long off, although it's either a deep mid off or a very short long off. As we see the applause of the England faithful. Crawley defends. All happens very quick when Jadeja's around. And that's the end of the over. Double quick time. 97 for 3.
Aaron Anindo says the Ranchi pitch has been a road today. It might well be a gutter tomorrow, though. Hombre Nuevo says it's looking like to win this game, we most likely need to make sure India are not batting in the morning session tomorrow. If they are, the way it's played for the first 3 days, the odds are probably with them. Well, first morning it was a tough pitch to play out. David Barrett
sends
us a screenshot of a considered discussion with another cult member where he says attack, fuck off, with a picture of the LBW. The other fellow says declare, and yes, Dave just says go harder.
Go harder. We've asked and we shall receive a change in the bowling. Ashwin's arm's about to fall off, obviously. So it's going to be this man who's going to come in and replace him. It's going to be Kuldeep. Is that one? Oh. No. I think it said that Bairstow was facing.
Yep.
And because Bairstow's now wearing a helmet, steps back in his crease. The ball kind of spit, and I think it might have bounced over the top of the stumps had he not hit it, but it was a very late cut, wasn't it?
Again, I'm not sure. Yeah, it spun into him sharply, didn't it, and bounced.
I think it would have hit the top of leg stump, probably.
Yeah.
Depends who's doing DRS.
Yeah.
The stumps are quite good at doing DRS by themselves.
Crawley defends that back. Because our thought process for years was that if Shane Watson was ever bowled, he'd review it. Kuldeep in again. Takes the inside half of the bat, but goes to back and square for no run. Sorry, Jeff.
Well, there's been a few suggestions of late that the bails should no longer be the arbiter of whether a ball hitting the wicket is out. It should. The technology tells us if it's hit the wicket, and if it's hit the wicket, it should be out, whether the bails come off or not.
The quicker ball, straighter ball, is defended by Crawley. Isn't the whole idea, though, of being bowled is that the fact that it removes the stump?
Well, I mean, the
Removes
argument
the bails,
goes,
sorry.
Yeah, but the bails have changed over the years and have become significantly heavier with the flashing bails too. So the requirement becomes different in terms of hitting.
No, get it, right.
Sorry.
Yeah, and then it does. It's quite nice, isn't it, when the bails light up? And then it is a very definitive moment. But
because after that, Jez, it's going to be, well, how hard did it hit the stumps?
Yeah.
This ball is driven by Crawley.
Umpire's call on whether it hits the stumps.
Makes mid-off move a good 10-15 yards to his left, but will take a single. That's the last ball of Kuldeep's over. 25 overs in this innings, and England have scored 99 runs.
Perong stuck his tongue in his cheek. He says, "Sporting declaration before the tea break."
Against Australia, yes.
Proteus Vex says, "Win or lose, one thing I like about Basie Ball is it's not cricket by committee, although they might need committee." Jay says, "What the? Two pigeons were having a Donnybrook in a bush next door, and a robin just swooped in, laid the nut on one of them.
What a great ball
up
by!
looking pleased with it.
What a great ball by Jadeja. Crawley reaches forward to play defensively, and that ball has spun a long way to beat its outside edge.
Yeah, beauty.
That's a jaffer, that, isn't it, Nick?
Absolute beauty.
That one almost follows the same trajectory. Takes the outside edge, played with soft hands. Slip, third man, beats the lot. That goes for one of these.
Hit me, baby, one more time. Oh, baby.
100 up for England.
Nice play by Crawley there. Soft hands. Bit of an edge, but went down for 4. So Jadeja doesn't look happy.
He's looking.
Jadeja registered disappointment there, I think. That one again takes a edge. Again, a very, very committed single between these two batsmen. Crawley is in, and so is Bairstow. As we're looking at the repeat of the worm burner that got Stokes at the ankle in the first innings.
So Stokes is
England's
much
lead is 100. Sorry, Nick.
No,
Talked
worries.
all over the top of you there, mate. Sorry about that. One keeps a little low, but Bairstow punches it out to deep cover for a single. What were you saying, mate? Sorry.
It's the one where Stokes walks, isn't it? LBW just turns around and walks off. Just without even waiting for the umpire.
Yeah. That one doesn't take anywhere near the middle of the bat, but goes directed to square leg. And another single. The singles are there for England. And since the fall of Root's wicket, Bairstow and Crawley have kept the scoreboard ticking over. Bairstow's on 23, just a shade over under a runner ball. As that one beats his outside edge, as well to keep his foot inside the crease. And that's the end of the over. And Nick, is Tony about? Because he should be on next.
I can't see him. There was talk of me doing the ball by ball to give Tony a break.
Are you doing the ball by ball?
So I could
half past 8.
I think I could take over for that.
Yeah. Well, if Nestle Boy comes on, I'll nip off, and I'll see you guys after tea.
Okay.
Nestle's. Nestle's.
Am I supposed to be admitting people? I don't know if
No. Nestle's.
Nestle's is there.
There he is. There he is. He's a pro, you see.
Yeah. I'm Brain Ovos next, Nestle's.
Got it. But he's
This is a
talking to
treat.
you.
I very rarely get to be on at the same time as Nestlers because we sort of alternate on tweets. So it's a joy when I'm on with you, Nestlers.
Yeah. How about the Stones in Perth in 1970, whenever it was, then Messi?
73. It was a pretty ordinary concert, I've got to tell you.
It was funny that popped up on Facebook, and I just thought,
Yeah.
I remember you saying it was shit.
That was them kind of in that broadly.
Dreadful acoustics.
They were kind of close, not close to their peak at that point, no, in the 70s. Just,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but they weren't. Well, not as a big arena performance band. They weren't. I don't think.
I'm sure Mick's listening now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Messi. What are you talking about?
No, he knows they weren't very good. They were fucking late. It was windy.
Ooh.
It was a shit acoustics place, the Wacker for a concert.
So
yeah, it wasn't great.
New over started, just knocked it into Crawley's knocked it into the leg side for a single. The replay at the end of the last over looks like maybe Jurel missed a stumping chance on Bairstow there, by the looks of it.
Nick, we've not been on before with each other, I don't think.
Have we not?
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello, indeed.
Where are you broadcasting from? So.
Epping in Essex. Not Tooting.
Not too well, you know.
I do like Tooting though.
It's good. Well, it's good curries, really good, really good
Oh,
food. So.
There's a takeaway there, like a vegetarian takeaway, which Gary introduced me to. Unbelievable.
Yeah, a few of them. Right, Kuldeep into Bairstow. And Bairstow plays that nicely. Out into the offside, goes into the deep. They run one. That's all they're going to get though. Yeah, there's a whole host of places to get your Indian food or Sri Lankan, Pakistani.
Yeah.
Your dosas and.
Gary used to bring it in to Sydenham, and he used to feast on it. It's delicious.
Yeah. Kuldeep comes into Crawley, plays it on the offside, no run. Yeah, no, we're very lucky.
My feeling is that this wicket's not showing a great deal of threat to the batters at all. And if it's going to stay like this, then I reckon England lead at least a 300 lead to feel any sense of comfort.
Well, here comes Kuldeep again to Crawley, plays it down to long off, fielded there, can't quite see the fielder, just another run, 109 for 3.
I've got a commentator's curse going on in my head, but I'm not going to say it. I'm going to say it. England are easily going to have a lead of over 300. There you go.
There you go.
And then what's going to happen though? They're going to chase it down.
Damn it.
Well, Rohit might suddenly remember how to make some runs in the second innings. It could all change.
But you're right, the pitch seems to be easing up a bit, right? Just every now and again, just something happens, but other than that,
It's been like this all the tests so far. We've expected things to get much worse, and they really haven't.
yeah, all the pitches have been pretty good actually. All four,
Yeah,
4
but
days.
an Indo says it could be like a gutter tomorrow. But you just don't know, do you?
Crawley played that one out. So JJ comes in. Crawley tries to drive it on the offside. Doesn't time it. Goes out on the leg side towards mid wicket actually, where it's fielded, and there's no run. Still this kind of in-out field for Crawley really. People in the ring and then a couple of boundary riders. Again, he plays that into the offside, and again, no run. And just as we're talking about the pitch, the TV cameras have started to look at that rough just outside his off stump, I think, which is what Jadeja's aiming at. This time Crawley just goes back to ball on the stumps and plays it back just down the pitch to which fielded in the offside.
Yeah, things have quieted down a bit lately, haven't they?
And just as we say that, Jadeja rips on past Crawley's off stump that turns and bounces from the middle and then disappears past his bat, where it's taken well by Jurel. But again, no edge. This one, Crawley drives it. It's an bit more pitched up. It's half fielded, and they scamper through for a single. Southern Gill there. So yep. So quickly through the single last ball. The over 110 for 3. Crawley's on 60 and young Johnny Bairstow on 24.
Jersey Oak says, when do we get robot umpires that pop up out of the ground behind the stumps? No need for square leg umpires since they've already been supplanted by cameras anyway. We're thinking of getting robots to do our hoovering in the office at work.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Wow.
Frees up the cleaners to do other things, you see.
No, it frees up the cleaners to be made redundant is the main problem with that.
No, you can't do that. Well, they can't mop or dust.
Yeah. Yeah. Be interesting.
Glenn Rogers, going back to World War II, says, apologies for revisiting a previous topic, but I've been scouring wisdom for a quote about the 1939 German bowling quartet. Hitler's only got one ball, Goering has two but very small, Himmler is rather similar, but poor old Goebbels has no balls at all.
And on that note, Kuldeep's just sizzled one through Crawley, pitched it up, and turning into me, went back to it. Not sure if I'd kind of fizzed along and bowled him. Crawley's been bowled for 60.
I should have kept my mouth shut, shouldn't I? Fuck.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was your wicket or mine, actually.
So one of these.
Ooh, that came back a long way.
I wonder if Bashir and Hartley are licking their lips a little bit.
Yeah. That was a beautiful delivery. It pitched on a good length. It turned a lot and went between bat and pad for Crawley, but in a way you can't blame him for that because he was playing the line he would have expected it to go without that crazy amount of turn.
Well, Frank Rockefeller says last call for Bairstow, time to pull his finger out. Yeah, very much so now.
Good chance for him.
Jersey Oak says he's blaming me.
Yeah, good.
I should have kept
the hook,
I should have kept it in my head.
So cometh the hour, cometh this man.
Oh.
Got a Ben Stokes. It's like 50 seconds long, which is like a long time.
No, I'll give it a go.
Okay.
I got out Ben Stokes, and he called me a
Always worry.
Oh, if I'd only seen that Ben Stokes was so mean. And he called me up, said he'd punch my said I made him. The looked up and said, you angry redhead, you'll get fined again.
Glorious.
There we go.
That jingle hasn't had much of an outing of late because it's so long, but it was the jingle of the year in 2020, was it, I suppose? Something like that.
That's a good one.
There is another version.
Yes.
That was a good one. So back to the cricket. Stokes has played out a ball there. His second ball, actually, we missed the first one because of the jingle, but it was worth it. And he just plays it up to the offsides. The Kuldeep's got 1 for 5 from 2.5 overs, so good start from him. And got Crawley. He was looking really good. So see what Stokes can do. And this time he goes back, plays it into the offside. He's timed that really well. It was just short. Sprawling in the field. Siraj throws it back in, and they've just come back for 2. So Stokes is away. It
will be interesting to see whether Stokes is going to be on the defensive initially, which he has been in most innings so far, or has decided that he's going to get another shooter if he does that, and might as well go out and hit a bit. Because the ball that got him in the first innings was just impossible.
Yeah.
I think that Stokes just comes forward to that one, plays it out into the offside. Is the danger of going back? I think sometimes on this pitch.
Yes.
Some of the England fans not looking terribly happy about that, but Kuldeep is looking very happy. As Kuldeep comes in this time to Stokes, and he bowls an absolute beauty. He goes into pitches, bounces past the outside of Stokes' off stump. So the pitch is beginning.
He flighted that beautifully. It looked like it was going to be a full toss, but dropped. And yeah, that was perfect delivery.
And bounced, yeah. So every now and again the pitch is playing up a bit. So I don't know what is going to be a good score to chase.
Sorry, Nestlers, it's you.
It is me. Jay says that it's still his favourite ever jingle, the Ben Stokes one. Also, one tweet that I think got talked over was his two pigeons were having a Donnybrook in a bush next door, and a robin just swooped in and laid the nut on one. Not break off.
As new over, Bairstow hits one up to mid-off and runs through for a quick single off to Jaja.
And then hopped up looking pleased with himself. Christ, you can tell you're chronically urbanised when Hunter's Bar feels like a safari.
Actually came back for two there. Overthrows. So Bairstow's back on strike.
Oh, he ran a long way, didn't he?
Yeah, Bairstow goes back again to Jaja. He's a bit low, but he managed to get it out square on the offside. That's a deep point.
They keep showing this one.
Yeah. I think they've moved the field.
Tweet of Jay's led me to look up Hunter's Bar, which is a roundabout and former toll bar on Ecclesall Road in southwest Sheffield. The toll bar was active until the late 19th century.
Jaja tries to run in there, but something distracted Ben Stokes. So he's got to try again.
Two pigeons having a Donnybrook.
Oh, this is a bit of a dirty full toss from Jaja, and Stokes has whipped it nicely, but it's well stopped on the boundary. Not see who that is, and it just for two. That was Akash. Very well fielded.
The things you discover. I've discovered also that Hunter's Bar Roundabout has its own Twitter account and its own website.
There's a really big shout here for LBW against Stokes. He's hit. He comes forward. He's hit. This bounced and turned. I think so it might be a little high, maybe leggy, but the umpire didn't give it. The Indians are having a big chat, but
I think it's turning too much, isn't it?
And it might hit him on his thigh as well. Obviously, there's a bit of a powwow. But have they gone for it? Oh, they've gone for it.
They always leave it to the last minute. It's a real sort of nail biter, isn't it? Waiting to see if they do it when the clock's on one.
Yeah. So
all part of the drama.
Which DRS?
I'd be surprised if this was out. I really would.
Well, depends. Is Ravi Sastry still in the DRS box?
Still, they got 3 reviews left.
Yeah. Oh, it hit crack and it bounced.
Right on the crack.
Actually, didn't. Well, it hit him on the knee roll, on the front foot. Actually, a fair bit forward, quite close to the bat.
I think it's missing.
No bat involved.
It's turned. So no, definitely no bat.
Umpire's call, don't forget. I think he's.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it is missing.
There've been some funny ones though, haven't there?
It'll go past leg because it's turned a lot.
And yeah, well, pitching in line, Wicket's umpire's call, and to be fair, there's a fair bit of the ball hitting the stump there.
Whoa!
maybe that's
yeah. It's a payback.
Karma.
Maybe McCullum got into the DRS box this time.
Just slipped the guy a fiver. Oof, Rohit's can't believe it. Stokes looks kind of relieved.
I think Stokes can't believe it either.
Wow.
That's where if someone's watching a game of cricket for the first time and you try to explain why that's not out, you can't.
No, it's both out and not out, depending on what the umpire felt like at the time. It's weird. It just shows that their DRS system for India is working reasonably well, because it was well worth taking.
Yeah, no, it was a good, and also I guess if the umpire had given it, then that would be it.
Yeah.
So.
That's the end of the over.
End of the over. Sorry, Stokes came forward to that last ball there. So Jadeja's 0 for 46 from 12, but he's probably put a bit better than that.
4 wickets down and 2 redheads at the crease, says Glenn Rogers. Time for England to rang it in a bit. Space-time curvature with that DRS, says Frank Rockefeller. Yeah, there is a bit of that going on, isn't there? You need a sort of physicist to explain it.
Yeah, it's all based on predictions, isn't it? And you do wonder how they can make it as accurate as it might need to be, given you're dealing with millimetres at times.
Indeed.
Somebody could hack into it and do a AI fake DRS, and you'd have chaos.
Here's some Kuldeep new over here to Bairstow. And Bairstow's forward defending back down the pitch to Kuldeep. So it was about 10 minutes, 15 minutes to tea.
Yeah, and there's only a requirement for 29 more overs today. They're going to get more than their allotment in if they keep this up.
That's good. Kuldeep comes in again. Oof, not a great ball. Kind of down leg side. Johnny Bairstow has a bit of a swing at it. Doesn't hit it. And it gets stopped. And there's no run.
Jurel's not having a great time behind the stumps, is he? He fumbled that one too. I mean, it's not going to be easy on this wicket with these bowlers, but even so,
no,
he's not as tidy as he was in the first innings.
This one, Bairstow again comes back, defends it solidly to mid off.
I thought they were reviewing that one for a minute.
It's weird that they should choose to replay the discussion around whether to DRS or not. I mean, that's a bit odd.
I guess DRS it's been a bit funny, isn't it? Some of the LBs in this series, there's been they've looked slightly odd, but maybe that's the gist of it. But I don't know. So Kuldeep again, coming into Bairstow. Just holds it outside our stump. Bairstow comes forward and actually opens the face and plays it nicely, actually, just down through the kind of vacant third area. And they come back for 2. He moves to 20.
Doesn't hang about, does he, Johnny? He does run hard.
Indeed.
Oh, they're now showing something else.
Whoa. They've missed a review that would have been out.
No one noticed that, but
no.
Kuldeep again. Just comes in, ball kind of spinning back into Johnny Bairstow as it normally would. He comes back and just knocks it into the onside for another single. Moves to 30. England's lead, 120, what's 160, 165, 166 now?
165, yeah.
Are they saying that the bowlers thought he hit it didn't review it.
Yeah.
This time Kuldeep comes in, Stokes goes back, just knocks it down very gently into the offside, and that's the end of the over.
So Glenn Rogers says a player is run out by 2 metres, but replays show the ball barely clipped the bail before falling off. If that umpire's call not out.
It's a can of worms, isn't it?
Well, it certainly is.
I mean, it's the best that they can do with the technology. It's not as clear cut as, say, like tennis, is it? Where the ball, they go to the absolute half a millimetre in tennis and show it as in or out. So,
I think it works generally pretty well in cricket, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think you can argue that, like Stokes suggested, that if it's out, it's out. But you'd change the balance of the game quite dramatically if that were to happen right now.
I think it certainly works better than it does in football, where it just seems to be chaos the whole time.
Yeah, true.
Right, you're over here.
It's hard to understand that.
Jade comes in, Bairstow knocks it up.
Yeah, I think the offside thing's a problem with VAR, isn't it?
I think football.
Oh, don't let's even go there.
Yeah.
It sounds like a complete can of worms.
Let's focus on the cricket.
Yes.
And in saying that, I cannot believe Bairstow's left this ball, which I think, talking about umpires call hitting the stumps, I think we might be calling about one there, because I don't know how it missed, but it was a whisker. Wow. A whisker away from the off stump.
Good leave.
Good leave.
Yeah. Bob, yeah. Jadeja literally cannot believe he's still holding his head this time, but he's back on the money. Bairstow plays forward out in the offside.
Bairstow's got history about leaving balls that then bowl him, hasn't he? It's not a great look.
No. Bairstow forward again, plays into offside. Again, there's no run.
Can of worms. How did we get to Klingon snack packs? Says Leah.
Having said previously that nothing much was happening on this pitch, it now does look like a bit of a minefield, to be honest.
It does.
It's making the batters very nervous.
So they're placking the offside now. And as Jadeja turns another one past Bairstow's offside. So they've got a silly point. I think got a short cover. Basically got 4 or 5 people within about 15-20 yards of Bairstow on the offside. And Jadeja's ripping it past to the outside of his off stump. Another ball this time. He plays it to one of those people on the offside who fields it. That's no run. That was a maiden from Jadeja. And yeah, the lead remains 166.
So Jersey Oak says, before this series started, I'm sure the general consensus was that the wickets would be poor and England would be thumped. Neither seems to be true. Yeah.
Yes.
There's always this discussion about playing out in India and about what the wickets are going to do, but the first few we've had have been okay,
Yeah.
Entertaining test matches. I mean, that's what you want from a wicket, but this one looks like it's turning into a bit of a bastard.
I mean, nobody's actually said it, but I would have thought, given the TV rights that the BCCI sells for the Test series are very, very rewarding. When there were tests that ended in 2 or 3 days against Australia last year, the TV companies would not have been happy.
Oof.
Whoa.
So, talking about the pitch, Kuldeep's come in, bowled it outside off stump. I think it's just almost snuck along the ground. Stokes has got nowhere near hitting it really, and again he's very lucky not to be bowled. Jurel makes a good take there, to be honest, but I mean that was close. Yeah, more seems to be happening, doesn't it? Kuldeep in again. This time Stokes can get forward and plays it out into the offside, where it's fielded at cover. But yeah, those balls that when you go back to them, they just seem to scoot through.
Yeah. He would have been very unlucky to be done for the 3rd time in this series on that basis.
Yeah. Yes, there's definitely stuff more happening now for the bowlers. Stokes has got 4 from 12 balls, so kind of slow start. And he's been bowled. Hard to know what happened there, really. I think Kuldeep bowled it, he went forward, and it seemed to sneak between his bat and his pads. And has just bowled him. Stokes is walking off, shaking his head.
Chuntering.
Not happy again, I think, at what's happened to him there, but...
It's turned, it's pitched on the leg stump and turned. It may have kept a tad low, but he just didn't play it right. I
think it
Which just hit his pad and then hit the wicket.
Yeah, it's turned, didn't it? Turned and hit his back pad, and then bounced onto the stumps. So England are 5 down.
I think, 200 is going to looking like a good score. And actually,
yes.
Game's moving on quickly. But
yep.
Come on, folks.
In comes our keeper.
So I'm hoping Warren is going to clip this spot 20 minutes ago when Nestler said England would easily.
That's all, folks.
Yeah, I should have kept that to myself. It's one of those things you think, don't say it, don't say it, don't say it. Oh, I say it.
300.
Well, you've only taken 2 wickets so far, Nestler.
Yeah. Blair says India should open with Akash so he can outscore Stokes on debut.
Yeah.
So, England 125. Kuldeep's got 2 for 10 now, 4 overs, 4.5 overs. He's bowled really well on a turning pitch.
So Stokes' series has had 670, 1147, 1541, and then in this match he's had 3 and what did he get today? 4. Not a great series for him.
Drop him.
Yeah. Can't even bowl.
No.
That's true.
Useless.
So England 5 down now.
But the important stat is the lead.
Yes.
I think in this.
166. Yes, I mean, if the wicket keeps playing like this, then my prediction of 300 being needed is invalid. 200 would be really hard to get. I think you could also blame an Indo saying this pitch is playing like a road.
Focuses forward to his first ball, plays it on the offside. No run. Again, quite an in-out field for him. A few people are back, but almost giving him the single in some places. Then 3 people on the leg side, just quite close in, looking for that chip. How he got out in the first innings, I think. Chipped in the air on the leg side.
Well, Pokey Bumfinger's standing up for me. Says, "You fuckers unleash the curse. You're all guilty. Don't just blame Nestlers."
Fair call.
Thanks, Pokey.
Kuldeep in again. Focuses forward, playing it back along the pitch.
Yeah, that was unlucky, really, wasn't it? I mean, crikey.
Kept low again.
Kept low, but hit his pad and then hit the wicket. I mean, there. Good point, yeah.
Shit happens.
Yeah.
Folks forward again to this one. Wicket maiden. Kuldeep 120 for 5.
That's the motto of Bazball, though, isn't it? It's Bazball, shit happens.
Yes, yes. Kuldeep's made a big difference, though, hasn't he? 2 for 10 in his 5 overs is pretty significant at this stage of the game.
Glenn Rogers says, which English player is Chocolate Hobnob? Don't know. And Blair says, Stokes making a strong bid for the Mike Brearley Order of Specialist Captaincy Excellence here. Oh, and they're off.
Oh, it's in tea.
It's tea.
It's tea.
I think, I'm not sure they're India are terribly happy about that. I think Bairstow and Folks had pretty much almost walked off before Rohit was keen for another over. But
only 26 overs remaining today. Well, 2 hours. You expect it to be done in.
So 125. So I think that one's probably India's session there. Five wickets, conceded 120 runs, but definitely they'd be pretty happy with that, I'd say. Got rid of the top 5 up on Bairstow as well, so been a good session.
Yes, I think so. I mean, again, Crawley's knock is what's really put England in a tenable position. If it hadn't been for him, I think they'd be seriously suffering at the moment. His 60, it's half the score after all.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just set up with the wicket doing what it's doing. It's just set up fantastically.
Yeah,
you know, I mean, Folks does his little, we know he can bat. If he gets a handy 30 odd, then that total becomes very interesting.
It certainly does.
But anyway, I'm sure that we'll hear the Bear and the Bishop podcast yet again during the.
Please not from the beginning.
I think
during the tea break, just for Jay. And
so put it back to the beginning bit, shall I? Just start again.
And we'll.
I might need Tony's help for this bit of technical.
The Bishop is probably asleep in the green room, is he?
I haven't seen him for a while, actually.
Go and throw something at him, and Nessas and I'll just
give me a quick minute while I go.
How well Arsenal's going. I read this morning that Arsenal's start to the season, I think this year, they've won 6 games in a row so far this year, and 3 of the 6 teams that have done that have gone on to win the championship or the Premier League. So there you go.
I still think City are going to do it, but we've been scoring for fun in the Premier League of late. Interesting stat from yesterday's game: after Keogh scored, every single outfield player has scored a goal this year.
That's pretty good.
Which is, everyone's criticising, you haven't got centre forward, We don't need one if everyone's scoring.
Right, so located Tony's going to come in and help just wrap up the end of a interesting session for England. And
anything apart from talking about football as far as Tony's concerned at the moment.
Back to that.
The worst 45 minutes he's ever seen in 50 years.
Wow.
That he can ever remember seeing. That might be different.
Right then, okay. Well, I think we'll be back in about 15-20 minutes now, but here's a bit more of the Bear and the Bishop in the meantime.
Okay.
See you later.
Not from the start. Bye-bye.
What he's saying there is, you're talking about players who grew up in, what do they call the area in Bombay, the Maidens, or is it Maidans, or whatever?
Maidans,
They're Maidans. There's a huge area of nothing but cricket pitches, facing 600, 700 balls every day. What they call that Bombay mentality is if you batting is everything. You die to bat, you just don't give your wicket away. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to be dull doing it. And look at Jaiswal, who is in every. You telling me on this current form he wouldn't walk into the England team?
Yeah, he'd have a
no. He'd be Bazball. He's got Bazball written all over him in terms of mentality, but with a solid technique of knowing when and how to deploy it. And that, I think, is the issue, isn't it?
Also, I mean, you have to look at Jaiswal. Both Sarfaraz scored those runs at home. Jaiswal scored majority of his runs at home. Those guys, the test for them is when they go somewhere. If they come to England, the ball's nibbling about, are they going to be any good?
Yeah.
If they're good, they will work it out. If they're not, they will struggle abroad. I mean, there are many players who've struggled abroad, and it could be quite telling. Look at Shubman Gill. I mean, Shubman Gill was another one who was, fated to be whatever, but you look at that first innings and that last test, he was all over the shop. Got a bit lucky in the second innings as well and ended up getting a score.
I think the thing is this is not a binary thing. It's not either you're not either Chris Tavares or you're Ben Duckett. It's
you
not
either identify as Tavares or Duckett.
Yeah, exactly. There's a great reservoir of great Test cricketers somewhere in between. And say if you had, I think I read this. Say if you had Alistair Cook, who was 20, and Alistair Cook, who was 25 and was averaging 55 or 60 in county cricket,
and could make runs in India.
And as we know, can make runs in India. Are you not going to pick him as your opening batsman now, just because he doesn't fit an imaginary stereotype of what Bazball is? I think he probably would get a game. Because he's not,
actually.
He's not Dom Sibley. He's not, a strike rate of 25.
Sorry, who was this? This is
Alistair Cook.
Oh yeah.
No, if he comes in, he's not Dom Sibley with a strike rate of 25. He's probably got a strike rate of maybe 45. Now, does that mean you don't pick him as part of this England team? It'd be an extremely solid opener, and he'd set you up.
Difficult, isn't it? Because I don't know if they would even. They might not look at him in this instance. I mean, it would be crazy not to, but that's all with hindsight, isn't it? I mean, it's like. I do wonder that.
Would he about Jonathan Trott? Would he have got a run in the side?
Probably
Can you imagine
not.
what he'd do? Well, Jonathan Trott would basically dig a hole towards Australia in some of these Indian pitches. When he starts hacking away at his mark.
Alistair Cook, who went on to score 13,000 runs or something like that for England, obviously a limited player in some ways, but England's top scorer of all time. How about Jeff Boycott? Presumably he wouldn't get a game.
That's an interesting one. Boycott possibly. I suspect were Jeffrey here, he would argue, well, I might have a different approach these days.
No, he wouldn't.
You can't just.
He certainly wouldn't.
But history would suggest he might find it difficult. Whereas Alistair Cook, I think it strikes me more as someone who could adapt. I mean, yes, he played to his limitations, but he played to his limitations brilliantly.
Would they ask to adapt? Or would they say, you do your game and we'll play around you?
I was about to say, do you have sort of 10 Bazballers and Sir Alistair Cook to baz around? I think that's a really interesting thought.
Well, that's what they should do with Joe Root, isn't it? I mean, that's where Joe Root should sit in this side, and we've been saying this for fucking ages, is Joe Root should just be Joe Root. He scores quick enough anyway when he wants to. He has no need to do some of these stupid shots. I mean, I like watching him do those stupid shots, and I don't mind if he does them when he's on 80. And we're in a very good position. But I'd rather he didn't do them. We're still 200 runs behind, and what we could really do is a big ton. Get within 50, and then you can afford to lose a wicket, sort of deal. It's like it is tricky because I love Joe Root, and I don't really want to criticise him, but I do get frustrated with him giving it away. On the flip side of that, Bumrah has had his number as fourth, he said. Bumrah is a class act, and
yes.
And he's not going to be playing this test, so it's going to be interesting.
Well, we also got very excited, my analogy for this was always the articles fourthly that appear in the Watford Observer, which says who's not playing for the opposition. And then we go out and lose to whoever the fuck they play anyway. And then, we get very excited. We got excited about Ashwin not playing, didn't we? And then what happened? He could take a day off. They rattled through us ananyway.
You know what?
What? It doesn't matter. Play what's in front of you. Not. That's it. You've said what's in front of you will be good.
Yeah, that's true. But what I'm not so worried about is their spinners, because they have plans for spinners. They're aggressive, and if it goes wrong, it does go wrong. But they are able to get on top of the spinners. I mean, a lot of the strike rates for spinners. You don't expect Jadeja and Ashwin to be going at 4s and 5s and over. And they've consistently managed to do that throughout the series, with the exception of that previous inning, the last innings of the last game, but no, that was pretty much lost anyway. As soon as Duckett got stupidly run out, you knew the game with the gig was up, basically. But they have managed to score runs. I mean, they've got Akshar Patel out of the frame, haven't they? Literally, because partly going back to what I said at the beginning, they haven't created Bunsen burners, and Akshar Patel actually just bowls flat darts, and if the wicket offers something, he offers variation, but if he doesn't, it's actually quite easy to play because there's no lot of variation in his flight. He just bowls flat and fast and allows the pitch to do stuff. So if the pitch isn't doing anything, no biggie. Jadeja's a wily old fox, but he's been hit as well. And Ashwin hasn't had it all his own way. The person who has made the difference in the Indian side for me has been Jasprit Bumrah. He's got crucial wickets at crucial times.
And they've not missed Crawley at all, in a way. Possibly you could argue.
In a way, yeah.
But because the Jaswale has been so excellent with the bat, they brought in Sarfraz when they lost KL Rahul, and he's done fantastically. To go back to the, Jay Shah and his comment about, really valuing first-class experience. If they'd been playing nothing but IPL, I doubt that they'd been able to do what they have done. And India knows very well that why that is important. And that's where that Jay Shah comment comes from. The other one that's interesting, by the way, and I think it was just in the last test, and it proves that for years we were going, who's going to open with Alistair Cook? Who's going to open with Alistair Cook? Our openers are a problem. We haven't got openers. We had Duckett and Lees, and not Duckett and Lees. We had Lees and Sibley, and we thought, oh my God,
Robson, Hamid.
In the last test, the first 3 partnerships for England scored more runs than all the other 17 partnerships combined. Duckett and Crawley and Duckett put on 89, Duckett and Pope put on 93, Duckett 93, 42. After that, any partnerships fall off a cliff. So it seems to me the problem for India, and it does kind of start with Root because he comes in at 4. The problem for India seems to be, for England, seems to be very much if Root and Bairstow aren't firing. It just shows that they are missing Harry Brook, because if Brook were there, Bairstow wouldn't be playing, would he?
100%. I think that another way of looking at this is an exciting time for international Test match batting. You've got Jaiswal and Sarfaraz emerging during this tournament, who hold your hand up. I wasn't particularly aware of them before this. Now I am, and Jaiswal in particular. And then you've got Harry and Ben Duckett emerging for England, and maybe Ollie Pope in time. And this is a good time. This is a good time for international Test match batting. Very exciting times.
Yeah, I'd go along with that.
Is for sure. Well, let's move on. There was one other subject we had sort of this week, and again it goes down to comments from, as well as is very interesting about the pitch. Umpire's call. And the value of umpire's call and the impact it's had on this series. Ben Stokes, and to be fair, let's not forget Kohli before him, have all questioned whether, even on the Crawley dismissal in this test, was that off Bumrah?
Yeah,
literally, barely shaving the bail of his stump. On the one hand, Stokes is going, if it's hitting, you're out. On the other hand, does umpire's call create some confusion? Because if your two forms of technology don't align, because I think Hawkeye and whatever the other one is didn't say the same thing. Surely
it's just the visual, wasn't it?
Surely the batsman gets the benefit of the doubt, don't they? And you don't rely on old blind Joel. Although he did get three on the bounce right in this test.
I think there's a situation where players who would have been given out in the past aren't given out, and which is when they're way back in their crease, it's maybe on the knee roll, and maybe there's a vague suggestion it could be Midland leg versus leg. A cowardly umpire, to put it mildly, then doesn't give that just on the off chance. The big appeal, and it turns out that it was, like 1/3 of a ball was clipping the legs up. But the guy's way back in his crease. It's clearly going to hit, but he gets away with it. And I think in pre-VAR days, that would have been given out. And I think that's unfair on the bowling team.
Yeah, I have a slightly different view. I don't think it would have been given out previously. I think that there's always been this. I mean, they tried to reduce the margins of the ball, didn't they? I mean, I was reading a lot about this the other day about how if you reduce the stumps, it's X amount of square centimetres and blah blah blah. And if you do that, and apparently umpire's call used to be from the bottom of the bail, and then they moved it to the top of the bail, which adds an extra. But my problem with that one with Crawley, I didn't so much have a problem with the one, the Kuldeep one. I think if the technology shows, I mean, you can be slightly wrong, and you can be wrong, right? The one where Crawley got in the earlier with Kuldeep, was given non-out. It was pitching in line and it was hitting. Okay, it didn't look like it, but technology said it was. Go. My problem with the one with Crawley in that last test from Bumrah is that for me the umpire caved. It was a celeb appeal from Bumrah. He was convinced it was out. I think all of us looking thought, nah, that's not out. It's either going down or it's going over. Yeah. And Bumrah went all the way down the wicket, virtually to where Crawley was, virtually on his knees, pleading with the umpire. And the umpire, I didn't think was going to give it. And then at the end, he thought, I'm in India, I'm at home, maybe it's out. And he put his finger up. For me, that was a little bit of a cave on the part of the umpire. And that's the only one I've really had a problem with the entire series. I thought that was a bit. I thought that when I saw it and I was watching it live, I thought that's a bit off. He's basically just caved to Bumrah because Bumrah thinks it's out. But you've got to stick with what you think. And I think everyone watching that thought, that's not out.
I think there are some now which are out technically, which wouldn't have been given or get overturned on appeal. You occasionally get them. We happened to get one, which was the Crawley one, which was like 51% hitting leg stump and 51% not going over the top. Okay, so technically you definitely are out. And you can always say, well, it's going to hit the wicket. You're out. Sure, that is true. But it would not have been given out. No umpire. It just doesn't look out. And we
all gave it not out. I can't remember. I've got a feeling I was on commentary at the time, and I
think I was.
It was me, Messi, and it might have been the three of us, and I think we all went, that's not out.
If you watch enough cricket, you do have a vague feeling about whether something's out. And there was one during the World Cup. Steve Smith was given out on one of those. And we thought, what the fuck is going on there?
There's a couple. I'm a bowler, so I'm going to go for the bowlers union here, and I don't fucking mind if it's hitting the stumps. It should be given out. And I don't mind the rules as they are. I think
but this is the thing. How do you interpret hitting the stumps? The Andrew Miller article is really interesting, by the way. If you read it in Cricket Info.
Was that the one a little while back?
I'm going. No. It was only this week. I will fully credit Andrew Miller and then read some of it to you. It says, we are, after all, talking about the likelihood that when stopped in its tracks some 6 feet from its target, a piece of leather with a diameter of approximately 2.8 inches would have struck a 28-inch by 9-inch stack of sticks with sufficient accuracy to dislodge either of two wooden bales that protrude a further 0.5 inches above the height of the three stumps themselves. An anomaly that might well have accounted for the misinterpretation of the aforementioned Crawley's dismissal. But then Ben Stokes himself said, if the ball's hitting the stumps, the ball's hitting the stumps. So what does that actually mean? If we take this remark at face value and assume that Stokes believes that even the faintest nudge on the stump should count as dismissal, that would in essence leave batters defending a target area close to double the actual dimensions of the wicket, around 450 square inches instead of 252, given the additional area created by the ball's diameter on the three sides.
Well, I will say
get into physics that just alludes.
Well, exactly, and I will say this: that if the predictive technology and I think the maths and computers these days can do it, and if you're tracking the ball correctly, I mean, fuck's sake, they shoot down missiles in the sky travelling at 2,000 miles an hour. You know, I mean, this sort of technology is reasonably good. I mean, that's why you have it, right? I don't have a problem with the technology. Really,
unless you're the English Navy, in which case you can't actually get your missile to go.
There are anomalies when it's very close to bouncing and hitting the pad, where you get massive anomalies because you can't see whether it's turned sharply or it's going straight on, and that's the anomaly. But if it pitches on a length, I don't know, 8 meters short of a batsman, very easy to track the track of the ball, where it's going, what it's doing, and therefore predicting where it's going to go. I don't have a problem with that whatsoever. I think that's in the modern era, that's standard technology, right?
I think where I feel a bit queasy, I agree with you. I think the technology has made the game better because there used to be some just dreadful decisions. You go away to Pakistan, you just, let's be honest, you take your life in your hands.
And home umpires, which of course now are a thing of the past, partly for that very series you're thinking about.
One thing I would say is that sometimes a player plays all the way back in his crease, and there's not much guesswork. If he's only like 4 or 5 inches in front of the stumps, an umpire should, even if it's shaving, he's clearly out. Even if it's less than half a ball, you can see it's going to hit the bloody wicket.
Oh my word. what have we missed? I'm sorry, folks. Literally, we've just got back, dashed in, and the disaster has struck, and Bairstow has fallen, and with it, perhaps, England hopes. Over to you, Richard.
What?
Yeah, Ben folks will indeed be sorry. Didn't see the wickets. We will catch up.
Well, it was nudged. I think
that was a short. Oh, that was Bairstow, right?
Nudged to Patidar off the bowling of Jadeja. Johnny Bairstow's gone the first ball after tea, and well, if all tea time conversation with providing Bairstow can stay there and nudge enough runs to get England to 250 over the lead, maybe all is well. There's some glum faces now in that England dressing room, I fear. He's
that
gone.
was a total nothing shot from Bairstow, wasn't it?
It was.
It didn't look like it particularly held up in the wicket. He just
fuck off! Just fuck off!
Possibly harsh, but he needed to stay, and I'm afraid he didn't. Right, Richard, I really am handing over to you now.
Yeah, no worries. I will take over on ball by ball. My last half hour for today's cricket. Struggling through after the early start. Really should sleep more, but probably will never learn. We have 2 batsmen on 0 at the wicket. The next of them is Hartley, and Jadeja is bowling to him now. He blocks. Now, did we have a Hartley jingle that amidst all that excitement?
No, we didn't.
Do we want one?
Do we want one?
I'm happy to talk.
I think
Hartley
you could.
blocks the next one.
Yeah, here he is, Tom Hartley.
We said, who's this guy that's come out of the blue?
You can talk over it though.
It's the 3rd straight block from Hartley now. As England, well, these two really are going to have to squeeze out another 50 or so. Big partnership for them.
And he got it right.
Folks is going to have to channel the batting he did alongside Joe Root in the first innings. Hartley's going to have to stick with him, and there will still be hope for England with the lead at 166. This one keeps a little bit low, perhaps, as Hartley stays back and blocks it. The over has been survived. I believe that was a wicket maiden, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And the score is 120 for 6.
If ever England now need a hero, step forward, Ben Folkes, lad. This is it. This is your opportunity to nail on your English Test summer, possibly at the expense of the man who just spooned the simplest of catches out to cover.
Yeah, well, during the tea break, we had a couple of messages. Varun Singh says, just 90 more runs and that will be enough. Yeah, and then Daniel Patton said, time for a bit of baseball. Not convinced that prodding and poking is going to end well for England on this track. Well, that certainly proved to be correct. Stephen Kelk says, sigh. Hello, Stephen. A crazy chap says, England have blown this. Well, yeah, who knows what might happen tomorrow if this wicket keeps playing tricks. Don't let's write anything off yet.
Well, tonight even.
Yes. Kuldeep to Folkes, who just defends this one. Yeah, England have got to start hoping that the wicket acts up, but not quite just yet. Perhaps between innings would be perfect.
Well, there's certainly been plenty of turn for Ashwin and Kuldeep.
And Kuldeep in particular, yeah. Here he is again over the wicket, and there's going to be a single down to mid-on. They're going to have to hurry. They will make it.
And I take the point, do you now... this is not the pair so much. Hartley likes to get bat on ball, doesn't he, and to be aggressive. But really, keep those ones and twos. It's amazing how quickly a lead of 166 can become a lead of 200 plus. Just don't leave runs on the table. Just keep taking those singles and ones and twos.
Oh, Kuldeep once again. He has beaten the bat as Hartley comes forward, tries to defend, doesn't get anything on it. Some good turn, as you said, Tony, for him, repeatedly. And yes, it is only day 3. we have to keep reminding ourselves these test matches move so fast, and we forget you're actually allowed to play 5 days in them, and particularly on a wicket like this. You don't necessarily have to go along at breakneck speed. Having said that, here comes the reverse sweep for no run, because there's a fielder there for exactly that shot. It's Jadeja as well, so you're definitely not going to even think for a minute about running. Covered a lot of ground to cut that off, to be fair.
Yeah, it was a very lively stop by Jadeja. He's another cricketer who, in the absence of Kohli, the camera loves, because he tends to be doing something interesting most of the time.
Kuldeep again to Hartley, who just blocks. He's still waiting to get off the mark. He's faced 8 deliveries now. And as we were discussing, that doesn't necessarily need to be an issue at the moment.
Well, it's only day 3.
India showed this morning, really, particularly in the earliest part of the session, that just accumulating can really make a difference. This one got some bounce on it as it turns from wide of the off stump. Hartley kind of half leaves it alone. It's taken by the wicket-keeper. That's the end of the over. 121 for 6.
Josie Oak has shared a photo of a gentleman coming into bat at Lord's, probably late 19th, early 20th century, wearing a very battered Panama hat and a bow tie as he comes into bat, and he said, "I didn't know Tony once played at Lord's."
I suspect he wasn't changing in the car park, was he? Dressed like that.
No. Jay Grover says, "Well, wow, that tea break podcast were both revolutionary and revelatory."
Yeah.
And David Barrett says, "Bollocking fucking shit buckets. Go harder."
Marvellous. Very erudite too.
Left arm round the wicket comes Jadeja. Folks blocks this one straight back at him.
Yeah, you look at those dismissals, it's just... it has been good bowling mainly. Bairstow, I think, the one most culpable from what I've seen all of them, and that just seemed like the nothing shot.
Yeah.
Stokes was a bit indeterminate. Pope was a bit indeterminate, although they both did turn. But I mean, it's been some session for India.
Too many scones at tea time.
Still asleep.
Jadeja once more with the third ball. That's turned away for no run as it stopped at mid-wicket. So that route dismissal earlier before the break just didn't look right, did it? This is going to be another dot ball. Hartley defends.
At least he's playing forward. A lot to be said for that.
Jadeja once again around the wicket. Hartley will stay put where he is. 12 runs into his innings, still on a nice round 0.
Indeed. Quite a thoughtful looking Ben Stokes up on the balcony there, and I'm not surprised. I think it'll be a huge frustration for England to have got themselves into such a position of strength, only to find it just snatched away from them. They will feel that they let it slip.
As Hartley defends, there's no run. And yeah, well, let's remember that it has been the lower orders, or at least the 5th wicket onwards, that's done most of the scoring in both innings so far. Maybe it'll happen again for England now.
Yes, when you consider India were 177 for 7 at one stage.
Yeah.
Tom Pease had the stuffing knocked out of him by that Bairstow wicket. He says, "I can't see England fighting back here." Vijay Matharu says, "Jesus Christ, what's happened this morning after lunch?" A combination of not very good shots.
5 wickets fell
bowling,
between lunch and tea, I can tell you that.
Yes,
and one first ball after tea.
The wickets, wicket playing difficultly, put it like that.
Yeah.
Sharp contrast to day 1, isn't it? When I think, was it between lunch and tea day 1, there was no wicket at all?
That's correct. Yes.
Absolutely no pattern to be found there.
Leah says the picture I was talking about from Josie was actually taken in 1929. There you go. So I got my dates very wrong. Not even 100 years ago that you were opening the batting, Bish.
Folks on strike now. He defends as Kuldeep tries to sneak one between bat and pad, turning it back into the batsman. Can't manage it on this occasion, as there's an inside edge onto the back pad, as the replay reveals. Scary moment for folks, but he survives.
I mean, I might take on the chin, you know, the age piece, or even the fact that I'm reasonably well spoken and a public schoolboy. but I'm not sure I'm a Panama hat and bow tie kind of guy. I've got to be honest.
Yeah, I can't
And why
quite see
not?
you in that.
And why not? And why aren't you?
Yeah, you ought to be.
Well,
I'm
I mean,
disappointed
if
in
you're wearing a
myself for not owning those things.
But your butler would have done a better job with a Panama hat than that, I think.
Ah, well, yeah.
Or your valet, actually.
Folks stays back for this one. Jams the bat down on it. Revives another.
Of course, it's his day off today.
What, your valet?
Yep. We give him a day off on a Sunday mostly.
Surely a
Oh, I
Thursday.
thought it was
is
a day
better
off
for
a
that.
year.
No, a day off a year, and he was lucky to get that.
Kuldeep in over the wicket to folks. Just plays it out onto the onside. No run.
So you send him off to his hole in the road, do you?
I was gently hinting it might be the bear. Of which, of course, there is literally no danger whatsoever of him ever performing that role, I can tell you.
Forward comes folks with a touch of aggression about him, and he'll get a single down to deepish mid-off. God, I could use a valet, to be honest. Oh, it's just so much boring drivel to be done on a daily basis. If I could pay someone, I would.
Yes.
It's not even the ironing. It's just paying bills and all that nonsense you have to do in front of a computer screen these days for yourself.
Ironing? I haven't ironed anything in 10 years.
This one says,
Maybe
good turn there outside the off stump of Hartley from Kuldeep. He gets bat on it, but there's a fielder waiting. No run. Yeah, I very, very rarely iron, but sometimes if I do, on the odd occasion when I wear a shirt, you may forget, Messi, some of us do actually go outside sometimes.
Outside? What's that?
And there are moments when I have to try to look vaguely professional. Thankfully, few and far between.
Yes,
I did
yeah.
wield the iron the other day for the first time in over a year. And
The joys of retirement.
unsurprisingly not gotten any better at it.
Yeah, the beauty of retirement is not having to give a shit what anybody else thinks. Ombre Nueva is ever the optimist, loving the Hartley jingle, one of the best. Hartley and folks to save us.
There is a low turner from Jadeja past folks who was in no danger of getting anywhere near that. So it did nothing like what he expected it to. He'll live to fight another day. Jadeja once more. Much more convincing from folks, who plays it out to deep point. They'll trot through for one. Oh. So there's a sign, as we see a replay of that previous delivery, that it is occasionally starting to keep low again.
Yes.
If folks had gotten out to that one, you couldn't have pinned much blame on him.
Oh,
Jadeja once again, Hartley lashes out. This is a big old slog sweep. And you can go and fetch that from about row 12.
You sure can. What a shot.
You came out of your hand and into my zone.
Now, every bone in my body wants him to just flat back the bat and defend the next ball. And not get himself out trying to do something silly twice in a row.
I found a flatmate for you. Raj in Vancouver says, I look forward to ironing. It's very therapeutic.
Well, there you go.
Well, he can rent my spare room. You'll see him ironing in the background next time I'm on comms. I'm not paying the flight, mind. So Hartley takes up strong once again. Jadeja forward and defends.
There it was, the resolute defence that followed the belligerent six. I love it.
Pleasing, isn't it?
That really got you going, Tony.
Fires that one in a bit quicker and shorter. Hartley comes down the wicket regardless. Manages to produce a kind of defensive shot out of it. So he still only got, that was his only scoring shot, the 6 from 17 is hardly. It wasn't the silliest of silly shots, you have to say. He was playing with the spin. And it's been quite successful as an attacking stroke in this game. Slog, sweep. But he's not having it again. That one is once again resolutely defended. The over concludes 130 for 6. England lead by 176.
Well, Stephen Kelk's taking credit for that 6. He says, Hartley's still on none after 12 balls. Go harder, my son. And then he says, he went harder. Classic Kinder, Raj in Vancouver says, hi, Messi and gentlemen. Crazy Chap says, crass ball. Have a swing, lads. That's more like it. Proper cricket. No more bike ball. Everything, it's a bit like the sort of Watergate thing. Everything's got to have a gate after it. Everything in cricket now has to have a ball after it, doesn't it?
Kuldeep has worked away onto the leg side by Folks. Jadeja's done the fielding. Not quickly enough to prevent a single.
If England go on to lose this, they will not shake that sense of having been hard done by in DRS reviews, and they'll look at that route dismissal many times over, won't they?
Well, it's funny you should say that. I was just listening to the Final Word podcast for the second day, and Daniel Norcross was saying how lucky England had been. They'd had the rub of the green with 3 consecutive DRS reviews, so it cuts both ways.
It does. As they always say in football, over a long season, luck evens itself out.
Yeah.
Kuldeep once more. Out comes the reverse sweep from Hartley, and he'll get just the 1 for it. Plenty of space out in the offside. He's found some of it. Total takes over to 132 for 6.
I mean, the one thing you can say about
Hartley,
Hartley,
kind of looks surprised that he actually hit it.
Yeah. But he plays without fear. Plays without fear when he bowls. He certainly plays without fear when he bats. You've got to admire that. You just wish that youngsters like Hartley and Bashir just would get more opportunity.
That is short from Kuldeep. It gets the thwack into the onside that you would expect, but there's a man out there in the deep at cow corner, so just the 1. 3 singles off the over, and as we were discussing earlier, that's fine. You know, we're only 21 away from 200, and psychologically that is definitely something to bowl at. They can get there with 4 wickets still standing. Ooh, that one crawls along the ground, goes straight on. Wicketkeeper falls down in a bid to cut that off.
Not sure England will mind seeing that, to be honest. Now their heads might be slightly turning to think, oh, that was an absolute scuttler. Crikey, Moses.
Yeah. Indeed it was.
Well, Hartley's going to have to put that out of his mind as Kuldeep comes in at him again. He just drops the bat on that. It goes into the onside. Takes a few strides thinking about a run, but Folks is not thinking about a run. And that concludes the over. They've gone to ads before I could see the score. How about social?
It's 133 for 6. Pokey Bumfinger, I think he's premature here. He says, to be fair, isn't this the first time Stokes snatched defeat from the jaws of victory? Unless, of course, you consider the Edgbaston Declaration to be that. Tom P says, I'd rather see aggression than some limp-wristed chip to mid-on Johnny Bairstow style.
Agreed.
Vijay Matharu says, most runs scored lower down the order this match, but ball 40 overs old. Any chance Folks has fight back like he did in Sri Lanka, paired with some tail-end aggression? Always possible.
Lovely delivery there from Jadeja, past the outside edge of Folks. I think this might be our last over as a trio commentating.
No, we've got over 10 minutes.
Yeah, we're back onto the hour now.
So
the
that
hour
one
and a
is
half hour.
Dot ball onto the leg side. Okay, so we're continuing. All good. And that's going to be another dot ball as this defended to silly point, folks.
Well, we'll certainly get the over allocation in today. There's only 19 required after this over.
Yeah.
Madness. Just a little poke into the offside there by folks. No run.
The problem for England, I'll just hold the thought.
Folks stays back and drops it into the offside, but no run.
I mean, Bashir's what? This is his second test, am I right? Hartley, second or third.
Jadeja's final delivery wraps him on the pad, but it's definitely headed down leg side. That ball was not turning an awful lot.
See,
the over will conclude at 133 for 6.
I don't think. I mean, they are very capable of taking wickets, and crikey, we've seen that. But they can't restrain the run rates to quite the extent that the experienced lineup of Ashwin, Jadeja and Kuldeep can. When you look at the amount of tests between them and the next to no tests at all for England spinners.
But then again, you look at Bashir in the first innings, and he only went at 2.7 and over, and Hartley went at 2.4 and over. So, you know, they did pretty well in that regard.
Kuldeep carrying on to Hartley. This one turns prodigiously outside off. And there's no bat on that by a long shot.
Raj says India are bowling sneaky grass cutters.
Backs away just a little bit there, does Hartley. Trying to make some room for himself. Nothing doing, it's fielded in the covers. Yeah, let's not forget Jimmy Anderson. I've got a feeling maybe the quicks can also play a role in the fourth innings. They say he knows a thing or two about bowling, does Jimmy?
Oh.
And if it's going to keep low and he can bowl wicket to wicket, yeah, that as well. Oh, wild swing this time against the spin from Hartley, and he has managed to pick out mid-on, who runs in, dives. It is the portly frame of Sarfaraz Khan who has taken the catch, and England are now 7 down.
Can Ollie do it twice? Because that's what it's come to. Oh my.
I don't blame Hartley for that at all.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
Hitting out was the only chance he had of making runs, it seems to me, and yeah, there was that risk there, but fair enough.
Give Sarfaraz his due, as Rich was kind of alluding to. There's, you know, on a height to width ratio, he favours width slightly more than most of his teammates.
And he was,
however,
was on a short leg for
that was
quite a while
very,
earlier.
very lively bit of fielding, and well done him.
He has bought himself more time in the outfield now, having been under the helmet earlier in the day with that catch.
You see, the good thing is he landed very solidly, but he's well padded to be able to do that. James Stratton says, today should have been Johnny Bairstow's day. Did he not read the memo? Crazy Chap says, molly grubbers. And Stephen Kelk says, I want to send some serious cricket love to folks, but with the caveat, this will not jinx him. Good luck with that, Stephen. It was Bairstow's day, says Crazy Chap. He scored a meaningless 30 as usual. And he says, I'd fine India for bowling too many overs. You've got to get it bang on. Yes, it confuses the opposition, doesn't it, when you do that sort of thing?
Well, all 7 wickets so far for the spinners.
Yeah, this has been disappointing, I have to say, even under trying circumstances for England. You know, you fear that India will just make it look not quite as difficult as England have. Here's Ollie.
Well, he's got Kuldeep to deal with. First ball, out comes the reverse sweep. And as something in the background said, or someone in the background murmured, he's been given out, right? LBW?
Yep. He's reviewed straight away. He's looking at his bat, which might be
anything that'll save him.
Kidology. I mean, what kind of shot was that first up?
If your mission in life is to get a lead of 220, 230, try and at all costs to get yourselves there. He starts with the reverse sweep. Oh, I think he felt there was something on that. It looked like glove though to me.
Certainly wasn't his brain.
He doesn't tend to use that.
It
as
is his
often
glove.
as he should.
Yes, it is his glove.
Could it be turning past leg stump as well?
No, it's gone. It's hit his glove full on, hasn't it?
Yeah, does that count as part of the bat if it's attached?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it does. If you're going to be caught, then it's got to work the other way too, isn't it? I.e., it can rescue you.
Yeah.
Well, fingers crossed that is the case. I'm pretty sure. Common sense says that, yes.
Yeah. Mind you, I'm not entirely sure that Robinson is entitled to common sense given that shot. That was just stupid.
He's still learning in life.
He's got a lot to learn.
No, aren't we all?
He's one of those players who does... He's done it again.
That is the replay, please.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
it is-
Tony!
it's the replay.
Not again, Tony!
You cynic, you. Well, he's backed away and wafted the bat at that one outside off stump. Goes through to the keeper. Certainly all happening since Robinson's
I think
come
the
to
thing
the
is,
crease.
it does say something about our friend Ollie that we wouldn't have been surprised if he had have done it again.
No, that's true.
Kuldeep to complete his over. This is going to be a good shout as well. Damasceno has given it out. What will the batsman do? And it looks like he's...
I think he's got to walk there because I can't see anything that could save him for that one.
Definitely no bat on that. They're having a chat. There are 3 reviews remaining, 7 down. They're probably going to just have a look anyway.
Well, you've
on
got to
that
review
basis.
because you can't run out of reviews in those circumstances. It could be clipping leg stump, I suppose, is the best.
Well, it's been given out though. That's the problem, which means that I can't really see Ollie surviving here.
I'll sneak in a couple of tweets while we're waiting. Jay Grover says, "I blame the public schools in general and Tony in particular for all of this shite." And he says, "Irons are good for grilled cheese sandwiches. I found no other use."
Ooh.
Ombre Nuevo says, and I agree with this, "I swear we just heard the bear swearing in the background, even though he's out in a muddy field somewhere. He must have heard Tony's comment about being his butler, and it was the echo of 'fuck off' ringing across the London sky."
I was wondering if that was a jingle or where that came from. But it was well said anyway.
Yeah. Jay says 6 and then a forward defensive. It's Viv reborn.
There you go. Umpire's
Well,
call. Ollie's gone.
Yep.
Yeah, was very close on the leg stump, but clipping enough.
I might do Ollie, I'm sorry, mate, but you're going to get one of these.
You
and drop and one of these.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Never mind,
It was a good ball. It turned a lot from outside the off stump. He played it as if it was going on towards the off stump, and it was going towards the leg stump, unfortunately for him. But too good for him.
Yeah, there was a lot not to like about that little innings of 3 deliveries,
Yes.
was it?
Yep. The best thing about it was that he was wearing his helmet, so we couldn't see his shitty hair.
Maybe he's just excited about bowling, because that's not too far off. I mean, that's going to happen today, I think it's fairly sure.
Yeah. Although his bowling today wasn't particularly exciting either.
Ben
I
Folkes
feel like
must be kind of
England's-
thinking to himself, do you know what? I mean, he's just watching it all fall apart around him. I mean,
Yeah.
what do you think his advice, Richard, is to Shoaib Bashir here? Is it, let's just keep getting the 1s and 2s. If we get past 200, you've got more to bowl at, lad. Or is it, go big, go large, try and hit the first ball out the ground and see where you get to?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, how is Bashir's batting? I'm not quite sure. I haven't seen any of it yet this series.
Yeah. Play according to your name, son.
Give it a bash.
The bashing Bashir.
Yeah, it all depends how good his defense is. If it can hold up, I would certainly still be saying, let me milk a few more. Let's get it over 200. Psychologically, like I said, that's worth something. Jadeja has caught folks on the pad there. There's hands up in the air, but it's going way down leg.
Leah's got a nice tweet. She says, so Root shows how England how to bat here, and their reaction is, interesting. Let's make sure we absolutely do not do anything like that in the second innings. We have that people like a word for people like that in German, Sonderschusslabrek, something like that.
Is that an unpronounceable word in German? Blimey, you don't hear many
Yep.
of those.
Well, we've seen 2 defensive shots in a row now from folks which have basically been edged into the gully region, and we are now into the territory of declining singles. Imagine if England failed by
8
2.
not out and a duck in Vishakhapatnam, and I don't think anything of note in the first innings here.
This time there's a drive from folks, but it is cut off by Gill at mid-off. India have thrown themselves about plenty in the field in this innings. Hats off to them for that.
Well, the tails are right up, aren't they, as they would be. They've got England 8 down. They've got under 200 to chase, and that looks like that it's going to stay under 200, barring something quite special.
Yeah, they could be within 24 hours of a series win.
Yeah,
but
England
this series
lost
deserves
5
another
for
twist.
23, by the way.
Yeah, it's been poor. Very, very poor.
Yeah, a good old-fashioned trial by spin this one. With Bumrah away, the spinners have totally come to the party for England. For India, I beg your pardon.
Josie Oak says, how quickly can it go from still being in it to we're doomed?
Very is the answer. 5 for what, Messrs? 23, did you say?
Yes.
Well, there you go. That's how quickly. You just feel that England have let it slip. It's frustrating. It's so frustrating from an England perspective. On the other hand, you've got to credit India, who have played to their strengths quite magnificently.
We have 2 balls left.
With 2 balls left, and Folks is looking for a way to get down the other end now. And he has not found one with this delivery as he finds the cordon in the covers. And we haven't had, we're looking at, we're 1 ball away from a 3rd straight maiden as well. There have been 2 wickets in that time. Another man comes in, unsurprisingly. And there's a conference going on. Folks takes a walk away to square leg. There's a sense of drama about this next delivery. Rohit and Jadeja having a chat about how they're going to keep Folks where he is.
There's some angst on YouTube. Crazy Chap says, Hartley, what the fuck? He should have been blocking. Crazy Chap says, few careers ending here. Vijay says, Ollie Robinson yet again letting his ego take control at the expense of the team. Stephen Kelk says, oh, for fuck's sake.
That's probably the most apposite comment of the lot, although I don't disagree with any of the others.
Well, it's very busy on the offside. Is he going to look for a boundary? He's managed to... No, he's only got it out to square leg. So Folks has failed to nick the bowling, and we're going to see what Bashir can do with presumably Kuldeep to continue at the other end.
Message, do you want to do some final messages? Nick is going to...
Okay, I'll just do a couple. Crazy Chap says,
oh no, Ali.
For fuck's sake, we would just... Were we not just saying bike ball? Crazy Chap walking back to hotel. Stephen Kelk says, as Jim Bowen used to say, here's your bus fare home. Crazy Chap says, walking wicket. Pokey Barnfinger says, Tony 2-time had to relive the horror.
Yeah. Well, like I said, and it wouldn't have surprised me if he had done it twice, and near enough he did anyway.
He did. And Richard Harmon says, Wally Robinson. And that brings us up to date. There you go.
Beautiful. I love that message.
You're right.
Kuldeep with figures of 4 for 15 bowls to Bashir. And this is maybe the inside half of the bat, an attempt to turn it round the corner. But there is a backward square leg there for the shot. England 133 for 8. A lead of 179, which, whichever way you slice it, is not going to be enough. That one is the ball that goes the other way. And pulls Bashir, goes past the outside edge of his bat. Kuldeep has a smile like a Cheshire cat.
Not surprising, given he's 4 for 15, 9 overs. He's He's bowled well.
Bowled very well. England, though, culpable in their own downfall as Bashir goes deep in his crease and a run. A run to square leg.
Leads up to 180. Still going to take some chasing.
Get that in 3 darts, mate. Well, I can't get it in 3 darts, but I can get it in about 20.
Yeah, well, you never know. One day you can.
Oh, no.
Practice. Keep practicing at the hockey.
Folks to take strike. Shapes to actually come down the track, but in the end just plays defensively back to the bowler. No run. 2 balls left of this 10th Kuldeep over.
This is what they call a good old-fashioned English collapse, isn't it? 5 for 20 odd.
Pressure will make people do strange things. Folks goes back in his crease, plays this to mid-wicket. There is a fielder there, but has to move to their right, and as such is able to take a single. Watching the flurry of wickets.
A combination of good bowling, that's a bit dodgy batting.
Yeah, there's a real mix in there that we can kind of talk about as we go through this little segment together. There's this one spins too far down the leg side to be worrying the umpire, but that's the end of the over.
Is it just me, or is Jurel a kind of a Dick Weller light in his appealing? He's not quite the full Dick Weller, but he's got elements of him. Leah, cancel the flights home. They don't deserve the luxury. Have them delivered by Indian Air Force Antonov cargo plane, the one with the zinc bucket for a toilet. She also tells us the unpronounceable German word from earlier means people so stupid they can't even finish special needs school. That's a little bit harsh. Crikey, Moses.
No.
Let's have a look over on YouTube, which may take me a while, so talk amongst yourselves while I dive in there.
Hartley is ambition over talent, Nick. That would be what I'd say with regards to Hartley's dismissal. But Robinson's seems to be a massive technical deficiency as Jadeja comes in, defended by Folks. In as much as it's like as if he's never played a leg spinner before.
Well, it's hard to know. So, mate, he came out 3 balls, 1 ball, reverse sweep, missed it.
This one is defended. Well,
then just missed the other 2 really, and that was it. So
but he's got so far out of position. I mean, the ball has spun, but he's playing it like as if it's going to seam rather than spin. As this one is again defended. Jadeja is appealing for LBW without really understanding the rules of LBW.
It has to hit people's legs.
They're actually turning down singles here now as well, because that was that push past point was a single if they'd wanted it. So, I'll hold the thought.
So, well,
this is a single that's going to be taken somewhere between extra cover and mid-off. Folks will move to 8.
So Bashir to face 2 balls of the over.
As I'd be more comfortable with him facing Jadeja rather than Kuldeep, to be honest.
I'd agree with that. Kuldeep's spinning both ways. It's bouncing. Jadeja's just kind of firing it in there and hoping for the best a little bit. But we'll see.
3 men around the bat. As this one is defended very properly and very correctly by Bashir. Thing to bear in mind as well. I mean, I know if you're in the side, you're expected to perform to a certain standard. As this last ball is defended again by Bashir, is that I can excuse a little bit of Hartley and Bashir on inexperience and youth. But Bairstow's shot in particular seemed a very strange shot, which looked like he was fairly and squarely between 2 minds and played a shot that was a reflection of the worst of both.
Yeah, he just poked it, didn't he? Just tapped it to cover, and that was it.
Speaking of poking, Pokey Bumfinger says, can't even farm the strike. Jamie Wilson says, blowing this, for fuck's sake. Middle order is supposed to be our strength, but has underperformed, I'm afraid. Yeah, I genuinely think that is absolutely true in this case. And the problem now is very much that, you know, Folks might be farming the strike a bit, but if he's not going to score runs at the same time, you know, it's almost as if England's best chance might be to have a dart at them tonight, which I think will almost certainly happen, and a reasonably new ball in the morning, and see where it gets them.
I don't think you have to. It all makes perfect sense, Tony, but it does imply a sense of being able to choose your own fate, and I don't think England have that luxury at the minute. As Kuldeep is in, and this one turns back sharply towards Folks. He's able to ride the bounce, but it is fielded immediately by short square leg.
I guess the longer they're out there, that, you know, the pitch gets more dangerous. It's harder for India to bat. The ball gets softer. So it's just every run I think they can get. I think really.
Yeah. This one I think shaping to be the wrong one, but defended by Folks. You would talk maybe about the potential of a single there, but it would have been tight. You can see why they stayed put there.
I've got how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people on the boundary, so there's not many boundary options unless he goes very straight by the looks of it.
All this in 44.2 overs. This one pitched well wider. Played out to one of those boundary riders, but considering it's just gone straight to a replay, we're unable to bring you news of whether singles have been taken or not.
Yeah, they're just
it's
saying
a replay of unplayable delivery.
Yeah, basically.
The one that got Hartley out was not unplayable.
This one, Folks comes down the track, pushes down to hard to long on, takes a single.
Wow. So they're just showing here that how much Kuldeep is spinning it compared to the others.
Saying over 4 degrees of turn.
Yeah. At the, you know, at 90 kilometres an hour as well. So not an easy job.
Well, it's not an easy job, even if you knew which way it was going to turn.
Yeah, that's the other one.
But, you know, I mean, if you're going to pick him 75% of the time, good luck. This one takes the outside edge of Bashir's bat. Goes down to Ashwin at third man. A single was available, however, not taken.
I'm start questioning the turning down of singles, because where is it getting you other than nowhere fast? Surely every run is vital now.
Yeah.
Every run could just help you that little bit.
Kuldeep around the wicket this time. Lovely flighted delivery. Bashir gets his bat down on and for no run, and that's the end of the over. The only thing I could say, Tone, is that I think their brains might be a little scrambled.
Yeah, well, we've seen that in the last test as well, unfortunately. George Young, Giorgio Giovanni, says, not sure about the English pessimism. This is going to be a difficult chase on this pitch. A couple of early wickets would expose an inexperienced batting lineup in tricky conditions. Not saying England are favourites, but it's still in the balance, I think. I like that positivity.
Well, the bit that would worry me about that is the absolute resolute understanding that Anderson and Robinson would take the new ball.
Yeah, and I don't think that necessarily will be the case. Dave Barrett, Stokes to get an 8 for in the second innings. It is written. I just wrote it.
Nice. Jadeja to continue. This first ball blocked right in front of his eyes by Folks.
I think the one difference between India and England is Kuldeep's a wrist spinner, so he gets more turn and bounce on it, and we've got traditional finger spinners.
We've lost our wrist spinner, even if assuming he would have played in this game anyway, which he wasn't going to, was he?
This one, shorter, flatter, same result, defended back to the bowler, no run.
Because Kuldeep seems to have, Ashwin did damage, but since Kuldeep's come on, he's just run through us, and We don't have one of those.
This one, again, quick, flat, keeping slightly low. Folks goes deep in his crease and gets the bat down just in time. What do you think to the white-rimmed sunglasses? Is that a trend you could get behind? This one is flicked down to long on for a single.
Are these Ashwin sunglasses you're talking
Yeah.
about? Yeah.
You need say no.
No, rocking some good
Well,
eye shades
the
is always a
tone
good
of the-
look.
Yeah, that's it.
That was thoughtful.
Maybe we'll
No, I didn't
see
see
them
it.
on the streets of Hoxton with all the trendy kids soon.
Well, defended by Bashir, this fifth ball of the over for no run. Last ball of this over, the 46th of the innings, defended by Bashir. He'll stay on one. The lead is 184.
Leah says, could this be the reverse Hyderabad? Oxymoronica says, I guess given England's current inconsistent batting lineup, it's a typically chaotic, skittish display. But they could still win from here if you close your eyes, sit cross-legged, begin chanting Om, and start believing in minor miracles. Well, we'll give all of those a go, Oxymoronica. We'll see if any of them work. Leah also says, I never wanted to own a Hyundai, but today they have announced they will produce submarines for the export market, and I want one. I also hope they put Hyundai badge on the sail. Just one word, they don't put sails on submarines by and large.
Just Kuldeep in. A good push forward by folks, killing the spin, no run. I would definitely, if that's the type of gear you're after, the JL421 Padonkadonk Land Cruiser is well worth 10,000 of your English pounds, if still available. This one though, folks doesn't come forward. He goes back and is kind of left playing a sort of nothing shot that beats his outside edge.
Yeah, well, just went the other way, didn't it? He's just going to start back and just basically missed it.
Kuldeep in again, and this one takes the inside half of the bat. It's been stopped by Rajat. Short square leg. Kuldeep has got the English batsmen questioning their eyes, their life choices. He's in again. Folks comes down the track there this time. Good hearty push to long off. Single there. There's a single there.
But it means this England strategy basically means we're going to get one and over if it goes to plan all the time.
Currently, but if you've just lost 5 for 23,
you'll take that. Yeah, okay.
The idea of 20 minutes where you score maybe 8 runs in 8 overs with loss of no wicket, you would turn around and go, it's a pause, it's a breath, because if Bashir came in and went right, all guns blazing, and got out third ball, you would add him to the list of people you were going to pillory.
So you can't win, can you? Really? Either?
Not from this distance. You can't.
No.
Slight pause in proceedings.
I say it's a bit like stabilising things, right? Just the Indians did it yesterday when they had that 8th wicket stand, and that's changed the game. So if the guys just can somehow hang in there, things will get easier.
They're going to bring Sarfraz in under the lid. Gives me a chance to say from Leah, doesn't Root also bowl wrist spin? And here's a name we haven't heard for a while. Barry Goodman, aka Big Sexy Barry. Root is our leggy. And he can bowl a bit of leg. Well, he can bowl a bit of leg spin.
When was the last time you saw him bowl legs? This one keeps low, and Bashir actually does really well to keep that out. That was arrowing back into the off stump of Bashir.
He kept it out.
Oh, definitely. No, I mean that was difficult.
It's the bottom of the bat.
Kept a little low, and
And Bashir to add, to get a 50 to go with his 5 for, and then we're laughing.
Bashir defends, nearly hits Sarafaz in the head, which would be a start. And it's 139 for 8 at the end of the over.
Right, Leah is very quick to tell me that yes, they do put sails on subs though, Tony. The bit up the top where the periscope comes out is called sail. Okay? Oh, fair enough. Oxymoronica, who's given their wicket away this morning, and has DRS been controversial again? Well, the answer is at least a few of them, Johnny Bairstow being one, we think. And yes, there was one particular. Was it Root, the dodgy dismissal?
Yeah, Root's, I mean, it's a binary decision. It's either pitching in line or it's not, or enough of the ball is pitching in line, but it's not. But it was very close. Close.
can
Changing the
be.
bowling.
Yeah,
it's going to be
the man who's got 2 from 2 and 3 in all. And
he's taken off his sunglasses.
Started the rot really for England. Where is he? Here he is.
Pitches are all brown, the pitches are all brown. The selector's hair's gone grey. Selector's hair's gone grey. Waiting for a bat. Waiting for a bat. Quite late on the second day. Quite late on the second day. Trying to find a shot. Trying to find a shot.
Ashwin in close to the stumps. Oakes defends. Have to go a long way before it gets to a fielder, but still
there.
No run.
No, force them into a change.
4 leg side fielders. Ashwin's arm, Jadeja's arm probably just got a little tired. 4 leg side fielders, all on the boundary. Another 2 on the offside. Folks plays that into the leg side. And eventually it will be fielded, and eventually it will be no run. Ashwin in again. This one spits up a bit off the pitch, glove onto upper thigh, but ball bouncing harmlessly in front. Folks, no run.
Played it all right. It's getting quite long forward. If you see people got out, they've got them there because they stay back. Whereas Folks is really getting forward, and I think that's helping him when the ball's going to spit or stay low a bit.
Another useful bit of footwork there from Folks. So half a step down the pitch before playing it towards a wideish long on for a single. Folks is on 12 now. The lead 186.
Yeah.
And as Bashir will face 2 deliveries, a 4th close fielder, not including the wicketkeeper, comes in.
He's got a lot of company.
He is beset on all angles. Bashir tries to take a stride forward, trying to kill the spin. Plays it defensively.
He could look to his
fellow
county spinner, Jack Leach, could Bashir.
This one floated slightly wider, trying to tempt Bashir into a shot. Bashir refuses. That's the end of the over.
Jack Leach, of course, scorer of one of the most famous ones of goodness knows how many balls in Test cricket history. Bashir on 1 off 14. He's keeping Folks company. Nick Vickers says, "Don't play stupid shots. Take the singles. Every run counts in folky bash ball." He also says the batting's been mindless, but the commentary excellent as always. Thank you very much, Nick. That's awfully kind of you.
We'll soon change that.
Is he listening to us?
To change that. Leah says the last time I can remember Root bowling leggies was during the last South Africa tour. Yeah, I don't think it was that long ago, from my memory. He can certainly bowl them. Whether we will or not, I don't know. It might depend how desperate England are.
Just Duckett bowl leg spin.
Kuldeep to continue. This one spinning back into the off stump of Folks, but he gets his back down. Ball keeps low. Big puff of dust from the pitch as it ball hit. Kuldeep figures 4 for 19, and this is his 13th over. He has been bedazzled and bewitched in this spell of bowling. This one again. Folks goes back in his crease as it spins back towards him. goes past the fielder at short square leg, but won't take the single now.
Just a fairly good crowd in, by the looks of it. It's nice to see.
Still, too many empty seats. For what we would expect of an Indian crowd. This one is the wrong un. Let's just be kind, folks. Doesn't pick it. It goes past the wafting outside edge.
Oh, he loves doing that 1-2, doesn't he? He loves doing that 1-2, Kuldeep. The one that comes back in and then the one that just goes on, and Folks isn't picking it at all.
Folks isn't picking it. Crawley didn't pick it. Folks, though, picks this one. Long on is sort of midway between mid on and long on. Stokes looks always gutted every time he loses his wicket, doesn't he? It's like, how did that go?
Have the temerity to beat
yes. How could that possibly have happened to me?
Yeah. He's gone a bit WG Grace, hasn't he? And Stokes with his batting.
Put the bells back on. Right.
Yeah.
Time to see me bat, yeah.
I'm captain, don't you know?
King Stokes.
Bashir to face two deliveries. This one is the wrong one. Pitching leg stump, and Bashir manages to get everything out of the way that needs to be out of the way, and then the batting line just in time. But so far, 15 deliveries. I know it's only one run, but a little bit of fortitude and aptitude from Bashir, and again, well defended. I'm impressed. Colour me impressed by Bashir so far, gents. The end of the over. 141 for 8. Lead of 187.
Well, he certainly looks up for the fight, doesn't he?
Right, yeah. I was literally just typing Ajit, wherefore art thou, which I then remembered I couldn't spell. But fortunately, he has appeared. I think we've got at least one more over in our little trio before. Are you a lion or a Leon?
It's pronounced lion.
Lion, there we go. One lion will be cheering on the three lions, and when you do, I expect it still to be 8 down when I come back, Nick.
I'll give it a go.
There is your mission, which you will choose to accept.
Not a problem.
Let me have a look at various media. I think we're up to date. No, we're not. Stephen Kelk. If we're talking about root bowling leg spin, it's time to recall Joe Denley, which he puts in capital letters.
Nick, just remember, some have greatness thrust upon them for the next half hour. As we see some super slow-mo work. Do you want to change now? Well, there must be a drinks break.
If they're having a drinks
now, if you want to
break, let's have a no. You've got this.
Oh no, Ashwin is ready. Sorry,
Ashes is about to be in.
Just about to give Nick the extra over.
I'll have one more over, I think, man. About the 50th over of the innings.
Ashwin in. Folks with a lusty blow. There goes all the way to long on. No hint of a single.
The only way we can get boundary, I think, is to hit a 6, and that's obviously not easy.
No, you wouldn't want to try that at this stage. This one, slightly shorter. Folks goes back in his crease and again defends.
Every time I hear that, I think what a perfect name it would be for a porn star. Lusty blows.
I'm glad you give that some thought, Tim. Is there anything else you want to get off your mind in the next?
No, you're all right. That was the only one for now.
You're listening to Mea Culpa on as this one is defended back to the bowl. If we do another podcast, can I do Mea Culpa?
Yeah, you'll do us an invite to the Bishop and Bear, I think, Al.
I think I am. This one is turned away to deep mid wicket, and that will be a single. Can't question the job that Folks is doing.
Well, yes and no. It's the same debate, isn't it? That you always end up is, are you better making a quick 20 or a slow 11? In my mind, I just think 200's a psychological. It's just a number, and yet it's a psychologically important one, isn't it? It's only 12 runs away.
4 close fielders
I
around.
think given how
Bashir. Defended.
Given how it's gone in the last half an hour, a bit of stability just make them think about things. You know, they'll be worried about the runs too.
The three of us together with 1 ball left to go, we've shored up the innings.
Yeah. It's not.
This is a springboard for a counter attack.
It's not very exciting.
Managed 9 runs in 9 overs.
Fantastic.
Which is not exactly going to set the world on fire.
Yes, don't
Nick's
come at
just
me
padding
with
up to go into full boycott.
Don't come at me with stats, Jez.
It's been
9 runs, 9 runs maybe.
9 quality runs as well.
But 9 of the King's runs, I'll have you. This one is slightly wider, and that one beats the outside edge. Oh, sorry. Beat the outside edge, though I was fooled by the histrionics of the keeper.
Oh,
there's going to be a drinks break.
Oh, good. That gives
Ajit a chance to get his feet well and truly under the desk. There's going to be no overspill, is there, Tony?
Just watch out in case, but I don't think so, Al.
There's only 9 overs required, and they've got an hour to do it in. So
so we're going to get some overtime. Anyway, time for me to move. I think I'm pretty much up to date, Messrs. I'm going to change the screen.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Right.
Hello, guys. Thanks for having me on.
I'll see what I can do.
G'day, Stephen Kelk says England lead by 187, and 87 is Australia's unlucky number, and the rivalry with Australia is legendary, so England will beat India morally. Yeah. Clutching at straws, as you say, Stephen. I actually do think that all you Englanders are a little pessimistic. I think 200 is quite a decent score to chase on this pitch. If it stays this way in the morning, I think India are going to be facing quite a battle to get it. I'm not saying they're not going to have a very good chance, but I also think England are in with a very good chance still.
I'm thinking
What do you
actually,
reckon?
I can't quite understand the approach of England here. Why not take the singles, get the lead on the other side of 200? India would be under pressure already. Over the last 9 overs, they've scored, I think, 1 run an over or so. I'm not sure if that's the best approach that you could take. They should actually think that they are in a position of strength, not get carried away, but realize 200 is going to be tough on this pitch to chase.
Yeah. Steve McVaugh's got a theory on that. He says getting runs slower rather than quicker means more time for the pitch to deteriorate. Yeah.
Wow.
It's already there, though, isn't it?
I mean, if you scored so slow and if you get out, if you had 9 overs and scored 20 runs instead of 10, I don't think that much will, unless you're planning to bat another 30 overs. I don't really see the pitch deteriorating a whole lot.
No.
Yeah.
On a bad situation, the 2 wickets may be lost in 1 over, which is likely given who's batting. So, yeah, rather play a bit more proactively. That's what I would think if you're England. If you're India, you'll take this. It's all right. I mean, the lead is still not class 200. That's the psychological mark, I suppose. But still.
So Nick, you're the Englishman with the wounds of pessimism cut into your heart over the last 30 years. How are you feeling about this?
Yeah, exactly. I think, having watched England play cricket for as long as I have, there's always a kind of tendency that, disaster is merely inches away. So, yeah, despite the fact that it may look like we've got 190 on the board, I think the manner in which we just seem to have collapsed is just to knock the stuffing out of us a little bit. But as I say, we're still winning. We're still not 190 ahead. They've got India have got that last on the pitch. So, yeah, I'm remaining optimistic. I think, but yeah, I don't think I've enjoyed the last couple of hours. I'll be honest.
No, I get that, but it's going to be fascinating tomorrow morning. I reckon it really is.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I mean, even the remaining overs, if India were to bat, even a 6 or 8 hour spell might be very, very interesting. I think there are only 9 overs I've had left in the day. Messi, is that right?
Well, yeah, there's an hour left. They'll bowl more than 9 overs today, I'd say.
Yeah.
But
Makes sense.
we won't go overtime.
Yeah, so they're like.
I reckon even Hendo might get out of bed at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning to watch the conclusion of this.
Might be an excellent game, indeed, absolutely.
Oh yeah, it's exciting,
Any
isn't
test
it?
match fan should come here.
So, Kuldeep starts a new over after drinks. Straight away on the money. Folks is back. Just kind of blocks it out onto the offside, so no
Are
run.
we taking it for granted now, this lack of bounce? That one hardly bounced.
Yeah, happening more and more.
That must keep the England spinners enthused. Even Shoaib was looking at it from the non-striker.
Yeah. So space, spread out field. So basically everyone on the boundary, apart from a silly a short leg and a slip. And I think we just resume that they just need to knock it around and try and get a single off the fourth ball, and then Bashir takes two balls and then we move on.
He's just placed that to square leg. I would expect a slightly more proactive batting. I mean, what is the worst that can happen? You could expect that Bashir might, he's taken 18 balls. He might as well eat 3 instead of 2. Try for a 2 in the over somewhere.
Yeah.
Right? Then you can get 3 in the over.
Oh, here comes Kuldeep again. Focuses back, just defends it.
Here, I think England could have benefited quite a lot with somebody else with a bit more confidence in the stroke play, even Bairstow, I dare say, or even Hartley, because he looked to be a bit proactive. If he saw one in his range, he would go after it, right? That's the way to go here for me.
Yeah.
Unless they say, let's make them come back tomorrow and so on and so on. I'm not sure if it's entirely useful.
I don't. Folks defends that one out into mid-off again. No run. I think also Bashir's been there a while now, so maybe you can have a bit more confidence in him. He can run the singles, and Bashir can just hold up an end. I say give India a bit more to think about.
If you remember how Jurel played in a similar situation, also a keeper, that was the difference.
This time, Folks comes down the wicket, plays it out into deep into the leg side, and they stroll through for a single.
Absolutely. There you go. That's the decided single, the 5th ball of the over, I think.
Now Bashir
and Bashir will lead the last one, and we resume with hopefully. We'll see if Jadeja will do something unique here. I want to see the field actually. I'm very curious if they'll crowd the tail ender, maybe encourage him to go after the ball, get a boundary if you can, right? Maybe he might give the wicket away.
Yeah. I think they were crowding him
Kuldeep was underbowled. In the first innings, Kuldeep was extremely underbowled. Now he's again bowled only about 14 overs, but strike rate remains the same, or the over rate remains the same, the amount of runs he's given, but he's taken 4.
So Kuldeep comes in, it spins sharply down the leg side, well taken by Jurel. There was an appeal for caught behind, but Rohit's got his hands on his head. Just thinking about, I think it's more hope.
They tried a bit of kidology.
Hope.
The words of famous one. To try and.
It's the white ball appeal they're used to doing to try and avoid a wide.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. It may have nicked the pad, I thought.
It's a good take.
Maybe.
You take the pad. I mean, you just think it's nicked something, so you go up for it, of course. But there was a bit of kidology there. They knew it.
Stephen Kelk says, folks will regret this when India park the bus to block out an attritional draw. That would be quite something, 2 days of blocking out. Stephen McVeigh says, feeling confident here, already enough, declare. Glenn Rogers says, not wanting to apply the muzzle, but if Ben gets out, surely you play Porky Pig. That's all, folks. That's all, folks. Oh, fuck. Unfortunately, we can't aid the deterioration by running it up and down the track. The option's been busted this series. On my back, sorry.
So Ashwin's come in, just pulled away. I think some guys wandering around the boundary edge, looking.
Plain driving session. This 18 overs, 23 runs and 3 wickets. While it resumes, I suppose.
Yeah. New baseball, 1.28 runs and over.
That's a bit of a low blow. All right.
And now everyone's moaning we're not playing fast enough and hard enough. This one, folks, sends it out to kind of deep mid wicket, and they don't take a run.
India would really not mind this going on, because if they can get away in a session of around 25 hours or 28 hours of bowling and concede 40 runs and 3 wickets, that's exceptional. Given that they're actually behind and again they have to go back last, they'll take it. So something has to give here. If you are England, I wonder if some words were passed during the drinks break recently.
I didn't. Well, so far it doesn't look like that. So this one slightly short. Foakes goes back, pulls it into again deep into the leg side, where they just watch the ball and the fielder throws it back and there's no run.
Yeah, the short leg tried to chase it and then he lost the urgency. He's like, no, they're not trying.
Yeah. I mean, I think maybe they could take a single, right? Bashir looked okay, especially against Ashwin. Then you're changing the batsman.
Maybe he'll have a go at the bowling.
Yeah.
Having had enough of waiting on the other end.
Ashwin in again. This one, folks, comes forward, gets a bit uncomfortable, kind of comes up his pad, rolls into the leg side behind square. Rohit picks it up and leisurely wanders back to the keeper, throwing the ball.
This is the agreed ball, isn't it? The 5th ball of the over. Let's see if there'll be some misadventure here. Or will Ashwin bowl something to tempt. The field has not changed. They're happy giving the single. The field has really not changed.
Well, that's crazy. This is where Ashwin should really be putting some pressure on him, surely.
Maybe they should bring people in. I still see a completely spread field. I think about 5-6 fielders on the boundary.
I think that's crazy.
I guess to your point, they're conceding 1 run and over, so they're like, oh well, just at some point they'll hit one of these guys. Will get a good ball and get out.
They're still talking.
Rohit's changing some spots now.
All right, we see some wonderful fielding efforts.
Yeah. Indians have been good in the field
Akash
today.
Deep specifically. Jadeja.
That's a good catch. This.
Oh yeah. And Sarfraz.
Yeah.
Whom we very unkindly call a bit stout.
You would assume that he's brought in a short mid-wicket and a short cover, wouldn't you, just to make the single much harder?
I think he is.
We're seeing that there's now some field change. Sarfraz has come to 45 on the leg side. There's a catching short leg. Rohit is still talking. The offside remains completely open.
There's no short cover. There's no mid-wicket. That's crazy.
Not yet.
Are they gonna?
I think this is a bit of kidology, more of kidology, trying to get into Fox's mind, to get him to play something he doesn't like. Nothing else.
I guess.
So there's a very deep cover, a sweeping cover, who's now actually walking towards a orthodox point position. Mid-off remains very deeply set. There is a mid-wicket, Messi.
They give him
and a short mid-on, yeah.
They're giving him that gap, aren't they, through offside to try.
He's going to
there's also a
he's got a bowl on the leg stump. Yeah,
but then
he's got a bowl on the leg stump. But tell him if he wants to hit, he's going to have to give himself some space.
Yeah, that's it. To
That's
try and buy a
They have
wicket.
opened the cover gap up. I like that. That's all right.
Oh, here we go.
Of course, he reverse sweeps and misses it.
And
he's been given.
Yeah. There we go. It wasn't hard. I mean, basically opened it up, gave him a chance, and he's just been hit on the pad right in front. It looks out. The umpire gave it out, but obviously they are appealing it.
That was the longest setup in history, wasn't it?
Well, they got the result, isn't it? I mean, I remember once in the 1920s, somebody took 19 minutes warming up when a new batsman, a debutant, came to bowl, and then they changed that one. So this is almost the same level of thinking. Modern cricket.
I think unless he hit that, he has trouble.
Let's see if the direction of the ball changed. If he nicked it, it doesn't look like that to the naked eye. We are seeing the slow motion replay. There seems to be something, a little something on the ball by the looks of it. Could be a glove.
Maybe, I think. Folks, look.
Otherwise, he's in trouble. He's stuck in front of him.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
And not
I think
too
they're
far
going
up.
to ball tracking.
Well, he looks.
I don't think it's anywhere near that in terms of the battle of the gloves.
I think he's hit it.
If he hasn't hit it, he's in trouble.
Yeah,
poor guy.
I agree.
All that stodgy blocking. It's better off you play a little bit more positively. But let's see.
Yeah.
I mean, Mr. Anderson will come if this guy doesn't. Look at the glove. I'm thinking the glove actually.
So there is. It looks like he has hit it.
He has nicked it. There was a little something.
Well, it's a little bit there, then further
Something
on.
on the bat, yeah.
The ball seemed to change direction.
Yeah, there was that little kind of here, I think, and then that one.
There, that's it.
He's
Wow, that's the
there we go.
thinnest of thin edge. Wow.
Let's see if it galvanizes him into
yeah.
action.
Yeah, you're right. It might kind of get him excited now.
He says, you know what, I'm done blocking. Throw it up again. Let me show you what I can do. That way, I really appreciate the way Jurel played.
I'd like to see Ashwin bowl exactly the same ball.
Of course.
Rohit doesn't look happy.
Why would he change? He would bowl exactly same. You're welcome to hit me over my head. Come on. That one, I think in the morning session, those 30-40 runs that Jurel made in the company of Akashdeep, very critical for the Indian team.
So, one more ball in the over. Looks like the field is still as it was. Pokes is on strike.
They are now closed in. They're trying to avoid a single now.
This time he comes down the wicket and he pokes it to kind of long on. One of those positions we're kind of curiously wondering about. But Folks keeps a strike. Another one run off the over to continue the run rate. And England's leads up to 190.
And Stephen Kelk says, I see the Jazz whale effortlessly knocking off 200 runs. Serious fear here. And then he says, you dare doubt Ben Folks? Gladys Maria says, let's go India. Leah says, the Khan catch was my favourite. It's always nice to see a chunky lad taking a diving one. Certainly landed with a big thud, didn't he?
And fun. He dove ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Grubby says, sorry. No. He's explaining that his selection yesterday of a horse came second to a decent horse. No excuses.
Sorry to hear that, Grubby.
Oxy Moronico says, Stokes has had a shit match with the bat, not good enough defensively given Indian conditions. You have to watch the ball really carefully, make sure you get bat on ball. Bairstow's got stats that then seems to have brain fades and play moronic shots. Yeah.
Well, about Stokes, right, I think he likes the ball coming on that much better onto the bat. On such pitches, he would always struggle, I thought. He's a stroke maker, out and out. But okay, all right.
Kuldeep starts the new over, comes in. More of the same, really. Gets it back, plays it out to leg side. They watch it roll towards the fielder on the boundary. He throws it back. And that's it.
A little bit of the same, but okay, it did not galvanize him into hitting out. Because that was a ball he could have tonked straight down behind the bowler's head. It was close enough to him. But he just bunted it to a deep wicket in this case. Let's see if Kuldeep can get him to do something he doesn't.
So, right, yeah.
70.
Do something to make Kuldeep think. Again, Kuldeep comes in, it's on the leg stump. Folks knocks it into the leg side, and they'd stand there and watch it.
This blockathon, it reminds me of that effort by Collingwood, I think, on the fourth day, when he had hit a 200 at the first. I think, was it SCG in Australia, where England went on to lose in spite of making a huge first innings total?
Oh, yeah, we don't like to talk about that much.
I think it's reminding me of that. They seem to be stuck in like a deer in a headlights case.
Adelaide, wasn't it?
Yeah, Adelaide potentially. I mean, that was like, how did you manage to lose this game?
That's what I mean. If you watch enough English cricket, then you understand.
Right, that's well hit straight down to long off.
That Adelaide match apparently didn't happen if you live in England.
Yeah. I've been told
that whole series didn't. A few series
also,
didn't happen in Australia.
What series? What final?
Thankfully, you get away without watching it because you were asleep.
Good gods! He's knocked that down all the way again to a Sarfraz, I think, who's at deep long off.
Doing a good
job. To do with it. That looked like a 2, or am I just... Maybe my screen froze a little, but I thought they could have run 2 there.
Yeah, it was going to be in between, wasn't it? They could have...
It was hit sort of wide of the regular mid-off fielder and more towards extra cover. And the fielders were just ambling towards the ball, knowing these guys are not going to run. This is bad, actually.
It's kind of stalemate, isn't it, really? Like, India aren't
real stalemate.
And England is just one run and over. Well, there we go. That's the run. The fifth ball. So far, Tony, we're still only 8 down, but I mean, can't say we've scored 8 runs.
All right.
So the lead's now 190. Whoa.
191 even.
Oh yes, sorry.
They've absolutely maintained the exact same rate of 1 run and over since I've taken over. I nearly took a wicket. Now I'm sorry I didn't take. Maybe
Yeah.
the last guy coming in will have a go. You know, Anderson. He's like, yeah,
Got to do
that's my
something.
chance, man.
Got to do
So
something.
burn me,
haven't they?
Lara.
So just that surrounding Bashir.
All right. Now they know there's time on their side, but let's see. Now Rohit trying to increase a bit more of that pressure. There are 4 catches. There's a slip. There's a forward silly point. There's a square leg. There's a short leg. And a backward
Kuldeep,
short leg.
and then Bashir, to be fair, played that. He's been playing it fairly comfortably. Just played up the back into the leg side. Obviously, they could have got a single, but they didn't. And yeah, end of the over.
Muttley's with us. He says, morning, primates. Woof, just woke up. Can England win this? Love and sausages. I think England can win this.
Yes.
Either side can win this. All results are on, except the draw.
We might be in a
and
bowling pattern. But yeah.
Stephen Kelk says, careful, Ben. Your strike rate just rose above 22. Oh, dear.
Don't worry. He'll fix it next over.
Well, he's still there.
Yes.
He'll block the first 4 balls next over. It's all going to be fine. Don't worry.
Cool. We were talking about this earlier. Kuldeep got 20 off 100 balls.
But that's all right. Because
the
Jurel
target.
was a bit more adventurous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. Well, here comes Ashwin to the start of the new over into Folks, who plays a lovely shot actually, out deep into the leg side, but all on the ground, the straight to fielder, and again they don't take a run.
Here,
It's
I have
very
a
well
theory.
struck.
What if Fox is playing himself into form and suddenly at some point in time, either towards the end of today or early tomorrow, he's going to blast out and score around 40 runs in 3 overs and make up for all of this blocking?
Maybe. Or
oh dear.
the other option is he just chips it calmly back to Ashwin, who takes a caught and bowled, and Folks is
I cursed him.
His,
That's on me.
his vigil is out caught and bowled for 17. Yeah.
You know, that's on me. I jinxed him.
You did. You clearly
well.
did.
I think you couldn't have put him out of his misery in many ways, I think.
That was a carom ball. I think he failed to pick it. That was a leading edge as
Yeah.
it looked to hit it to down. Yes. Classic dismissal.
So they put on
Nine down.
for that wicket, what? So 145, 130. I don't believe it. They only put on 12 for that wicket. In
an hour?
Yes, in 12.2 overs. Jesus.
Well, yeah, that's proper Test cricket.
That's proper 50s test cricket.
Wow. Yeah.
Well,
you shake your head, don't you?
Now, this is what I was afraid of, right? If this happens, you've basically given it away. Even 27 runs in those overs would have mattered rather than 12. Those 15 extra runs. Get it to the other side of 200. That's really critical because the lead is now 192. And, well, one bad shot is already taken. You can't blame Jimmy or Bashir. I expect, by the way, they will play pragmatically. There's nothing to lose from here. They need to just get England beyond 200. I expect them to be pragmatic and positive.
I think they have to be a bit more aggressive. Maybe they bring the field in a bit more. I mean, Bashir's
Yes.
looked all right, to be honest.
He looked perfectly comfortable.
Yeah.
Only 2 balls an over, 1 ball an over, but he did look okay.
Have we got a jingle for Jimmy?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Where are we? There must be.
Jimmy, Jimmy! Jimmy, Jimmy! Oh! Jimmy, Jimmy! Oh, little Jimmy, will let go!
Well, as I looked at Jimmy's batting, he'll need to make his highest score and then some, maybe. They'll be very happy to see that.
It's not exactly the wicket where he made his highest score, though, is it?
81.
I mean, he could have been batting on an aircraft runway that day.
Yeah. Who knows? You know, first couple of balls you hit and they hit the middle of the bat, pitch and all, just you throw it out of the window and just keep batting. Right?
If he can get 9, then they're up to 200.
Yeah, I expect Bashir will go after the next spin over.
First ball sweep, you reckon?
Yep,
No.
reverse sweep.
No. Solidly behind it, just outside of stump, and he it's behind it, plays it out. usually the reverse sweep, isn't it, Jimmy? That's what appears pretty quickly.
We saw a bit of the dismissal. That one broke away appreciably, the carom board. It was almost like a leg break.
That's good. That's a good bit of bowling. Didn't pick it, did he?
There is. No, not at all. Look at this turn on that. It broke away. That's great bowling.
Yeah.
I mean, great anticipation. How close it was to him. That was one of the things. It made him wait a second longer. Hence, he spooned it back, trying to let
All right, fifth ball and Ashwin into Anderson. Here comes the reverse sweep, and
oh, I think that's out. He may have nicked it to the keeper.
It's out somehow. I think
he nicked it.
Did he nick it?
As
I thought it was LBW at first,
it went
but I
off the
mean,
back of the bat to the keeper.
He went for the reverse sweep, completely missed it. I think it's taken the back of the bat, and then Jurel's taken a good catch. And that I think is that.
Jimmy is not reviewing it. Oh no! Look, it's come to pass. What we were thinking.
Well,
the India fan in me is happy, but I want a strong contest. This is England can do better than this.
That wasn't great from England. All out for 145, I think.
Last 7 wickets for 35 runs.
Ouchie. 110 for. Oh, glove.
Well, no, it hit his pad and bounced off his pad onto the back of his bat, and then he hit it to Jurel.
Into his hand. Oh,
it's quite unlucky. A good catch from Jurel. Stay down because it
reaction catch actually
came off his pad onto his back of his bat.
Well, it's going to be interesting. India's going to have 25 minutes to bat today. There's no over. Well, minimum overs will be 3, but
3 or 4 or something. That's beside the point. I think England
25 minutes will be probably 5 overs.
6 overs.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting.
See how they approach it. I think it's
Let's ask you, Messi.
5 wickets for
who would you open if you're the England skipper? Who would give the new ball?
Well, actually, I would use Root to open with Anderson. I'd only keep Root on for a couple of overs, but I think that's probably enough.
How about you? Any guess? The other guy? I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Oh, I'm Nick. No, well, Jimmy.
Oh, you're the Nick Lion, is it?
Yes.
You're the Nick Lion.
I am the Nick Lion.
Sorry.
No worries. Well, Jimmy, well, maybe Bashir. I think one of the spinners, anyway. I think.
I would go with Bashir and Jimmy. Jimmy, the new ball specialist, and Bashir. Yeah, I think with his height. Yeah.
Winkle a few out.
We got some different opinions on YouTube. Luke Edwards says, folks' reluctance to run with the tail cost them in New Zealand. Stokes trusts the tail when he bats or he plays attacking, delaying the obvious. Terrible innings by folks, says Luke Edwards. Come on, Jimmy, let's see some top-edge sweeps for 6, says Stephen Kelp, hopefully. Super Chat is broken. Oh, dear. Is that right, Matt?
Right.
Oh, dear. Well, you can always send it to us via paper. Important knock by folks for me, says Stephen McVeigh. Always a benefit in keeping a team out on the field a bit longer. Glenn Rogers says, young Johnny Bairstow's portrait was painted by DeLorean. It looked good, but it didn't last very long. And Stephen McVeigh says, and India won't really have anything to bat for tonight. With longer time, they could have made a dent. Now we get 2 bites of the cherry tonight and tomorrow. So there you go. And then Stephen Kelk, as soon as those 2 wickets fall, says sigh again. Mog says, I told you the collapse was on. Cricket is an amazing game, says David Nguyen. And Stephen Kelk says 7 for 35. Screamer Muttley has got Super Chat to work. He sent us a wonderful £10. Same shameless self-promotion from my friend, in inverted commas, who's probably him, Chadwick the clergyman. He's gone and dropped another truth bomb YouTube video on his channel about the ludicrousness of the Genesis flood myth. So there you go. Go to the Chadwick the clergyman podcast on
that might
YouTube.
Be interesting.
Okay.
And Muttley says, never mind, it's not broken, just couldn't include a link. Okay, thank you, Muttley. If you just copy the link and type it as a chat, it'll probably come up okay, Muttley. But thank you so much for that, Tenor. That's very welcome indeed. And Dave Wood says, are we suggesting young Johnny Bairstow is suffering from the bells? Yes. Oh, and Leah says, all right, this was such an obvious setup. Here you go. And she sends the memes. Adelaide, I don't know any Adelaide. I don't know where Adelaide is. No one does in a nice asterisk meme.
Never happened.
Is there going to be a switch over? Even with the innings changing? Or
Well,
we hang
yeah,
on
there
till
is
the beginning of the season?
exactly now. There is a switch due.
Right.
So I shall leave you and catch up with you tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Messi.
Have a good one, Messi.
It's been a pleasure. I think there's a bit of a stricture. I think Tony's coming in as well, so I'm gonna leave you.
Yeah, I'm going to hang on here until I hand it over to someone else, but I'm done as well for the day. But I think I've done my job as an India fan.
But thank you very much, and yeah, here's hoping
Lovely,
for
lovely chatting with you for the first time.
Yeah, nice to meet you. And hopefully, here's to soon to be England.
Well, here's more to
victory.
come. All right. While we are waiting for the switcher, I'm looking at the scorecard. So if you're looking at the English scorecard in the second innings, it's a little bit of a letdown, you see. From the way Zach Crawley played for that magnificent 60 of 91, he had good support in Johnny Bairstow for a 30. But outside of that, there were team scores from Duckett, Joe Root, and Foakes. But outside of that, I think Ben Foakes will probably look back at this innings and think he could have been a bit more proactive. And maybe eked out another 10, 15 runs. I don't know if it really mattered, except for the psychological crossing of the 200 run mark. So India would be really happy with Ravichandran Ashwin finishing with a 5-4, Kuldeep Yadav with a 4-4 and Jadeja the 1, and Siraj only bowling with 3 overs from a seamer in this innings. So India wrapped England up for 145 in the 54th over. And welcome back, Mr. Bishop.
Yes, well, Watford yesterday turn in the most miserable, awful of performances.
I saw that.
And I was sort of vaguely optimistic for today, but life's like, life just says to you, here, you've seen one bucket of shit. Why don't you have another one just to see you through the weekend?
Why does it still affect you then if you've had so many buckets of said shit? You should be used to it by now.
Well,
all right.
I think
I'll be off.
Thank you, Ajit. But fine effort as
it could
ever.
be worse. You could be a Man United fan. So
yeah. Let's face it. I do live couple of 100 miles at least from Manchester, so I've got most of the right qualifications for that. In fact, I live in Surrey, so I've definitely got the right qualifications to be a Man
It's
United
also
fan.
possible that you have more than several brain cells, so clearly overqualified if you wanted to break forward.
Well, this is true. 100, crikey me. I mean, 7 for 35. When you look at that, yes, India bowled magnificently, but I think somehow it just felt like the Crawley dismissal was the start of the rot, wasn't it? You just felt he was so well set. If he could have stayed there, possibly there was real hope for England. I mean, there still is some hope. We're not quite at Bob Hope and no hope, but the hope is limited, don't we think, chaps? Well, from an England perspective,
yeah, I think
at least.
I think this will be a trickier chase than what most people think. The pitch is well, we keep saying it. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse, but it's still you still can get runs on it, I think. But the odd balls are starting to get lower and slower and ripping. So it's not going to be an easy chase for India. I expect them to get the runs, but I don't think they're going to cruise home.
Well, interestingly enough, as we look on here, I have got a distinct feeling as Jaiswal stands looking pretty nonchalant and relaxed, ready to walk on. I've got a sneak. Is that the light roller?
It must be pretty light if there's only two guys pushing it.
There's only two guys pushing it. It doesn't have an engine, and it looks like something you might have in your garden.
There's no steam coming out of it.
No steam coming out of it. What was I going to say? I've got a feeling England might be opening the bowling with Joe Root.
Well, he should contribute something to the game, shouldn't he? It's been useless since the first innings.
Yeah, he's looking. Yeah, it's definitely going to be Joe Root, I think, who's going to open. Interesting manoeuvre from England. Is this a sort of a
what do you think he's
last
thinking?
throw of the dice? What do you think he's thinking? Why the fuck me? What's wrong with our proper bowlers is what I think he should be thinking.
Oh, I've got to save
I was
England
gonna
again.
say, it's like exactly right. Like, is it just me? Is there no one else that can perform here? Why do I have to do everything? Bat the whole field.
Well, in a way, you want a spinner, and you're turning to your most experienced spinner, which, rightly or wrongly, is what he is. Let's jingle up the batsman anyway. It's the estimable Jazz Whale. Here he is.
From Surya in Uttar Pradesh, Yashasvi Jaswal.
And of course, it will be. Goodness me. Yes. 191 innings. Averages over 50. Does Rohit Sharma. He now stands. I think as series wins go, he'll probably rate this one fairly highly, I would think, in his career. It is going to be Joe Root who's going to be bowling to him from that north end. And its first ball has just turned into the onside, and there's no run. 192 is the target that India had been set. England couldn't get them to 200, the psychologically important number. We have Joe Root, who I haven't jingled yet, but there is a forward short leg, and India are off and running, and they're going to reduce that deficit because it's run down to Anderson, who's at long leg. And they didn't, they must have run. I was going to say, yes, they did. Rohit got himself a single. Let's jingle up England's premier frontline spinner.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
And Root now is going to be bowling to Jaiswal, who comes down to meet him, drives sweetly, but there's a man down there at long off. It's the Duckster. And he will get a single. 2 without loss, India. And 190 will be the deficit, or will be the target reduction in the target. The Barmy Army trumpeter is doing his best to rally the troops for England. The Barrett Army trumpeter is doing the same. It's a trumpet off. Highly appropriate, probably, for the fact that Jaiswal's at the wicket, the Jazz Whale. And it's the first, it's a dot ball, the second dot ball of the over. Sorry, Mog, what was that?
Appropriately described as a cacophony, I would think.
Yes, it's not Chet Baker taking on Louis Armstrong, is it, in this particular instance, I don't think. As that one is nudged away again into the onside by Rohit. India 2 without loss. 190 is what they need. England need wickets regularly, but I don't think India have got a clatter in them. Well, they do. We know in Cape Town they lost 6 for none. Ollie Robinson will field on the deep mid-wicket boundary. They'll take another single, so 3 from the over. 4 from the over, I beg your pardon. 188 is what India need. Apart from getting the team wrong and the score, I'm doing a fine job here. Oh, it's the crushing disappointment. And Mog, what messages do we have to try and console us and give us some at least encouragement?
Funnily enough, Josie Oak says, for Tony's information, it's the hope that kills you.
It is. It is.
Jay says, don't worry, Tony. Sheffield United are playing today, and I'll be butterfly stroking in shite along with you soon.
Yeah, they're having a pretty horrible season, it must be said. Right. We're not going to see Jimmy. We're not going to see Ollie. We are going to see this fellow. Who is slapped first ball out towards deep extra cover, and England have got very deep set field. It's Johnny Bairstow's set back there. Again, it's a single.
His first innings was shite, and he got it right.
I think India started well, cautiously well. Obviously,
Yeah.
see it through.
Interesting, the field comes in now.
Too extravagant.
It's extraordinary. So deep set field for Jaiswal. A closer set field, I think, for Rohit, with everybody coming in. Kartik, you'd have to possibly explain the psychology of that. Now everyone is fairly short. No one is out in the deep. Maybe they're just
amazing
protecting Hartley a little bit from Jaiswell, who
Not
does.
sure I'm not sure who the debutant is here in this series at the minute.
Hartley, in he comes around the wicket, full, dug out a little bit by Rohit. Ollie Pope in his customary position under the lid. Ollie Pope, who after the glories of Hyderabad when he was quite magnificent, really has had a shocker in this one. Faced a total of 3 balls for literally no runs whatsoever. He's bagged himself a pair. That'll be a dot ball because Rohit just guided it straight to mid-on. It's been not great.
I was going to say, as I was saying, I'm surprised that they're paying a lot more respect to Jaiswal than they are to Rohit.
Yeah, they are. The slip and the forward short leg. That's nicely, wristily flicked away through mid-wicket. It's the first boundary for India. 9 on the scoreboard, 4 to Rohit, who played that superbly, really.
2 + 2 is our man.
Well, just possibly it's sort of a half volley, really, if you can roll a half volley as a spinner.
Jaiswal's bitten the Englishman a lot more than Rohit has this series.
That is true. That's flicked again away by Rohit. Maybe India want to get this done tonight. No, it's not a replay. It's 4 more, and the score goes on to 13. 2 consecutive 4s off young Tom Hartley. And
can they ask for the extra half hour if they're?
That's a very good question, and I don't think they're going to get closer. Well, at this rate, they might just do. But yes, I think they can ask for the extra half hour. Particularly as the overs will not be an issue because they've careered through the overs in next to no time. In comes Hartley, that MS Dhoni pavilion behind him. Defended this time by Rohit. It's been 9 off that over, 179. Boy, those runs needed. They from an English perspective, they come down quickly. 13 without loss, 2 overs in. Mog.
Muttley is cautiously optimistic, ? India lost wickets and struggled to meet England's first innings total, and how much of the wickets is in the pitch conditions? Nick Vickers has been very positive about it all.
Good.
And they haven't won the series yet. Come on, Rooty. Come on, England. Leah says, very nice of England to set a target in triple digits so at least one opener can make a ton, but they're Bradman for setting it 1 below 194, thus ensuring not both openers can make centuries.
Root is coming around. Oh, well, he was coming around the wicket, but the Jaiswal had his concentration disturbed by something going on behind Rooty's arm, so Rooty will have to repeat. He's in, the Jaiswal's forward. They take an easy single, just stroked down to Duckett, who's at long off, and the score moves on to 14. The sun shining brightly behind the floodlights. The floodlights aren't themselves on, but a very bright and I would imagine rapidly setting sun is shining its way through them. The Barmy arm is looking thoughtful. That's off the outside edge for Rohit, but all the way along the ground towards point. No run, 178 is what is now needed. We're all
seems very comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, it does. Where it's the effect of that roller, maybe that's worked into the onside by Rohit. Optimism perhaps raised when we saw how well Kuldeep and Ashwin and Jadeja bowled, but the reality is you look at the number of tests and the experience on these wickets that those 3 have, and you compare that to England spinners, that there is the Achilles heel for England, whilst offering some hope for the future. That is one of those spinners who's fielding out at deep mid wicket. It's Tom Hartley. Rohit gets a single, moves on to 12.
You'd always expected England spinners to have really good moments throughout the series and sessions, perhaps, or a day or two here and there. But
well, that is whipped away magnificently by the Jaswell off Joe Root. He's got 4 runs again through mid-wicket. That's just a beautifully executed shot.
One
swept, I beg your pardon.
and 2 and 3 and 4.
And Kartik, if you just look at the length of stride that Jaswell gets in. Oh, this one's again has been slapped. It's going to be Duckett should be there though. Yes, he is. That's down too long off. But when he sweeps, Kartik, he just puts that enormous stride in, doesn't he, Jaswell? Gets right to the pitch.
Yeah, right to the pitch of the ball. He's really his lanky legs that clearly have a lot of flexibility compared to Rohit's.
20 of 3. India in a rush.
As I was saying, in terms of the English spinners, just to finish what I was saying, is that they're always going to have good moments and good sessions in a day or two, but to really sustain it over a 5 test match series, they've just not experienced enough, I think, in comparison to the Indian spinners, and of course in their home conditions.
Is that what's that, a trombone? Or is that a bassoon? No, it's a trombone, isn't it?
It's a trombone, yeah.
Yeah, they got a trombonist as well, the Bharat Army. They're even out brassing us. They're even out brassing us. As Anderson runs around and won't stop that Jaiswal single and bring Rohit back onto strike. Hartley starts his second over, conceding a single. Jimmy's got the look of he's got the look of a man, face like a bit of a slapped arse. But B, he's probably thinking, am I going to get to bowl here? As these runs are being bled all over the place. Hartley round the wicket. That has been, I think that's going down leg. It was a confident appeal. Rod Tucker wasn't remotely interested. Shook his head. I think if it's been given not out, that's going down leg, Kartik, every day of the week for me. Are England desperate enough? Doesn't look like Stokes is going to be. No.
Kept low. I'll tell you what, it was tight. I thought it might have actually been inside edge, to be honest.
Well, Rohit's nodding. Let's have a look. I don't think there's inside edge, but I think surely it was going to be sliding down. Both Rod Tucker.
Misjudged the pitch.
Yeah. Offer some encouragement for the first bid indeed for England, but he's floated this one up. It's nicely flicked off his toes by Rohit. Johnny Bairstow is lumbering after it, and lumbering being the operative word because he ain't going to get there. And,
his running's not gotten any better.
Well, it was a bad injury. Sadly, I do feel there's been 2 Johnny Bairstows pre that golfing injury and post, and the post one has really not caught up with the pre one. 4 more to that Indian score. It was a disappointing shot though that Bairstow got out for, and being the first ball after tea. I mean, you talk in these games about winning the crucial moments, the crucial sessions. Well, I mean, no doubt India won the session, but even within sessions, there's big moments, and you just felt after tea, first ball, when you were relying on Bairstow to shepherd England onwards, it was very disappointing. That's defended by Rohit, back towards the bowler. There'll be no run. Yeah, it was missing. It's been confirmed.
Good decision not to review.
Yeah, no, it never looked a good review to me. There's a slip and a forward short leg, of course, for Hartley as he bowls to Rohit, who defends. And there is no run.
I think India will benefit from obviously the roller tonight, but then also first thing in the morning as well. So really, if they can consolidate for the first half an hour, really put themselves in a really good, strong position.
Yeah, I definitely agree with a strong position. That's full, and Rohit says thank you very much. That was a freebie, and Rohit does not need twice asking to quite dismissively
like that,
send that one away. Well, yeah, if you don't actually use it, the pitch is taken out of the equation.
In the name of God,
And England again are just a little bit of showing their inexperience here. I think they know it's all or bust. They need to take wickets. From India's perspective, just to counter slightly counter your point, Kartik, is if they get the runs quickly, they get the maximum runs on the board. That's slapped as well by Jaiswal. Duckett once more is called into the action. It'll be another single off the bowling of Joe Root. 30 now off 4 overs. It'll be a decent one-day score of halfway decent T20 score.
It's a reverse baseball situation over here.
Well, it is, and if you've had the roller on the pitch, you fear it might break up. Get the runs on the board early and get them quickly. Get ahead of the game, and that's absolutely what these two are doing. In comes Root, forward comes Rohit. No extra runs on that occasion as it's out towards cover and there's no run.
And the best bit is they haven't really been taking any risks. It's just been coming pretty...
Picking off the bad ones.
Yeah.
And full tosses
England
definitely count. Oh, that's a lovely shot. But he used a couple of steps forward. Well, it was out towards deep extra. There's a man there, so it will just be a single. 2 off this route over so far. He's gone for 13 in his 2.5 overs. And Rohit has notched up his 4,000th test run, which is an impressive stuff indeed. Ball comes in.
Surprising that it's only been 4,000. I feel like he's been playing. Oh, well, to be fair, he has only started his test career later than his white ball career, so that makes more sense, but it just seems like he's been scoring a lot more than that.
We're watching quite a flurry of boundaries. Well done, Rohit. And that's a full toss.
Oh, jeez.
It's Jimmy Anderson who's down there at deep backward square, though. Rohit will feel he's missed out there, but he's got himself a single. He's already got that 4,000th test run. He's on to 22. Jaiswal 11. India are absolutely motoring. And England are feeling the pressure and just not hitting their lengths. They've decided to go with 2 spinners. And, McCullum normally looks pretty unflappable, but he's looking a disgruntled form of unflappable. That's beaten the bat, though, by Joe Root. Went past Jaiswal's outside edge. I thought for one moment it might have just clipped the top of off stump, but it hadn't. It's the end of the over. It's 4 from it. It's 33 without loss. And Mog, try and cheer us up.
Nick Vickers says best jingle yet for Hartley. That's the work of Mr. Peel.
Is that the one that's the Beastie Boys? Allegedly.
Bon Jovi.
Ah, okay.
I believe it is. Pokey Bumfinger says, carry on being shit, lads. Get a batsman to open the bowling. That's the way forward. Boom. Jamie Wilson says, our spinners have performed above my expectations given their inexperience. And Steve Kelk thinks Jimmy's going to reach 700 tonight.
That's the spirit. How many does he need? Remind me how many he needs. Hartley round the wicket.
2.
That's a full toss as well. But Rohit doesn't really give it the full meat of the bat. Just guides it out to deep extra and will take another single. Yeah, there was just more venom, more to worry about really with the India's spinners were given. That's a bit of a drag down by Hartley. Jaiswal again doesn't need to put too much behind it. Just pushes it to long on, takes a single.
Missed opportunity in the previous over there off the replay that popped up off the glove. Unfortunately for England, there's no bat pad in place. Again, too much respect for the young kid.
Well, I think that's right. His reputation he's carved for himself already is immense, isn't it? That's nicely defended, stylishly defended by Rohit. And there's no run. Yeah, when he goes too full,
You've just been bowling too full.
Yeah, if you bowl too full, Rohit is very good as he clears that back leg, doesn't he? And just flamingos it out towards mid-wicket. That one is gone to backward square. It's a dot ball on this occasion. No, it's not, it's a single. Beg your pardon. 36. India racing towards this target. England needs something. They need it quickly,
They need a wicket.
and they need it in 2 or 3. They need a clump of
A
3
meteor
to
strike.
sow some seeds of doubt. Hartley in defended back to him by the Jazz Whale, who I'm sure will be very appreciative of the bassoon and trumpets in the Barrett and Barmy armies. Unfortunately, we can't tell you what they're playing because we can't hear that. Hartley is in again. That's just stroked really out to long on. Take a nice, easy, leisurely single. It's 4 off the over. It's number 22 off 3 for Hartley. It's 37 without loss, India, and that 100 and whatever it was, 90 something, is now down to 155, and things are not looking good from an English perspective. They're looking very good indeed from an Indian perspective. Mog.
Paul Grubby Howard says, I'll say it again, all the pitchers have produced fantastic test matches.
Yep.
No complaints from me. Oh, there you go.
I go along with that.
Jersey Oak says India Australia to a 10-wicket win. And Oxymoronica, what the fuck isn't a fast bowler on?
Well, there isn't going to be one now because there is a change of bowling, but that change of bowling is going to bring England's hero from the first innings, or first bowling innings, and it's going to be the estimable Bashir, who's around the wicket, nicely defended. Here he is.
Bashir likes to attack. Bashir now in an England cap.
Just had one of the guys open up the window in the commentary box, or the media box here at the ground in Ranchi, and I can tell you that, confirm that the trumpeteers are playing a combination of Bollywood and 90s classics.
Is that just the... Oh, that one's worked away to short extra and there's no run by Joe as well. Is that just the Barrett Army brass section, or is that both the Barrett Army and the Barmy Army? That one's cut
both
by Joe as well. There is a man down there. It's the tall Hartley. He'll take a single.
It'll make a nice change from that You Are My Sunshine, My Only Sunshine song they seem to constantly be playing.
It's a very relaxed looking India balcony, and why wouldn't it be at the moment? England need something to stir them, to just sow a seed of doubt or two. I don't think we'll take the extra half hour tonight. It'd be a surprise with 154 still needed.
Possibly
So
out of the realms.
Yeah. In comes Bashir. Not really getting much turn, and Rohit's very quick to use his feet to get right to the pitch of that. And there's no run. 38 without loss in just 6 overs. It's an extraordinary innings. We'll talk about the Folkes innings fairly soon, as that one is pushed out towards Ben Stokes, who's applauding, trying to get some enthusiasm into, well, be very, it's discouraged, disheartened. I know it's not the England way, but they'll just be feeling somehow when you get utterly mullered as they did in the last game, you kind of accept it and move on. And this one is pushed out to short mid off. It's the end of the over. It's gone for 1. It's 38 without loss. But when you feel you've given it away, when you feel you've missed an opportunity, when you had your foot on the throat of the opposition and let them wriggle away, that I think possibly hurts more and plays on your mind more. Mog,
Where is your fucking baseball now? Tom P says this game and series is gone. We bottled it. The middle order have a lot to answer for. The crazy chap says, drop the lot, sowing the seeds of doubt.
Drop
them
lot?
all. Yep.
Drop them all.
All of them. Even Bashir.
Possibly harsh.
If it's any consolation for England fans,
Joe Root's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Jaiswal, who plays that quite tidily. It just bounced a little bit up on him, and he rather adapted that stroke, but he adapted it rather cleverly just to keep on top of it, guide it down to Bashir, who's at short third. And
It should be the
there was
last
no
over
run.
the day, I think.
Highly likely. In comes Root. Oh, that kept low. My word, that kept low. Jaiswal did really well to jab down on that. I think he got a word of encouragement from Rohit, and he gave Rohit a thumbs up in return. That hit a crack and scuttled. And by Jove, he did very well, did Jaiswal. That one is bouncing more. Cut to Johnny B. Yeah, I think, yeah,
One delivery
Bairstow's
will
a
give
frustration.
England, so that one delivery will give England and the Inks fans a lot of hope for tomorrow.
Give them some
I
hope.
think this game is over yet.
They need a few to hit those cracks and scuttle, and when the ones that do, they need to actually take the wickets. Jaiswal defends that very tidily indeed. India on 40.
And I was going to say earlier, if there's any consolation for the England fans who were basically calling the series already, this was always going to happen. I think they probably just were a bit overexcited after that first test win.
Possibly, yeah. And as we wait for Root, that's driven, but driven straight to Stokes.
If anybody's been following Indian cricket, especially the test series cricket, they typically always lose the first test match in a series.
Well, certainly on their travels, that is true. I didn't know that was so much the case. I wouldn't have thought that was so much the case at home. And don't forget, they've only lost about 3 in, well, since 2000 and whenever it was, 2011, 12. Yeah, extraordinary.
It does
that
happen,
was defended by
Yes.
Jaiswal.
Against the better
And
teams,
I
it does
think
happen, yes.
you are quite right, Kartik. That is a day that has been overwhelmingly India's, having started with England in a position of enormous strength. It was a stand between Juve and Kuldeep that really whittled away England's lead to ultimately just leave it at 46. England then, I'm afraid, could only get themselves to, what was it, 145, target of about 192 for India, and there I think things really started to fall apart. That stubborn wagging of the Indian tail to haul in the lead, England's inability to really build upon the 46 run advantage that they did have. In this session, 28 overs, 65 runs, 5 wickets, but those wickets have all been England wickets, not Indian wickets. India are sitting, I think, chaps, fairly pretty. Kartik, your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. India's day all round. They started the day really on the back foot and really in survival mode. And have completely turned this game on its head. Much like I think it might have been Trent Bridge or one of the Oval, perhaps many years ago, where they came in behind and then the tail managed to get them into a lead of 250 odd and had 60 overs to bowl and bowled out England for about 100 odd. So very similar sort of situation here. They've completely turned the game on its head. And you'd expect them to close it out tomorrow. I do think, though, it will be, I keep saying it, I think it will be closer than what people think. India inevitably, whether it's for the TV ratings or whether it's for the sponsors, will want to make this game a little bit more exciting. I should say. So I know that they'll definitely lose a few wickets, and potentially even in a bit of a clutter as well. Very capable of doing that. But I still expect them to get over the line. But great day for India. They've completely turned this game and really have one hand on the series trophy, you'd think, just about.
And the fact is, their two spinners, Siraj, none, but he only bowled 3 overs. 5 wickets for Ashwin, 5 for 51. Big wickets too. Ashwin got rid of Duckett.
Joe Root.
Pope, of course. So you had the 2 in 2, and the LBW that got Joe Root, and then Folkes, although that was a sort of a curious shot, bit of a leading edge, a caught and bowled. Kuldeep, 4 for him, and he's got rid of the big, really what I think was the pivotal wicket for England, because it all really fell apart once Crawley had gone.
Yeah.
He needed somebody to stay, and he was bowled pretty comprehensively by Kuldeep. He also, of course, removed Ben Stokes bowled, who I think possibly his technique against spin needs a little bit of examination. In the cold light of day, Tom Hartley got rid of Hartley as well, and he got rid of Ollie Robinson, who started off by reverse sweeping, then attempted to defend, and then just played a nothing shot to be a LBW. So after his glory in the first innings, it's not really been great with battle ball since for Ollie. And let me see, what was it? 1 for Jadeja. Jadeja it was who got Johnny Bairstow, and Johnny really first ball after tee. Again, you talk about setting a mood. You come out after tee and everyone probably thinking, right, we could put on 50, 60, 70 here, really give them a stiff target. Not sadly when you give away your wicket off the first ball after tee. So there it is. It's 40 without loss for India. The lead whittled down to 152, what they need. Mog, any final messages?
There is some question about how did the GPL end? Do we know?
I'd have to. I don't. Is Messers
Stand by for
Messers, are you
updates.
still there? We'll put out a tweet. I'll ask Messers to have a look if he can hear us.
There's a bunch of sort of misery posts about 90s capitulations and not consolidating positions of strength, and Stephen Kelk says it's very nice of Karthik to travel to Ranchi to cover this for Guerrilla Cricket.
Yes, I think he's pulling out.
Correct. I'll be doing the full tour. So we're off to Dharamshala next after this test match.
Yeah,
say hello to the Dalai Lama while you're there.
I will. It's been a long series, but hence why I've been on and off. I've just been exploring the sites as well. But looking forward to getting home after the 5th test.
It's a good question, actually. How many runs have we had today? If India started on 219, can we work that out? Somebody, very quickly?
Don't ask me to do maths in my head.
219.
307, I think they finished with, which makes it.
So 307 minus 219, and then you've got to add England's rapid 145. So you've got 185 for England, for India and India combined.
And then 267, I think.
267.
Well, we have a 267.
Do we have one on the GPL?
There is a two. I can't tell you whose it is. It's not mine, unfortunately. But looks like we might have a 267.
Well, if we have that, and if that is the right number, because I need to go and check the maths, it means somebody is going to be the best part of about 180 English quid better off. So it's a good day for someone.
Amazing.
So well done to you. But with that, we shall see you tomorrow. Thanks to Nick, thanks to everyone who's been on today. And you never know. 5 quick wickets for not many runs in the morning, and all of a sudden how different the game will look. But that's a long shot. Alright, with that, we'll see you.
English fans, play well.
Cheers, guys. Take care, all.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph
Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin.